The young man in front of him who was wearing glasses and studying hard. Do you think he's a top student? In fact, he is a martial arts talent. 18 kinds of martial arts have been practiced to the top fighting genius. Just a teenager. Learn all of Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do. Easy to be able to fit in the community. There are countless difficult movements on the equipment. Facing the bat of Muay Thai after 3 years of training. It's even more comfortable. One punch can teach him to be a man. But the goal of the male protagonist is only to study hard. Although his parents had found him a tutor. But there is no male protagonist with this talent. Tutored for a few years. The results still can't be improved. He has been ranked second to last in his class. But for the sake of the ideal, the male protagonist still hasn't given up. After graduating, he went to a school called a Hooligan Vocational High School in an elite school. Students inside, all of them are masters of fighting. Say it's the school. It is better to say that the rank is determined by force here. Gangster gathering place. But this does not affect the male protagonist to study hard. He even wanted to start a study group here. At this time, a group of thugs came in front of him. The leader is Li Xuanyu, the leader of the male protagonist class, smoking in Osaka on campus. No teacher dared to touch their brows. But the new female teacher is obviously not sensible. Classmates who stopped in front of the gangsters. Smoking is harmful to health. Let's snuff out the cigarette for the sake of your body. Sure enough, the little thugs at the head were angry. Gave the girl a big mouth on the spot. Even the headmaster can't control us. You're old. The girl looked confused. It's unheard of for a student to hit a teacher at school. The gangsters are even more arrogant. Haven't you ever seen a student spank a teacher? The female teacher cried in fear, begging not to do this. But that only made the gangsters even worse. I also want to continue to do it to my sister. But now I am witnessing it in the dark. The male protagonist of everything can't sit still. Because of this female teacher. Officially tutored his tutor for 2 years. At that time, although the male protagonist was waiting, the girl didn't complain at all. It's definitely okay to motivate the male protagonist. Finally, the male protagonist walked out in everyone's eyes. Take off your coat and put it on the female teacher. I'll start to do it in a moment. If his clothes get dirty, his mother won't spare him. The gangsters see this nerdy but nosy. Immediately, everyone began to gear up. The black-clothed thug was angry. Kicked it towards the male owner. I didn't expect to be caught by the male protagonist. Knock him down. And a few other gangsters thought they were companions. Carelessly laughed at each other. It seems that he has not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. That's when the second thug arrived. A straight punch smashed towards the male protagonist's face. And the male protagonist is stuck in memories. Childhood. He has an almost obsessive interest in martial arts. My favorite thing to watch is martial arts videos. He has already finished watching Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do. In order to test their martial arts skills, he has even been in the ring. But because mom has been this interest in him, so he could only study secretly. The picture goes back to just now. The male protagonist has a trick Jeet Kune Do. Deal with the thugs who rushed over. Then, put on Bruce Lee's posture. It's the head of a thug. Soon the leader also rushed towards the male protagonist. The male protagonist finished with a 180-degree backflip. Then it landed smoothly. A set of operations is fluid. Beat the thugs until they foamed at the mouth. The girl on the side was dumbfounded. The reason why this guy doesn't study well has been found. It turns out that the talent is all on this. The girl hasn't relented yet. The male protagonist stretched out his hand to him. Teacher, I take back the sentence I just told you to leave. You don't give up, but can you continue to tutor me in my homework? That's the deeds of the male protagonist. It soon reached the ears of various bigwigs. They don't believe that the male protagonist has such strength. Even if there is, he will get out of school obediently. This scumbag boy has a terrifying talent for fighting. Whether it's Bruce Lee's Taekwondo, or the way various weapons are used, he has practiced to the maximum level. If you go to mix with the black party, it will definitely be the existence of the handle. but he just wants to study hard. Today he is also daily in the small. High-intensity workouts are performed in the area. Then get stuck in time and sneak back to fill the water. Sure enough, after a while, his mother came to wake him up. The male protagonist pushed his glasses. Study hard today too. And he has no talent for learning, and he wants to be admitted to university. The first step must be taken. That is to look for peers who can be admitted to university. The male protagonist looked around. First of all, this one yawns. Those who are ready to go to class and sleep are definitely not going to work. Not to mention this one who smirks at the novel. Soon the male protagonist noticed a student. Kim Se-hyun was actively reading books before he was in class. Look at the eyes is the person he is looking for. So, the male protagonist will greet this classmate every day. But every time he is directly ignored by Jin Shursian. Because the male protagonist is not a good student at first glance. But despite this, the male protagonist is still persistent. At this time, Kim Se-hyun was washing his hands. He's not very unwilling to teach the male lead. But teach others to learn in this kind of school. It's just too earthy. It's easy to be a thorn in the side of some thugs. At this moment, a man suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Jin Shursian thought that it was the male protagonist again, and the ghost was not gone. Just about to drive away. But it's not the male protagonist who appears in front of him. Rather, in the midst of a multitude of thugs. A mound with a place. Burial of the king. He just wanted to wipe his hands with Kim Se-hyun's clothes. At this time, Jin Shursian's heart was pinched. He knew that if he messed with this guy, he would be done. The other side of the picture. The female teacher is being domesticated by the principal in the office. Because of his first day in office, someone smashed the glass. And then there are many colleagues in the office. The girl was ashamed of being scolded by the principal. But the girl who left the principal's office, already completely disappointed with the education in this school. The last time I smoked on campus. He mentioned it earlier. But both the teacher and the principal said they couldn't manage it. What the hell should I do? And at this very moment, his life interrupted the sister's musings. It was in the equipment that Kim Se-hyun was bullied by gangsters. Before that, Kim Se-hyun doesn't know how long he's been bullied. But the thugs are still, in the most vicious way, kept shooting at Jin Shursian. And the girl watched this scene, watching the students in their own class being bullied. After the last incident, he also dared to be angry, but he did not dare to speak. He knew this was happening at this school. There was simply nothing he could do. And just when the girl was kneeling on the ground, when I regret my incompetence, a pair of large hands suddenly pulled him up. It's the male teacher who just arrived. The floor is too dirty. That's right, he just wanted to ask Kim Shursian for advice and learning. But I couldn't find it all the way here. I saw the male protagonist clenching his fists. Don't worry. There are very few sages, students who are admitted to university. If he had gone, my study group is not going to be easy. Kim Se-hyun, who was bullied. The matter fell to the ground and kept admitting his mistake. This endless beating. It had already choked him up and couldn't speak. And the male protagonist was just about to step forward. Was pulled by the female teacher behind him. He doesn't allow the male protagonist to fight like he did yesterday. Nothing can be solved by violence. And the male protagonist did not open the teacher's hand. He just turned his head and laughed darkly. As long as you don't fight, don't you? As he spoke, he picked up the equipment. The fire extinguisher is gently pressed. In an instant, smoke rose in the equipment room. In this way, the male protagonist took Kim Shursian and ran away while he was in chaos. Really? This wave of operations shocked the female teacher again. It's true that there was no fight. But is that really good? This is definitely the kindest teacher I have ever met. Because yesterday the male protagonist rescued and was bullied by the gangsters. The thrilling adventure. Using a fire extinguisher to make a mess of equipment. The girl actually took advantage of the first 2 classes in the morning, alone to help the male protagonist clean up the mess. Because whenever he is in danger, it's all thanks to the timely appearance of the male protagonist. I can only help him in this way. but you'll have to clean it up quickly. Otherwise, I will be guided by that fierce teaching director. But it's not good. But it's so unlucky. Sure enough, the Dean of Education came. When the Dean of Students discovers the powder on the equipment, it was immediately decided to clean up the troublesome student. The girl, in order not to let the male protagonist be punished, muster up the courage to take responsibility for the male protagonist. Just then a teenager happened to pass by. Says he knows who did it. I saw that the boy had many dreams and was sorry for the teacher. Actually, I did it. These words instantly shocked the girl's face. There are countless question marks in my heart. Who the hell is this teenager? Even took the initiative to help himself out of the siege. And the Dean of Teachings, after meeting this teenager, miraculously, the fire was extinguished. The attitude is also respectful. This makes the girl a little curious. What is the origin of this teenager? On the other side of the screen, the male protagonist is studying in the classroom. Kim Sher-hyun persuaded the male protagonist to give up. He had never seen anyone so stupid. I don't know anything about a simple question. But at the same time, Kim Se-hyun is also curious. Obviously, the male protagonist's skills are so rebellious. Careers related to physical fitness are very suitable. Why does the male protagonist choose to study? The battered male protagonist is weak. Said weakly. Because I heard, perseverance comes from a strong body. Thought it would improve academic performance. He's just starting to learn. Even the male protagonist himself is sighing. Why is he so stupid? However, although Jin Shirsian persuaded the male protagonist to give up. But in my heart, I thought this person was very interesting. I also took the initiative to take out, when I was in school, notes that have been made. This is all the knowledge in junior high school mathematics. What is in the textbooks and what is not is here. It's his all-purpose book. And Jin Shirsian also said confidently, the male protagonist used this. At least can get from a super. Become an ordinary fool. I heard that I could become a normal fool. Little stars appear in the eyes of the male protagonist. But this is a bench. But suddenly smashed into the male protagonist's head. It was Cho Zae-hwang who was beaten by the male protagonist yesterday. It's time for revenge. He had to teach him a lesson today. This nerd proved that he is not to be trifled with. At this moment, the male protagonist's head has been injured. Blood kept pouring down his head. Moreover, Cho Zae-hwang also found a pen that had fallen to the ground. Ji-cho looked at the male protagonist's panicked expression in Hwang. I guess that this must be the real thing of the male protagonist. I saw Cho Zae-hwang take out a lighter. I want to set the note on fire. The flames on the lighter were warning him. He's just playing with fire. But he lit it up anyway and threw it away. The male protagonist wants to remedy it, but it's too late. The screen turns. At this time, the principal was currying favor with the school. Fights and brawls at school they let go. It's all about patting on the back. Just walked and walked. The school suddenly noticed. Female teacher cleaning up. And he also walked to the mirror and looked at it carefully for a long time. I always feel that this girl looks a little familiar. And the headmaster was afraid. Cigarette butts found in trash cans during school breaks. I'm in a hurry to take the school break. Check it out somewhere else. At this time, a student suddenly ran over. It was Kim Se-hyun who took advantage of the chaos to escape from the classroom. He anxiously said that something big was happening. The classroom caught fire. And the headmaster who heard this. No immediate measures were taken. Instead, he chose to please the superintendent first. He first glared at Kim Se-hyun. What nonsense are you talking about, boy? Then he went back to the superintendent. It's a student joking. Because it's on fire. The fire alarm didn't think. If it is found that the fire protection facilities are not perfect, the consequences are severe. He was going to take the superintendent to look elsewhere first. Let the dean of students go up as soon as possible. But this disgusting behavior, it only makes people feel more chilled. Is such a place really a school? Soon, the female teacher and Kim Se-hyun ran towards the classroom. But it feels like it's too late. Because at the moment when the notes burned to ashes, The male protagonist showed a demonic expression. At this moment, Kim Sher-yeon already had a premonition. Soon a terrible catastrophe is coming. Remember this man. Next year, his grave grass should be a meter tall. How dare he burn it? Destroy the study notes that Kim Sher-yeon gave to the male protagonist. At this moment, the dark side of the male protagonist's heart has been. Outright outbreak. I remembered when Kim Se-hyun gave him a note. That proud look. Tell him to have this. You can go from being a super stupid person to a normal stupid person. Finally, someone was willing to help him. And something so important burned right before his eyes. But the male protagonist still gave the gangster one last chance. Apologize and make the thugs apologize to Se-yeon. But the gangsters are still extremely arrogant. It means that the next person to be firewood is the male protagonist. Hearing this, the male protagonist has completely made up his mind. He had to teach this scum a good lesson. Soon the thugs took the initiative to rush up and send them to death. The male protagonist stretched out his leg and stumbled lightly into his body. It's a bang punch. This was followed by a few more combinations. But this gangster is also courageous. He even dared to stand up and provoke. Raise your hand and grab the set knapsack on fire. Threw a fist at the male protagonist. And the male protagonist next. It was even more surprising. He actually picked up the backpack with his feet. Gently raise your leg and draw an arc of flame. At this moment, the little gangsters have begun to panic in their hearts. How could this madman do such a thing? And he was greeted with a facial plastic surgery. Soon, Teacher Kim Hyun-woo rushed to the door of the classroom. I just happened to see Autumn. Flew out of the Hwang-sung classroom. I can't even recognize my mother after being beaten. The male protagonist, who soon lost his mind, also rushed out. Let this scum not faint first. Apologize to Se-yeon first. Kim Se-hyun and the female teacher were already shocked by this scene. Dumbfounded. The male protagonist was just about to tell the teacher to rest assured that he was fine. But I didn't have to wait for the words to be finished. Turning his head, he just saw the school ship standing aside. Assault on classmates plus arson. What is your name? The vice principal, who had just arrived, was so frightened that he fell to his knees. Incoherent, his school is coming to an end. Soon, the male protagonist was called to the principal's office to wait for punishment. The students who got the news came to watch. Not only set fire to classrooms, also beat Xiao Zaihuang of the Yin by gang. Now the male protagonist is completely famous in this school. At this time, the male protagonist is regretting his impulsiveness. I'm not going to be dropped out of school. How to explain to your mother when the time comes. Then the door suddenly moved, scared the male protagonist to a thrill. It turned out to be Kim Se-hyun who came to visit him. The male protagonist asked him to leave quickly. If you stay here, you will be punished with yourself. But Kim Se-hyun's next sentence, it makes the male protagonist feel extremely warm. Our team leader was wrongfully punished. Of course, I'm going to show up. Jin Sher-yeon couldn't help but blame the male protagonist. Isn't it because of a notebook? As for being so impulsive, gotta learn a lesson. The male protagonist spoke. Because there are notes you made carefully. The notes in that book are so neat. You must have put in a lot of effort at that time. The thought of those efforts of yours being burned to ashes. I was so angry. Again, let that. Kim Se-hyun was speechless with emotion. At this moment, he has fully recognized the male protagonist. I saw Jin Sher-yeon scratching his face. Please advise me in the future. That's when it happened. Suddenly, the vice principal and others opened the door and walked in. As soon as you come in, you don't have to divide. Scolded the male protagonist indiscriminately, and in order to please the senior sister, and casually gave it to the male owner. Orders to withdraw from school. At this moment, the male protagonist is already dead. I finally got this opportunity to learn. I also made friends who studied together. And so it ended. This situation has already made the female teacher angry. Is it really the male protagonist who is wrong with all this? It's not this school that gives up on students so easily. Right away, the female teacher will usher in the highest moment of the whole show. Have you ever seen such a disgusting school? Fights and brawls, no one cares about 70 classmates. School violence is commonplace. And something happened. It is also the weaker party who bears the responsibility. Now, the male protagonist who has been issued a withdrawal punishment is like this. Dead ashes. The vice principal is after the punishment is issued. He took the traitor and went away. It was easy to decide on one. The power of life and death of students. Finally, the female teacher bravely stood up. Although the body has long been scared to tremble, but it was still hysterically shouted. It's this school that's really wrong. That's right, this school has long forgotten about junior high school. In order to curry favor with a student traitor, easily cut off a child's future. As an educator, you don't need to look at leadership. The words are the eyes of the students. At least I won't give up on students as easily as you do. The girl runs the risk of being fired. Every sentence is sonorous and powerful. That's right, it's this school that's wrong. The girl still remembers when he advised the male protagonist not to fight. Because of the guilt in my heart, his hands kept shaking. He knew that in this school of the jungle, is there any other way to counter violence with violence? Look at the girl's determined eyes. At this time, the superintendent finally remembered. No wonder he looked at this female teacher so familiarly. The superintendent chuckled, and it was really extraordinary. Teacher Li Hanjing, the champion of the teacher exam. Hear this. Whether it's the superintendent, the vice principal on the side is still the male lead. They were all stunned in surprise. Teacher examination champion teacher. And the headmaster still couldn't believe it. The top student in the teacher exam. How could you come to be a teacher in such a school? Learning, on the other hand, said that he remembered it clearly. Last year's teacher exam in the capital. It was this teacher who came first. Passed the exam. However, he refused to register for personal reasons. Mr. Li Hanjin, is this the school you said you were going to change? And the vice principal. At this moment, I was already stupefied by the scene happening in front of me. But the scum vice principal really didn't disappoint everyone. Still reprimanding the girl with a critical tone. But the girl didn't pay attention to what the vice principal said. At the moment, I thought of the male protagonist who asked him to help him study. A study group was also organized for the study. Yes, he's going to create study groups in school. With his classmate Ian Siming. And the vice president is still trying to obstruct it. I saw the superintendent think about it. Completely indifferent to the opinion of the vice principal. I decided to do it. And instructors. Teacher Li Hanjing must be the vice principal. If you still want to continue to block, then I'm going to report the fire alarm first. Or that's it. The male protagonist was not only exempted from the penalty of dropping out. Study groups were also successfully formed. And the student who came out at this time had a solemn face. Originally, he was going to come and close the school. But it's not easy for Mr. Li Hanjing to come. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind. It was before helping Li Hanjing, a beautiful girl who broke the siege. At this time, he was wiping the blood on his hands. That's right, he is Li Jianhua, a traitor. And on the other side of the picture, health room. A thug was watching the scene in front of him. Shocked. In the corner is the gangster who has just been beaten by the male protagonist. At this time, I don't know who tortured me. In the car, Li Jianhua said lightly, "Let the students who make mistakes take responsibility. Isn't it the school's duty?" The superintendent is right back. And he won't let this school get a good death. How hard it is for a gangster school to study well. The male protagonist is forced to fight with the gangsters every day. Leads to learning in school. The misunderstanding of the male protagonist is getting deeper and deeper. The male protagonist was gradually inherited and wanted to rule. School bully. The male protagonist at this time. I'm planning a study group with my teacher. They want to get the students in the school. Have become passionate about learning. Immediately, the announcement was posted on the school's publicity wall. But the onlookers knew that it was the male protagonist who did it. but one is more outrageous than the other. This freshman who has just been enrolled for a month will repay Chiu Zaihuang of the Yan by gang. How could such a brutal guy learn? They only think it's male. The Lord is using this pretext to help relieve the fire, or find someone to be a punching bag. And there are people who do sabotage. Such an interesting school. How could such a thing exist? And the male protagonist who doesn't know, still browsing the bookstore with the female teacher. In order to help the male protagonist learn, the teacher found a mountain of textbooks. However, when I turned around, I found that the male protagonist was gone. Originally, the male protagonist found a one-on-one focus interview. Bruce Lee Day. He always felt that this was helpful for his studies. The female teacher had no choice but to buy the book together. The girl said, "We'll definitely make the male protagonist a scholar," and touched the male protagonist's head and said dotingly, "I'll leave it to you tomorrow, and then let's do it together." After buying the book, I didn't know it was night. The female teacher returned home happily. However, the girl who was just about to open the door of the house was frightened by the scene in front of him and froze in place. The door to the house has been opened. Exactly a couple of gangsters. I don't know how I got the address of my sister's house. Trespass on a private house. And the male protagonist on the other side is leisurely walking home. Walking and walking, but anxiously rummaging through shopping bags. The Bruce Lee interview that I just bought is gone. Could it be that I forgot to take it in the teacher's bag? If you don't get it back, it may not be until Monday to see the book. Well, let's go to the teacher's house and pick it up. At this time, the teacher's home. The girl is being bullied by the gangsters. They want to leave an indelible shadow on the girl, so that he will never be able to be a teacher. Do you know? It is useless for the teacher to call the police, because the police are all after the incident. Will appear in such a closed room. No one will find out even if the girl calls for help. At this moment, the door opened unexpectedly. A dark shadow appeared in the doorway. It was Li Jianhua, who was wearing the uniform of Lingcheng High School. The girl also recognized it at a moment. Isn't this Dong Mao who helped him out of the siege last time? Teenagers, thugs. I don't know how Li Jianhua found here, but it doesn't matter anymore, because soon this love-loving boy will be dealt with. However, the thugs who rushed up was punched away by Li Jianhua. The thugs finally realized this guy didn't pass by here by accident. Obviously came prepared, but that's okay too. He knew the kid's weakness. Saw. The thug punched Li Jianhua in the waist. Sure enough, Li Jianhua was immediately in pain. He knew the temptation to attack Li Jianhua. He's going to be in pain and can't stand it. Saying that, another punch came. At this time, Li Jianhua was already standing unsteadily in pain, because when he was in junior high school, a big thing happened, but few people should know about it. I didn't expect this gangster to know so much. Could it be that this thug knew about that? But at this time, I don't care about this kind of thing anymore. He could only find a way to leave with the teacher first. I saw Li Jianhua using his fingers, broke the glass of the roof, took advantage of the chaos to take the girl outside. And the little gangsters at this time are not very flustered. It turned out to be like this. No wonder. Big Brother Korean will divide us into two groups of actions. At this time, the male protagonist on the other side. I found that the teacher's phone couldn't get through. The male protagonist immediately looked lost. The teacher probably wouldn't have gone to bed so early. Don't you want to answer my phone? It's not polite to go to the teacher's house now. But Bruce Lee interviewed him really and wanted to watch it. And just when the male protagonist is struggling, I happened to meet a thug who was running. As he spoke, he found Li Hanjin. Hearing this, the male protagonist looked nervous. Could it be that something happened to the teacher? This arrogant and domineering man with a girl in his arms. One sentence can make countless gangsters obey him. That's right. He is a gangster at Lingcheng High School and a large number of Korean. He wants to destroy the real thing of the male protagonist. Let the male protagonist become the same scum as them. Once man tastes power, will become a poisonous snake that makes fun of others. Just like the Cho egg yolk last time, at this time, S sister has been surrounded by a group of thugs. In the middle, but fortunately, there is Pu Jianya to protect him. At this time, another gangster recognized Pu Jianya. He only needs to think of Pu Jianya. I don't get angry. It turned out that he was just robbing the lower grades. Students' money, was beaten up by Pu Jianya, and let him kneel down for the garbage. But at that time, the general construction industry, ranked second in Shihua Middle School. I didn't dare to disobey him at all. But now is an opportunity. Seeing the thugs, he kicked towards Pu Jianya. But Pu Jianya has long been ready to hide behind him. Xiao stepped forward and slammed into the thug's leg. Sure enough, Xiao Luo has more scenes, and he is still Xiao Luo. Although Pu Jianya fought hard, but it can't stand the overwhelming number of people on the other side, and each of them has a weapon in his hand. The girl was a little embarrassed in her heart. Are these people really high school students? However, just when the girl was about to find a chance to call the police. Back! But I saw the thugs who broke into the house at that time, and on the other side, Pu Jianya, still under the gang beating of the gangsters. It's hard to protect itself. At this point, there was no one left to save him. I watched as the thug's hand was raised again. The girl closed her eyes in despair, waiting for violence to come. However, the next second, the gangster's action came to an abrupt end. The gangsters were a little confused. It turned out that the male protagonist behind him was grabbing his hat. Don't you understand, people? Didn't I tell you to stop? And the gangsters lying on the ground. The confusion is already starting to get confused. Why is this monster here? But he couldn't even think of it. It turned out to be just because of a Bruce Lee interview. As soon as the male protagonist came, the situation reversed. The little thugs who were scared didn't dare at all. Reckless. The male protagonist not only asked the teacher slowly, "What happened?" Take advantage of the male protagonist's conversation. One of the thugs glanced at his companion. The other thug nodded slightly, and the teacher and the male protagonist is still worried about the safety of Pu Jianya. Fight a bike to a motorcycle. The two gangsters took the opportunity to rush to the male protagonist together. There's a lot of strength, and I don't know it. But the next second, they were kicked away by the male protagonist one by one. Although there is strength in numbers, but there are exceptions, and the male protagonist solved it easily. The application of two gangsters. They were all seen by Pu Jianya. Who is this guy? And just in Pu Jianya's stunned guessed. The thugs hit Pu Jianya's parents with a chain. At a time when Pu Jianya was in pain, another thug also raised his stick. A sneak attack is ready. But the imaginary attack did not come, because the gangster was kicked away by the male protagonist. Then the male protagonist picked up the stick of the little gangster. Deliberately with a stick, go catch the chains of another thug. A sharp pull, and he pulled the chains out of the thug's hands. Pu Jianya is a little confused. What is this guy doing with this thing? Is it to destroy the weapons of the thugs? No, this guy shouldn't be wanted. And at this time, one of the thugs had already secretly taken a wine bottle. Although you kid has 2 hits. But even the strong masters can't stand the sneak attack. But at this time, the male protagonist's weapon has been prepared. A single blow shattered the gangster's bottle. That's right, the weapon of the male protagonist. It's Bruce Lee's favorite nunchuck. Mom at home at this time. I saw the schedule written by the male owner. Smile with relief. Don't know about this kid. Have you finished what you wrote? Wait, what's this last line? Practice nunchucks. Jianya heard that you transferred from the United States. I guess I think English is pretty good. The male protagonist, who was gradually surrounded by the gangsters. Speak slowly. Would the study group be interested in finding out? Although Gu Jianya was very confused. But he still reminded the male protagonist. Now is not the time to talk about such things. And the male protagonist just handed the shopping bag to Pu Jianya. Let him help him get it. The general health industry is unconsciously the result. But then he found out, this guy, it's not going to be a one-man affair with these people. This man has a talent for fighting against the sky. In this gangster school, it is an invincible existence. But the ignorant are fearless. There are still gangsters who want to test the reality of the male protagonist. The male protagonist had to be brought out the project he was preparing to practice today. Nunchucks have real sparring partners, significantly more efficient than practicing on your own. Soon the little gangster will come back to the male protagonist. The male protagonist posed Bruce Lee's signature moves. Then take the gangsters to use Bruce Lee's moves. I've tried it all. Soon, another sandbag rushed towards the male protagonist. The male protagonist brushed and spread out the nunchucks. He took the thug's weapon. Turning around, a white-legged thug was easy again. The last gangster was also strangled by the male protagonist. Pull down hard. The thugs came into close contact with the ground. Just like that, in the screams of the thugs, the male protagonist brushed and brushed the nunchucks and finished the work. All that was left was the miserable thugs. It's not a level of combat at all, and the male protagonist is still disgusted with the nunchucks in his hands. It's too casual, not suitable for practice at all. At this time, the general health industry was already shocked. How many times? Although I heard that he took the autumn belt all at once. The yellow material is poured. But that's too much. The girl hurriedly ran over and expressed her concern for the male owner. Asked the male protagonist if he is injured. But all the way, the thugs didn't even seem to touch his clothes. And at this very moment, there was a thud. It was the gangster who had just been drained with a wine bottle. At this time, Pu Jinyi was stepping on the gangster's body. You said you know about that. How could I possibly let you go? That's right, that's exactly what happened a few years ago. Random killings in the East End. Since you were the little Luo of the Yen Bai gang. I don't know. This pry. The stick is your trick when breaking into people's houses. The reason why the security facilities of the houses are not perfect. It's because that device has a promise as before. That is, don't trespass on people's homes. Since you dare to break the rules. Isn't that also ready to be pried open? Enlightened. As he spoke, Pu Jianye raised the crowbar high, looking at the frightened expressions of the gangsters. What's wrong with you when you got the hang of it? Don't you even have the mental preparation for this? Seeing that the crowbar was about to fall, the male protagonist reached out in time to stop the crowbar. Enough is enough. It doesn't have to be to that point. I don't know why you're so angry, though. But that's a bit too much. And Pu Jianye just took it off and opened his mouth. What do you understand? My mom died. I told you to get out. Don't get in my way. And when the male protagonist heard this, he was stunned on the spot. His mother's death is related to Li Hyunwoo. The male protagonist looked frightened and instantly contracted in fear. Could it be that the mother who was killed? I can't imagine that feeling. The male protagonist was silent. Pu Jianye is still persuading the male protagonist not to hinder himself. Saw that the male protagonist's hand holding the crowbar was released instantly. Then he punched the thug in the face. Angrily tugged at Li Xuanyu's neck. Pressed him against the wall. Is it you who killed? The male protagonist has lost his mind. Let the thugs answer him quickly. At this moment, the male protagonist has already moved to kill. Even Pu Jianye couldn't think of it. The male protagonist's reaction will be so big. Pu Jianye was also. The male protagonist's actions were so frightened that he came back to his senses. I don't know if you're really stupid or fake. You don't really think this garbage is going to be murders. No matter how you look at it, he's just a hooligan ruffian. There is no courage to kill at all. He just wanted to ask who was behind the scenes. This school. Most of the gangsters are Pai Han's wives. He must have been caught by the handle as well. It's just a puppet at the mercy of the Korean language. I saw that the male protagonist regained his composure. I thought about it for a moment. I finally remembered the name Pai Han. That's what the thug said at the time. If things don't work well, they will be killed by the big brother in Korean. But why would this Pai Han send him to do such a thing? And the general health industry is worried about the IQ of the male protagonist. This is clearly for the male protagonist. He still had the heart to ask why. It seems that it will be difficult for the two of us to become close in the future. But the male protagonist doesn't think so. The male protagonist looked at Pumi's back. Although he is a seemingly quiet person on the outside. In fact, he is a cruel guy. It's like a sheep in wolf's clothing. But in my eyes, it was as if he was wearing clothes that didn't fit. After the affair is over, the girl is quite imposing, staring at the thugs in front of him. I don't know when these children were. It's starting to change. It's like they're at the mercy of others. Of marionettes, the girl decided. He must dig out the brave man who started it all. Who would have thought of a male protagonist with full force value? It's because I want to see a girl. Shy's face flushed. It turned out that the principal had just done something again. Let the male protagonist wait for others in 2 weeks. Gather a study group of 5 people. If you can't meet the standard on time, schools will not support study group activities. Got the news? The male protagonist and Jin Shurxian were so frightened that they shouted directly. Trying to find 3 more people in this kind of school? Easier said than done. But at this time, the male protagonist suddenly thought. It seems that someone has already contacted him. But that person's identity is extremely special. Because he's a girl, it turned out to be a coeducational school. However, the boys and girls classes are strictly separated. So some of the male classmates during the school day. I didn't say a word to my sister at all. Of course, the male protagonist and Jin Shur. Xian's 2 10,000-year-old single dogs are included. At this time, the male protagonist is in the sister class with Jin Shurxian. I pull it out at the doorway. Maybe they don't know at all. What does that girl look like? So I had to go to the girls' class and call out my name. That being said, but it is much more difficult to put into practice. Unless they have social. It's good at this time. A student called out the girl's name. As for the male protagonist and Kim Shurxian, they have a preference in their hearts. Someone shouted for them. And when Kim Se-hyun saw the man's appearance clearly, frightened, he turned around. It turned out that he heard the name. I should have thought of it a long time ago. Thinking about it, he pulled the male protagonist away. It turns out this girl. It is the twin sister of the gangster, Lee Hyun-woo. Combined. And she is one of the school's notorious girls. How could such a person apply for a study group? And just as the 2 male protagonists were about to leave, something surprising happened. The girl who just called Ji-yu's name suddenly gave Ji-yu a hard slap. It's just because Ji-yu didn't write homework for the girls. It is clear that Lee Ji-yu is being bullied at school. Then, the girl snatched another girl's paper again. Did you already write it for me? Did you forget to put it on my desk? But what is written on the paper is midterm exam preparation plan. The girl casually threw the paper on the ground. I don't really think I can study at this school. Silly forks, you're really hard. As he spoke, he raised his hand towards Chui Shiyuan. The girl deleted it. Was grabbed by Ji-yu's wrist. I saw Lee Ji-yu with a black face. She said that it was my mother who could be beaten. Don't bully kind classmates. If you want to fight, just hit me. Girls still want to get their hands dirty, only to find that the arm could not be moved for half a minute. I saw the girl's face angry. Can only continue 70. Ji-yu vented his dissatisfaction in his heart. This made Chui Shiyuan's sister unbearable to look at directly. Lee Ji-yu, who was born in the 70s, lowered his head and was silent. It's like I'm used to it. Nevertheless, the girl still said Lee Ji-yu in vicious words. If you're not convinced, hurry up and pay back the money your brother owes. And when the girl saw the study plan on the ground, spit gum on the paper very casually, just when the gum was about to fall. In the surprised gaze of the 2 girls, one finger caught the gum that was about to fall. It was the male protagonist who made his debut. The moving girl can also endure it. But if you move something related to learning, the male protagonist can't bear it. In this way, the male protagonist is in the eyes of everyone. Look intently at the class schedule. The midterm exam preparation plan is amazing. The male protagonist is happy like a child. Are you doing it? So much so that doubts were written all over his face. Compared to Lee Ji-yu, Kim Suk-hyun was even more confused. Could it be that this guy is a social maniac? And at this very moment, a boy suddenly burst into the classroom. This is not the one who brought down Xiao Zaihuang. First graders. What are you doing with my girlfriend in the first grade? The male protagonist takes a look at this guy. I knew that it must be someone who came badly. Thinking about what happened last time, the male protagonist decided to slip away quickly. Now that Li Zhiyu's boyfriend is here, that girl should be fine. But soon, even more terrible school bullying is about to happen. You dare to imagine. The male protagonist who just wants to study hard even chose a hero to save the beauty. The male owner thought that the girl's boyfriend was coming. It will put an end to this violence. I didn't expect it to be returned. Make it the opposite. It has evolved into more serious school bullying. And just when the scum is ready to commit violence again, an unidentified object suddenly hit him in the back of the head. The thug reached out and touched It turned out to be chewing gum. The thug turned his head angrily. What the hell is a damn guy? I saw the male protagonist behind him take off his glasses. Isn't he your girlfriend? What are you doing here? The thugs laughed angrily. Picking the gum off his head, strode towards the male protagonist. However, when he saw the harmless expression of the male protagonist, but he was even more angry, grabbed the male protagonist's neck by the neck, damn it. Heads up. But as a result, the fierce dean of teaching appeared. Tell the thugs to meet at the student council, to put an end to this farce. Before the thugs left, with a gloomy face, he said to the male protagonist, "You wait for me." The male protagonist of the first grade suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The dean of students will come. Fortunately, I couldn't hold back just now. And after the affair is over, the classmates are still talking in a weird way. As for sweeping their hearts, Li Zhiyu has long been accustomed to this kind of thing. I left the classroom without looking back. After the event, Kim Se-hyun is reprimanding the male protagonist outside. It turned out that a girl provoked the student union. If we offend the student council, we're doomed. But the male protagonist just said, I can't watch our team members get beaten. And Kim Se-hyun just wanted to say something. But his expression was stunned. A figure was walking towards them. It turned out to be one of the girls who was bullied in the class before. The girl is a little weak-hearted. In fact, I applied for the study group in the name of Zhiyu. The girl bows her head and pleases you. Please, you must save Zhiyu. The male protagonist is a little confused. What does Uncle Zhiyu mean? Actually, the girl was in junior high school. I was ostracized by my classmates. Caused him to live all the time in the shadow of low self-esteem. And when he came to this house with a shadow, when I was in school, sure enough, in less than a week, he became the target of bullying by his classmates. They are often robbed of money by scum. He was weak by nature and could only endure it silently. Then, it was the appearance of Li Zhiyu that brought him hope. After Li Zhiyu heard that he was robbed of money, directly one was thrown and pushed the scum to the ground. Kim Tae-hyun interrupted with a shocked look on his face. That's too violent, isn't it? The girl continued to reminisce. Since then, he and Li Zhiyu became very good friends, push each other to learn together. But because of Zhiyu's younger brother Li Xuanyu, Kim Kyujin borrowed a large sum of money. For this reason, Kim Kyujin also deliberately filmed Li Hyun video of Wu beating up a classmate. And Jin Coasian also held a USB drive to blackmail Zhiyu. Let Zhiyu obey him. That's when the tragedy began. It has always been Zhiyu who has been helping him. But this time, he wanted to help Zhiyu once. And he'll be on patrol soon. I saw the girl pleading sincerely again. Help Zhiyu. And please study with Zhiyu for me. However, the male protagonist's eyes looked at Kim Se-hyun. Do you think you can? You're not saying you've offended the student union. Are we done? Kim Se-hyun knew that this guy wanted to take revenge on himself. Scratching his face, that's what he said. But isn't there still a monster like you? Campus life is not always peaceful. Hearing Kim Se-hyun's words, the male protagonist smiled proudly. Okay. So first of all, you have to get that USB drive. Soon. The female teacher on the other side has already taken action. He called P into the office. I heard that you and Li Xuanyu have been quite close recently. Why hasn't he been coming to school lately? Pai Han's expression was serious. He didn't even say a word about Saturday, and pretended to be nothing. Pai Korean knows. This teacher must be trying to trap his own words. So always be cautious and cautious. But he still can't fight this classroom after all. The scheming of the top scorer in the exam. Knock on the side. It was confirmed that Li Xuanyu borrowed usury, and that he knows Li Jiyu. Meanwhile, in the student council classroom, a fat Zijing was holding the USB flash drive that threatened Li Jiyu, thinking about whether or not to make a copy. He also wants to use this to blackmail Li Jiyu. But what he didn't know was, a sixth man was looking at him in the crack of the door. How rebellious is this man's strength? One by one, it is no longer a problem. No matter how famous the gangsters, the male protagonist is all at once. But despite the fact that the male protagonist is in school, there are quite a few records already set. The people in the student union still don't take the male protagonist seriously. Also dares to bully the person covered by the male protagonist in order to get the USB drive with Li Xuanyu's handle. At this time, the male protagonist is lonely, hiding in the student council cupboard. Watch and see what happens. And just as the fat man was about to copy the USB drive, the door to the student council slammed open. It was Kim Kyu-jin of the student council, who had already finished the meeting. Such an obvious move by the fat man. Kim Kyu-ae. I really saw at a glance that the fat man wanted to copy the USB drive. Immediately began to ridicule the fat man. If this USB drive is really anyone's copy, so much so that it has long been anti-water. I saw Jean Coasian pointing at the fat man. Any idea why I keep calling you Pig's Head? Then he lifted the fat man. One gets thrown and puts the fat man down. Because you're so brainless. I usually call you Pig's Head. You don't think you're really cute. The dead pig's head. The other thug immediately slapped himself on the back. It is worthy of practicing judo. That's it, guys. And Jean Kue is really ready to pull out the hand of the USB flash drive. But it was instantly released. No, in that case, that's today. He wants to upload Li Xuanyu's video to the internet to listen. At this point, the male protagonist's expression was instantly gloomy. Although I promised him he would not upload it if he was obedient. But I didn't say I couldn't go back. And you think about it. The only loved one left. In a sigh, he was sent to the teaching hall. Wouldn't it be particularly desperate? Next to the gangsters. Also immediately guessed Kim Kue-jin's thoughts. He wanted to wait for reason and, after experiencing despair, ambition, then take advantage of the situation. Worthy of being the boss. Meanwhile, the male protagonist in the cabinet also silently took off his glasses. I remembered the way the girl pleaded with herself. The male protagonist's eyes gradually became cold. And too small trash on the other side, looking at the student council classroom from a distance. Go it alone? It's too dangerous, isn't it? No way. It's like before we said it and pretended to quarrel. Lure the student council out. Zai Ming sneaked in again. Cherish fate. Just yell, you goddamn stupid fork. Got it? The girl looked horrified. With his weak character, it's just too hard to get him to swear. At this time, Li Jiyu also happened to see this scene. Li Jiyu was a little puzzled about what they were doing. Meanwhile, the teacher review on the other side has ended. Korean just about to leave. I went back and gave the teacher a piece of advice. Education is just a service. It's not a mission. If you really fantasize, be a teacher of integrity. Then you're a fool. And the female teacher just chuckled. The Korean teacher will also tell you a truth. Even if it's a desperate person. Even if it seems that there is no hope of salvation. Meanwhile, the male protagonist in the student union. One punch knocks a thug out. I repeated the same words as the teacher in my heart. In this world, no one deserves to be abandoned. Jean Coasian looked at the male protagonist in front of him. It turns out that you have been hiding there. It seems that the student union is really not for me. And now it is. There's also this stupid fork that does not know the height of the sky. Scream in front of me. You like Li Jiyu, right? Otherwise, how to talk about Li Jiyu? You can't help but rush out. Hearing this, the male protagonist's face turned red. And soon the male protagonist's eyes involuntarily skimmed to the position of the USB flash drive. Jean Cohesion immediately discovered the intentions of the male protagonist and the little gangster who was knocked down by the male protagonist on the side. At this time, he also stood up. Damn, I was actually doing a sneak attack behind my back. But soon the actions of the male protagonist told him. In fact, he's also a garbage on the front. The male protagonist quickly answered Kim Kue-jin's question. Even if I don't know how thick the sky is, and know you're a piece of trash. Kim Kue-jin angrily hit the counterproduct, grabbed the male protagonist's clothes, succeeded in making the male protagonist lose his balance. A fall knocked the male protagonist to the ground. Kim Kue-jin, who brought down the male protagonist, began to pretend. It's like, but the next second he couldn't pretend, because the male protagonist was deliberately thrown there. The purpose is to get a USB flash drive. In Kim Kue-jin's exasperated gaze, the male protagonist showed off the USB flash drive in his hand. The panicked Kim Kue-jin hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. But the male protagonist has already put the USB disc. It was in the pocket of the coat. This was followed in a strange pose. A kick hit Kim Kue-jin in the chin, landing in style. But Kim Kue-jin is not comparable to those little Luo. He still has the strength to stand up. Soon he rushed to the male protagonist again. After the male protagonist dodged the attack, grabbed the student council on the side, Fu shouted on Kim Kue-jin's face. Since it's not enough to fight, then do it again. It doesn't matter if you've been practicing judo for a few years. Can't withstand the serious punch of the male protagonist. In this way, Jean Cohesion was also defeated by the male protagonist. However, just as the male protagonist was about to leave, Kim Cohesion said arrogantly, "The file has been downloaded to your computer. Just click on him to upload. Lee Hyun-woo and that slut are all finished." Just when the male protagonist was flustered, the dean of teaching appeared behind the male protagonist. The dean looked at the male lead. "Aren't you the one who caused trouble before?" And at the same time, Jean Kue-jin's male protagonist smiled at the general. "And not at this time. Li Jiyu in the corridor. I saw an unforgettable scene in my life. Kim Kue-jin and the director of education in the back. I was flustered, and the male protagonist is running in the corridor with the chassis. This man, Ben, is an invincible judo master in the judo hall. Was almost thrown by a woman. In order to take revenge on Li Jiyu, Kim Kue-jin prepares a video of Li Jiyu's younger brother's beating. Upload online. Who knows, but at a critical moment, the male protagonist pulled out the network cable, took away the chassis. At this time, the male protagonist is holding the chassis. Comes with a monitor. The keyboard is running desperately. The teaching director and Kim Kue-jin chased after him. And Li Jiyu was still confused. He had never seen anything so outrageous. Kim Se-hyun sorted out his thoughts. USB disk files and people running with the host running. I immediately thought of the reason. At this time, the male protagonist is holding the chassis. Run to the training room. Said to Li Jiyu that as long as he smashed this, you don't have to swallow your anger anymore. And yet at this moment, the male protagonist accidentally stepped on the mouse line, tripping over the mouse wire. Kim Se-hyun hurriedly picked up the chassis and started the relay. But at his pace, it's too difficult to get to the training room. So Kim Se-hyun ran to the top of the building. Just throw this one down the stairs. You will be able to deliver on your promises. Kim Se-hyun was just about to throw down the host, only to find that Kim Kue-jin opened the door of the rooftop and appeared. Looks like you're collectively going crazy, aren't you? You kind of throw one to try. I'm going to put you and this host to a fate. Kim Se-hyun looked horrified. Hanging his head and holding the chassis, he walked towards Jin Kuasian. In the next second, Jin Shixian suddenly made up his mind. The heart threw the chassis back. Kim Kyu-jin watched like this. The chassis flew into the air. Just when Kim Kyu-jin was about to make a move on Kim Se-hyun, Lee Ji-yu appeared behind him. "Hello, silly fork." Then another one was dropped. Kim Kyu-jin landed with the chassis in this way. But Lee Ji-yu's fall once was not enough. And think of the pain of being bullied with a handle. He threw Kim Kyu-jin more than a dozen times. The rooftop was filled with a scream of raw Jin Kuasian. Kim Hyun-woo was chilled when he saw it. "It's too intense. I don't dare to look at it anymore." I saw Lee Ji-yu grabbing Jin Kuei. Is it true that the hair can't come up? Despite Kim Kuei-jin's constant begging for mercy, was still brutally tortured by Lee Ji-yu again. At this time, the members of the student council also rushed to the rooftop. I just saw the truth about Jin Kuei. Reason and the look of kneeling and yielding. And the other side, the male protagonist is being arrested and punished by the teaching director. In the end, it turned out to be like this. I don't know if Ji Hyun has disposed of the computer. And when he reached for his pocket, the USB flash drive is gone. So the male protagonist began to struggle violently. And the USB flash drive at this time. I just happened to be bullied by that. Lee Ji-yu's girl picked it up. This is not the U that brother Kuei-jin can't put down. He wants to take the U disc to Jin Kuei-jin to invite credit. Choi Xian looked at the girl who was far away. It's just one step away. If he takes it, then everyone's efforts will turn into a rain of cannons. I had to do something. I remembered that it was a swear word that I had never dared to say. Take a deep breath. Then the girl shouted to stop. "You stupid fork." The girl in front of her immediately stopped. And when he looked at Choi Shi-yuen viciously, saw that Choi Shi-yuen had already rushed over, thinking of the helplessness of being bullied. As for you, it's optimistic. Then came a hard punch to smash the two of them. Both fell to the ground. My sister was shocked that I had beaten someone. Soon the girl's shoulder was put on one arm. It was Lee Ji-yu and Jin Shixian who had just arrived. I was not mistaken. Is this what a high school student looks like? And at this very moment, a man in black suddenly passed by, face up to Lee Hyun-woo. He was running towards the golden sunflower needle with a dagger. Seeing that Lee Hyun-woo is getting closer and closer to Kim Kuei-jin, the female teacher immediately blocked in front of Lee Xuanyu. At this moment, the knife can no longer be contained. The female teacher does not have to be stabbed with a knife if she does not flash. The female teacher clutches her injured abdomen, but he still stood up strongly. Hyun-woo, do you have something to really do? For example, learning. It's the toughest girl I've ever seen. Although the female teacher was seriously injured by Lee Xuanyu, but he still ignored the injuries on his body. It's hard to say, Hyun-woo. Don't worry. Do you also have something you really want to do? For example, learning. Isn't your dream to be a teacher? I heard what the girl said. Lee Xuanyu turned his head in shock. How would he know? It turned out that it was long after Lee Xuanyu bullied him. The female teacher has been investigating Lee Hyun-woo's affairs. Because as a teacher, he is able to see through students' eyes. Lee Hyun-woo is not really a bad boy, but he didn't care how many times he asked. Everyone kept silent about Lee Xuanyu. He was also advised not to inquire about the matter again. Death is not a metaphor when I say death. It's really dead. And when he mentions the Yenbai gang, the reaction from the vice-chancellor was even more violent. Even this school, it's possible that it has something to do with that gang. He could feel it. The existence of the leather Korean language is influencing this school. Moreover, Lee Hyun-woo is one of the victims. The real breakthrough came on Saturday, when the male protagonist cleaned up all the gangsters. He had looked for Lee Xian alone. You talked when he brought up the Pi Korean language. Lee Xuanyu ran away without looking back. In the end, it was another gangster, Lee Sun. Tell him again. The girl threatened to call the police. Let Lee Sun tell everything he knows again. Lee Sun was interrupted by his sister, as soon as he said the first sentence. What, the first in the whole school? Because Lee Hyun-woo is an orphan. I used to work my studies in order to change their future. He even took the first place in the school. But after that, the orphanage where Lee Hyun-woo lives closed down because of the issue of bribery. Lee Hyun-woo and twin sister Lee Ji-woo. Since then, there has been no one to rely on. In order to find a job as soon as possible to solve the livelihood, you can only give up college. Went to this road vocational high school. But when he saw his sister couldn't go to college, a person wept silently. He began to make up his mind to give up his studies and work outside the home. I plan to give up my dream job sister to study. But he really doesn't have much to do as a high school student. That is, delivery and part-time work in an internet cafe. It's not easy to save money in a down-to-earth way. There will also be black-hearted bosses who don't give money. But one day he got to know Pai-han. Pai-han took Lee Xuanyu's only 30,000 yuan. Gambling online. I didn't expect it to become 60,000 yuan all of AS. He worked day and night. You can't expect to make that much money. So he chose to believe in Pai-han. Afterwards, he mingled with Pai-han and his gang. Gradually it was stained. In order to please Pai Korean, he did all kinds of evil in school fights. But it turned out that he owed Kim Kyujin a large sum of money. Was also caught by Kim Koejin. Even the stupid thing I did this time. It was Pai-han who instigated him to do it. Pai-han handed him a knife. Let him take revenge on Kim Kyujin. Are you going to be fooled like this all the time? You have nothing left to lose anyway. Yes, he's already cornered. There is no going back to the way things were. But in this darkness, suddenly, a colored hand fell in love with him. The female teacher's eyes were unusually determined and looked at me. Do you remember the last time I advised you to quit smoking? In fact, there are many successful cases of quitting smoking. People say that the nature of the country is difficult to change. But there are also people who have reformed themselves. Although Lee Xuanyu saw hope in the eyes of the female teacher. But I still struggled to run away. Don't lie to people. Anyway, they all have to go to the training center. But he hasn't run a few times yet. Ushered in a heavy punch from the male protagonist. The vice principal and dean of students were stunned. The male protagonist took out his glasses from his arms. Said lightly, "It's not a shame to be knocked down. The most important thing is at the moment of falling. Ask yourself why you fell. If you know how to reflect on yourself like this." The male protagonist lifted his glasses. "Go on, then there is hope for the man." This is what Bruce Lee said. I also use this phrase to motivate myself all the time. Lee Xuanyu looked at him for a while. He remembered the dream he had once written, was seen by his sister, and laughed at him. You still want to be a teacher with your stinky temper. If you want to be a teacher, all students must be treated equally. Lee Xuanyu looked at his sister, who had lower grades than him. Said sarcastically, "Of course, you have to study well." Made Li Jiu angry like thunder. This is the end of the memories. The female teacher touched Li Xuanyu's head. Say it softly, don't give up. The female teacher's breath is getting weaker and weaker. I'll make it here. To be a school where you can learn. So don't give up. The next second, the female teacher finally couldn't hold it anymore and fainted to the ground. At this time, Li Xuanyu's body began to tremble. I couldn't hold back my crying anymore. Can I really still learn? Since that incident, Li Xuanyu sincerely apologized to the female teacher. And in the teaching hall, because of the plea of the female teacher, it was released after only one day. And Pai-han was also reported by a female teacher, arrested by the police. The next day, Pai-han slammed the door to the study group. Jin Shixian had a ghostly expression on his face, and he was in the dark. Can I join a study group as well? He is the most awesome gangster boss in Lingcheng High School. There are groups of women around me. No matter how awesome the students, as long as they are gangsters, they have to obey his orders. And because he has caused countless tragedies. For example, Pu Jinya's mother died. Reason and vigilance threatened by the grip. He's all behind it. And This is the scum. Now I want to enter the study group of the male protagonist. Today is a group of people who are panicked in Xian's heart. Jaime loses his mind when he hears about the study group. He wouldn't really say yes. But this guy is too dangerous. I saw the male protagonist stand up violently. Your name is Pai-Han, isn't it? Pai-Han also reminds the male protagonist not to fill in the wrong name. But the next second, the male protagonist rejected him. The reason is that he is in the eyes of Pai-Han. I don't even see what it looks like I want to go to college. Not to mention learning. Pai-Han Yu immediately put away his smile. You know it by the eyes. How do you know I can if you don't try? If you don't give me a reasonable reason, I can't accept it. And the male protagonist didn't even look at him. Because you're a jerk. Hear this. Han's expression was visibly unhappy. But he didn't care. I walked casually towards the door. I wanted to help you. Who knows that you don't appreciate it? The male protagonist is a little confused about what it means to help us. And in the next second, the glass of the study group was suddenly smashed. All three people in the classroom looked surprised. But the most surprising thing is the thrilling world. But this matter is not trapped by Pai-Han Yu. Exactly a bunch of first graders. The little gangsters. Pai-Han Yu explained to the male protagonist. You know the guy you beat. Is there anything in common? They're all second graders. There is an unwritten rule in Journey High School. That is, you can't skip the challenge. And you've broken that rule. That's why those first graders are so angry. Because every time the male protagonist challenges is a second grader. They feel. The male protagonist didn't take their first grade seriously. Yes, the male protagonist has long been famous in this school. Known as the monster In Jae-ming. Because he overstepped. Challenged a lot of famous gangsters. It has become the talk of first-year students. And the most dissatisfied with this. It's Jiang Taiwu, the first-grade leader. Because of the existence of the male protagonist, the respect that first graders have for him has decreased significantly. He wants to find a male protagonist to fight and distinguish himself. And even though he was downstairs waiting for indoctrination, the male protagonist doesn't like him at all. I just feel that this kid is delaying his own learning. Watch the male protagonist come down for a long time. Jiang Taiwu thought that the male protagonist was afraid. And they're going to teach a thug a lesson. Kill the police in front of the male protagonist. It was Wu Jun in the first grade. Ranked 16th in the first grade. He is also talking about what he wants to dominate the road. It's ridiculous. And the most ridiculous thing is this Jiang Taiwu. Hold your fingers up in the air. It is the club application of the study group. This guy is a good bastard. But I want to be a nerd. I don't know about the shame. As he spoke, he tore the application in half. And what he didn't expect. The male protagonist suddenly jumped from the top of the building. Jiang Taiwu looked shocked. He didn't get angry when he was so provocative just now. But I got angry because of a piece of paper. And the male lead. It was to take advantage of the situation and press Jiang Taiwu to the ground. Bring the application. And the first graders who were still clamoring just now. At this time, he was speechless in shock. I saw the male protagonist pressing Jiang Taiwu with one hand. The other hand hurriedly grabbed the study group application. Excuse me. As long as it's someone who wants to learn, it's the male protagonist. It's a gangster school. The strong can form gangs. Make the thugs who are ranked lower than you obey. Own commands. The weak can only be bullied. Reduced to a toy for other people's amusement. And at this time, the male protagonist was bullied because of the team members, mistakenly stumbling into a fight with a first-year student. Now there are 3 gangsters in the ranks. Other words, this is the formal monotony of the road vocational high school. But the male protagonist has no idea about it. Still looking at Li Jun's study group application. Li Jun wrote on the application that he was dominating Lu Gao. The male protagonist appreciates this very much. I want to learn to dominate the road, and I am high enough to be a man. And the male protagonist ignored the weapon. Don't hit one out. Slap the male protagonist's eyes off. What does it mean to turn your back on me when you fight? By the way, I've said it all. Whoever has this piece of torn paper, I suggest he beat one. In your hands, gangsters challenge the male protagonist's bottom line again and again. Here is the male protagonist's insult. Learning is competition. The gangster immediately took a serious punch from the male protagonist. I saw that the gangsters who were arrogant and domineering just now lit up. Wall, in the eyes of everyone, he fell to his knees with a thud. The male protagonist's eyes are resolute. I don't have the strength to fight you right now. But the scene where the male protagonist knocked down the first-grade handle, it has been deeply imprinted on the onlookers. In the eyes of the thugs, this is a historic scene in Lugao. A guy who doesn't have a rank. One punch solved the first in the rankings. That is, at this moment, the number one has changed hands. The male protagonist looked at Li Jun, who had not yet recovered his senses, and let go. Let's go up. And in the next second, Wu Jun was driven out by the male protagonist. The hegemony you were talking about is actually hegemony with fists. I'm sorry. Our study groups are for students. Concentrate on learning. It's not about helping you dominate Lugao. Li Jun was anxiously patting the glass outside. Isn't learning to fight also learning? I'm going to study it hard. But no one paid any attention to him. Li Jun scratched his head, or I would study together. And just when he was about to give up, the male protagonist opened the door violently. Really? Do you really want to learn? The next second, Chung-shan of textbooks was piled up in front of him. Then the male protagonist left a sentence to visit the teacher. And he departed, although there are mountains of test papers in front of me. But Li Jun thought of the male protagonist's strength against the sky. He must worship the male protagonist as a teacher. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. Li Jun hurriedly went to pick up the test paper on the ground. Just then, a middle-aged man appeared at the door. You are one, Zaimi. I'm sure you've heard about it. I'm the Crooked Wall family, who came to dig people. Li Jun was stunned. The Crooked Wall is strict and white. Heard. Yen Baibang will select the top-ranked students. Focus on training. It's like the standing army of the country. That rumor turned out to be true. The one who has no interest in fighting. Because I became the boss of the rankings. I can't put my future master in danger. Thinking about Li Jun's eyes, he was alone. Yes, I'm Wan Tsai-ming. Soon the male protagonist returned to school. It was discovered that Li Jun was not in the study group. Did you run away? And when the male protagonist saw Li Jun's test paper, the whole body trembled with excitement. No, this guy definitely can't understand. This is a voice coming from behind the male protagonist. The male protagonist looked back. It's Pu Jianhua, who I haven't seen for a long time. He knew where Li Jun was now, and Li Jun on the other side is conducting a standing army test for the male owner. This oppressive atmosphere made Li Jun a little uncomfortable. Soon the middle-aged man talked about the content of the test. The man picked up a car key. 3 thugs are standing in front of the car and passing the test. The method is simple. Just get the car keys when the thugs stop you. It's passed. And getting the car keys will not only pass the test, the car will also belong to you. Li Jun's eyes lit up instantly. Are you sure? But what he didn't know was how dangerous it was to pass the test. All 3 gangsters have previous convictions. Zhang Feihuan, ranked 17th. The former conviction robbed the National Crown Feather and the main criminal convict of the murder businessman. The last Su Youfei was unharmed. Li Jun smiled. It turned out that the man was ordered by this thing. Soon Wu Jun rushed forward. Don't be afraid, even if it's 3. I will definitely find you in Yantai. But the result was that he was beaten by the thugs, and his nose was blue, and his face was swollen. Soon the middle-aged man walked in front of Li Jun. Sure enough, you can't be emotional. At that time, I saw that you were quite domineering. That's why I asked you to come along. You don't think I don't even know what I look like. Let's go find someone. You also underestimate the yin by gang too much. As he spoke, the man raised his iron rod. It's 20:45 a.m. Standing army test. Soon the man swung his stick. I declare it a failure. And without swinging the stick, one of the thugs was punched. It is a full-scale study group that comes up to the number of flyouts. I saw the male protagonist pick up the test paper. Lee Jun's study group passed the grades. How perverted is the overall strength of the study group? Lee Jun's study group passed the grades. Face the gangsters who are eyeing each other. This is the first sentence spoken by the male protagonist. Since the grades are passable, then Lee Jun is a member of the team. Then there is a reason to save him. The male protagonist hurriedly motioned for Lee Jun to come over. But the next second, Lee Jun was knocked down by a middle-aged man with an iron rod. The middle-aged man trampled Lee Jun under his feet. They're not here when they want to. A place where you can walk as soon as you want. It is not advisable to signal the male to take the initiative. When they came, they had already made a confluence. Preparations for gang warfare. And just as the two were about to rush forward, two thugs appeared behind him. One punch made the two of them hit their heads and fell to the ground in embarrassment. The scene was awkward for a while. Lee Jiu sighed in his heart with two idiots. At the same time, he also confronted another gangster. A mouthful of short mother-in-law. Scolded Lee Jiu and gritted his teeth. Soon the thug was the first to throw a punch. So much so that one leaned back to dodge. A backhand grab on the gangster's arm is an over-the-shoulder fall. Short woman. Who do you say is a short woman? Instantly threw the gangsters unconscious. Meanwhile, Pu Jianya also narrowly escaped the attack of a thug. There is no general health industry and no tone. The thug waved the wooden stick again. Pu Jianya dodged them one by one, but also with a serious expression. This guy seems to be waving around, but every hit is very lethal. If you get hit, you're dead. If since he is in the mess emblem, that means he doesn't know who I am yet. Soon Pu Jianya dodged another blow. It's to bring the paper tiger and punch the dust. That being the case, then I'm done. The middle-aged man bowed his head and cursed. Two silly forks. Then that's the guy next. The distance is high, and the real first-grade boss Ian Siming. And the male protagonist is on it. It is the most important of the three gangsters. Utility knife Su Yufei. He's a cruel guy. Soon the gangster swung a knife at the male protagonist. But the next second, the utility knife was wrapped in a roll by the male owner. That's the power of knowledge. Then the male protagonist took the roll and shook it gently. The thug took the knife out of his hand. Immediately after that, the male protagonist grew with one hand and leaned against the gangster's chest. Then make a fist in an instant. One blow sent the gangsters flying more than 10 meters. It was Bruce Lee's inch fist. And the next goal of the male protagonist. It's this middle-aged man. The man was flustered. That's the distance value is high. The score of the first grade leader. Amount. But in the next second, the middle-aged man's voice came. Ian Siming only saw it. The middle-aged man is catching the male protagonist's fist with one hand. So you say what's going on. The male protagonist's eyes were shocked. This guy is so strong. Then the middle-aged man raised the iron pipe with his other hand. A hard blow knocked the male protagonist to the ground. So much so that he and Pu Jinyi wanted to come forward to help. Was easily defeated by a middle-aged man. This guy isn't your average gangster high school student. It's a real member of the Yen Bai gang. Looking at the reason that fell to the ground and the general business, the man bowed his head and lit a cigarette. Could it be because it has just started school? The boss of this grade is too bad. And he just breathed a sigh of relief. The male protagonist reappeared. Seeing the male protagonist in front of the mirror, the man couldn't fight back because he had a cigarette in his hand. I had to raise my legs to resist. A roundabout kick kicks the male protagonist away. Excuse me. I'm more comfortable with my right foot. But when he looked at the male protagonist again, found that the male protagonist was relieved. The man instantly discovered the man's intentions. So he was just trying to lure me out of the way. The male protagonist bowed his head and spoke lightly. He had just been beaten with an iron rod. It should hurt. Don't put your foot on him anymore. The middle-aged man laughed out loud and touched the friendship. Your little gang has a lot of affection. I saw the male protagonist throw off his coat. No, it's not a small square. It's a study group. The male protagonist stepped lightly on the ground and drove it. I don't know if I can use that. You know, to take Bruce Lee's kung fu to the extreme. How strong? The male protagonist exercises for 2 hours every morning, studying Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do with a little death. My favorite thing to do is to study. It is the pursuit of the ultimate in martial arts. Finally, the male protagonist was in a sparring session with his uncle. Practiced a peerless blow. Uncle made this move taboo, called unilateral beating. The male protagonist stepped lightly on his toes, posed for a driver, and then stepped forward instantly. Since the uncle is a gangster, then this trick should be able to withstand it. Meanwhile, study group squads. Reason and Pu Jinya both fell to the ground unconscious. Only Li Jun just woke up and struggled to get up. I don't know what's going on around me. Soon there was a bang. The scene in front of him made Li Jun sober up instantly. The man who was still extremely arrogant just now. At this time, it has been beaten into the color of a duplicate film, with the last punch of the male protagonist falling. The gangster man flew out upside down in an instant. Smashed on him. The man just straightened up. The male protagonist followed suit. Fist has reached the speed of the third universe. Only phantoms remained. That's right. This is exactly one of the moves that the uncle banned him to use. Punches and kicks are used mercilessly. Beat the opponent until the soul is scattered. Technology, unilateral beating. Then the male protagonist grew up single-handed again. A hard punch was thrown. Combo ends. This punch will be man. It is embedded directly in the windshield of the car. Li Jun was so shocked by this scene that he stopped thinking. That's impossible. Could it be that what I saw before was a piece of cake? Such a powerful person. They even thought of me as a competitor. He only felt his heart pounding. It's the feeling of the heart that responds. Li Jun immediately shouted at the male protagonist. I'm such a great person. But he didn't know. The competitor that the male protagonist said was learning. I saw the male protagonist put on his glasses again. Now these gangsters are settled. So much so that Yo Pujinyi also came to his senses. All members of the study group were unharmed. Then leave these gangsters to the police. And without a few people breathing a sigh of relief. The car hasn't been moving. Suddenly, it was speeding away. The male protagonist looked flustered. Meanwhile, Li Jun discovers the man he has been looking for. Could it be that he is what the middle-aged man said? The fourth lovelorn contestant. Too late to think. Li Junbai was the first to react than the male protagonist. Hurriedly pushed the male protagonist aside. Thank you for making me your competitor. But the male protagonist didn't let him succeed in playing handsome. Grabbed Li Jun's wrist. At the same time, car sped by. Li Jiyu, who woke up, was still scolding the man. There should also be a degree of scaring people. But Pu Jinya knows. This man just rushed over on purpose. The man also threw an olive branch to the male protagonist. Let the male protagonist join Yen Baibang. Indicates the strength of the male protagonist. You will definitely be able to skip the standing army. Directly became a member of Yen Baibang. The male protagonist just lifted his glasses, which is wrong. We'll go to university. Under the words of the male protagonist. Directly let the general build. Yi and Li Jiu. Awkwardly trying to find a crack in the ground to get into. The man thought for a moment. Heard of this school before. What study groups to do? Not a joke, it seems. Suddenly, the man's face sank. I will remember your journey. Children in the vocational high school study group. Then the man closed the window and prepared to leave. But there was a sudden pause. You're ridiculous. Attend the same school your mom used to be. Do you want to mourn him? Hear this. Just talked about the laughing spectrum, Janya. The pupils constricted instantly. The man continued, your mother was killed. You still have the heart to learn. Or did he make a will? Let you concentrate on your studies. Ha ha fell with the man's words. Pu Jianya has lost his mind and stood in place. That guy seems to know that my mother is really murderous from now on. Immediately, Pu Jianya chased him out directly by car. He had to be found. Must be caught. The male protagonist leads a study group. After a big victory in the battle with the gangsters, Pu Jianya suddenly rode out on his bike. At this time, Pu Jianya's mind was in his mind. He kept repeating what the thugs said before leaving. Seeing that the clues of my mother back then are in front of me, Pu Jianya will increase the throttle to the end. That guy must not be allowed to escape. And just as Pu Jianya crossed the alley, the gangster's car is just around the corner. A figure swooped out from around the corner. The motorcycle instantly lost control and rushed to the side. This strong man swore to be the son of the Li family. The push-on people were also Qiu Zaihuang's companions. He knew the man. He still remembered when Qiu Zaihuang first mentioned it to him. That look of fear. I saw Pu Jianya slowly walking out of the shadows. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. The thugs looked at each other. Is this the expression that Qiu Zaihuang said at that time? Sure enough, Qiu Zaihuang still likes to make a fuss too much. Seeing that Pu Jianya raised his fist and rushed to the case. But the strong man does not dodge or dodge. Even raise their hands. Let Pu Jianya's attack fall on him. The blow to the rights of Pu Jianya seems to sink into the sea. In the next second, the strong man grabbed Pu Jianya's head. And then there was an attack. Jinzhen Pu Jianya Retro. Pu Jianya refers to being knocked down in one face. At this time, Pu Jianya was shocked. Although now their own body, not fully recovered, but he had a fire. Soon, the strong man slowly walked towards the general health industry. Stand up. Aren't you in a hurry to find death? While the strong man is not paying attention, Pu Jianya lightly tapped the garbage bag on the side. The strong man continued to stimulate Pu Jianya with words. You're not still looking for the real murderer of your mother. Haven't they all been in the news? Your mom died randomly. The motive for the killing was an accident triggered by drunkenness. Before the strong man finished, Pu Jianya was furious in an instant. My mom wasn't that dead at all. It was retaliation, the bastards of the white gang of oaths. As he spoke, Pu Jianya picked up the garbage bag on the side. Throw it at the strong man. However, it was still easily blocked by the strong man. But then, Pu Jianya took out something and slid it violently. The strong man's face soared instantly. It turned out to be a can with a lid. Pu Jianya took advantage of the time when the strong man gave God. A fierce flying ladder landed in style. Afterwards, continued to ride the motorcycle. Prepare to chase the runaway thugs. But I found that the fire couldn't be fought. Could it be that at that time, Pu Jianya hasn't had time to think about it yet? A strong man who recovered. Grabbed Pu Jianya's winter hat. Dumped Pu Jianya out. The strong man's expression won. I've always been curious. Why you know everything about our actions? You were there last time I went to the female teacher's house to make trouble, right? Then there is only one answer. There is an undercover agent. Then the strong man slammed down Pu Jianya's face. Then there was a beating sound. Soon, one hand gently picked up the key on the ground. Risk one's neck. It's been a month since I was an undercover agent. Finally, it was my turn to show my skills. And the male protagonist and others on the other side did not leave. The male protagonist is asking the police uncle for help, because his ominous premonition told him. It seems that something has happened to Pu Jianya. Because of that guy, as long as it comes to something related to his mother, maybe something will be done. Meanwhile, the fat man who copied Sanity and USB disk last time appeared on a motorcycle. As soon as I saw this guy, the male protagonist unconsciously clenched his fists. The fat man said that now is not the time to say this. Pu Jianya is dying. You can imagine, this harmless teenager in front of him. How much blood and hatred do you bear? In order to avenge his mother, he gave up his studies. The heart has become extremely dark. Now the clue to the murder of the mother is in front of us. Pu Jianya lost his mind because of this. Don't be caught by the Yinbai gang. The other side of the picture. The male protagonist and others did not leave. Because the male protagonist has an ominous premonition. I want to plead with the police uncle for help. Uncle Police, after much deliberation. You shouldn't rely on men. The Lord's ridiculous premonition was put into vigilance. Although the male protagonist knows that Pu Jianya involves his mother, will reveal the terrifying side. But he couldn't tell the police about it. That's when it happened. The police asked suddenly, that delirious gangster uncle, did you fight it too? Hearing this, Li Jun immediately ran out and showed that it was wrong. Is the leader of our study group. My competitor defeated it alone. And also, the 4 competitors were deliberately emphasized. However, the police uncle was stunned on the spot when he heard the confirmation. It can't be alone. No matter how you say it, the other party is also a gangster. And he is also an official member of the Yinbai gang. This guy is outrageous, isn't it? But the next second, the policeman's face sank. Do you know that you have sinned? Silver Tsai Ming. Li Jiyu is guilty of violating the law on the punishment of violent acts. I should arrest you immediately. Study group members is still fighting for the male protagonist and Li Jiyu. But the male protagonist knows. This is what Mr. Han Jing said. Violence can't be glorified with any act. In the next moment, the police changed their style. That being said, but because of the appearance of Yin Bai Bang, there's already too much injustice. It is said that the police are the backing of the people. But if there is a crack in this shield, of course, it doesn't work as usual. I can't praise you as a police officer, but I can't blame you either. I saw that the police suddenly held the hand of the male protagonist. I owe an apology to you. I'm not supposed to let the gangsters go in and out of the campus at will. Subsequently, the police uncle left a business card and left. The police uncle suddenly looked confident. You're a great guy. I'll need this too. Backed by state officials. Let's study well. Everyone. Soon return to the car with the police uncle. Pick up the phone and report to the person on the other end. What will happen tonight? They all said it one by one. On the other end of the phone, it was Mr. Li Hanjin who was recuperating in the hospital. And at this time, the general health, he was being tied to a chair by a few thugs. The thugs on the side were talking a lot. Isn't it too hard? This guy killed and didn't say who the undercover agent was. He also said that he wanted to find the real murderer who stabbed his mother. Blame the pitiful. Ku Jinya kept thinking in his heart. I have already informed the righteous path of smoke. If Ximing comes, although it is a bit faceless, but there may be a chance of victory. However, the gangsters didn't want to give Pu Jianya a chance. Dirty and bastard suddenly bent down. Don't you say it? Then I'll send you to your mom right now. And at this very moment, there was a sudden clicking sound on the doorknob. After a period of calm, a figure kicked the door open. Everyone looked confused. The first thing that came to Pu Jianya's mind was Yin Zai. Ming came quickly. The man's voice rang out, no. Not at home, in your home learning too. I said how I just gave him the phone number. This guy contacted me. Uncle Police clenched his fists and fought quickly. It's overtime. Never during off hours. Annoy a civil servant. Because you don't know how much he wants to get off work quickly. At this time, the police uncle punched a gangster. In Pu Jianya's shocked gaze. Only for a moment. All the thugs in the house lay on the ground. Frightened, the 2 thugs secretly got into the car quickly. Prepare to escape. They know. This guy. It's not like these little brothers can burn fat. Because of this police. But the characters in the Korean blacklist. And there are 4 stars. But at this time, the strong man suddenly seemed to remember something. Remember the last 4 stars. Is still Pu Jianya's mother. Wu Jinghua. On the other side, Pu Jianya has been loosened by the police uncle. Tied to Pu Jianya's hateful gaze. The police uncle is a little weak-hearted. Because he was one of the policemen who came 1 step late. He was still hunting down members of the Yinbai gang that year. But I happened to witness such a tragedy. He remembered the look in the child's eyes. And what was said? How did you come? I'm asking you damn bastards. How did you come? That scene still lingers in his mind. And the police uncle's thoughts have just returned, only to find that the general health industry had already staggered away. Look at the lonely back of the young man. The police uncle held back for a long time. I just said that you were not hurt. What was ushered in was only the resentful eyes of Pu Jianya. The police uncle looked helpless. I also experienced that kind of tragedy. It's also understandable to resent the police. But you can't abuse yourself like that. Soon the mobile phone of the male protagonist who was studying rang. The male protagonist opened the mobile phone and took a look. It was the notice of the police uncle. Ku Jianya has gone home. The male protagonist finally put his mind at ease. That's when it happened. The male protagonist looked surprised. I don't know when. A study group has been formed. The group members were chatting enthusiastically, full of laughter. The police uncle who finished sending the message was sitting in the office, looking at the text messages exchanged with the male protagonist. Yin Siming, that guy is quite interesting. And the kids? All exude a positive energy. If only I could get closer to them. I think of Li Jun talking about competitors again. That look of excitement. The police uncle smiled. Competitors, right? Come on. Go to the vocational high school study group. Maybe you can really change this school. Pai Han Yu on the other side looked at the blacklist in his hand. I want this to be possible. A school to concentrate on studying. I'm definitely not going to let that happen. And the list in his hands. The 4-star one is Mr. Lee Hanjin. It seems like it's time to start. Like a year ago. But now the male protagonist is still in trouble. Because after repaying Kim Kyujin from that day, Kim Kyujin always takes advantage of the privileges of the student council. Friendly to find trouble with the male owner. This time it's on the grounds that the male protagonist doesn't wear a winter school uniform. Let the male protagonist go home and change. And just when the male protagonist was at a loss, Teacher Lee Hanjin appeared from behind. The school monument says that winter uniforms are only required in May. It's April 1st. Do you mean that your student union doesn't even know the school rules? Jean Coasian, who was angry at this, gritted her teeth. But he couldn't do anything about this teacher, because it was he who saved his life. Jean Coasian snorted coldly and forgot it. Damn, Mr. Lee Han Kim just came to school. It made the vice principal furious. What expelled the criticism of Korean? The vice principal was so frightened that he was covered in a cold sweat. The same was true of Mr. Wu Jinghua at the beginning. Could it be that guy who has possessed him? The male protagonist has just come to the classroom, only to find out. The classmates looked at themselves a little strangely. The male protagonist had to quietly ask about Jean Shurxian. I won't be isolated. Kim Se-hyun looked at the expression of a fool. Therefore, cloth is just the opposite. You've become the boss of the first grade. Everyone is afraid that you are looking at your face. And the male protagonist doesn't know. He is in the eyes of others. Has become a school bully who is bullying his classmates. And at this very moment, a panic sound broke the silence in the classroom. At this time, Lee Sun was falling to the ground in pain. A little gangster, constantly beating Li Xuanzai, also said that your boss Li Xuanyu said, in order to take care of Li Jiyu, borrowed a sum of money from me. Li Jiyu is not a good thing either. The male protagonist was just about to rush up to fight the grievances. Was pulled by Kim Shurxian in time. He can't move this person, because if you do it to him, both the principal and the dean of students will be coming. The male protagonist looked puzzled. Kim explained, he's the most hated thug of all the thugs. Learn good little gangsters. First in the freshman placement test. Kim Ho-myung has 4 technician qualifications. People call the hope of high distance value. And at this time, Mr. Lee Hanjin, the Minister of Education, is being asked for help. We must let the scum of Korean be criticized. Leave this school. I saw that the Minister of Education's face sank. I can promise you that. But only if it is. You study in small groups. There must be one person who gets first in the midterm exam. Can you do it? Teacher Lee Hanjin is full of confidence. Of course, and the male protagonist on the other side. I cope with the punk who learned well. The thugs looked arrogant. I'm not one of the oldest in terms of fighting. It's just a good student who loves to learn. The male protagonist's face is gloomy. Did you scold Li Jiu just now? Give me a withdrawal. Jin Haoming's arrogance has not diminished, so what if I say no? Li Jiu is not just for money. Is there a relationship with Kim, Kuei Jin? It's not what a cheap thing is. At first glance, he is an orphan without parents. Hearing this, the male protagonist couldn't hold back anymore. A hard punch slammed blood into the thugs. But he paused in front of the thugs for a moment. The class immediately started to commotion. Didn't you fight? I just saw him swing his fist. This posture is really not covered. Jin Haoming's eyes flickered. Keep taunting, oops. It deserves to be the boss of the rankings. I don't feel like I hit it. Soon the vice principal also appeared at the door. Jin Haoming turned back and mocked. Is there any point in fighting the boss? Jin Shixian only reacted at this time. It turned out that he had known that the vice principal would come. Only deliberately provoked the male protagonist. And the male protagonist has a gloomy face. There are only a few days left in the midterm exams. Within a study group, just a study group held a quiz. The male protagonist took the penultimate test again. Now, the male protagonist thought of what the gangster said when he left. I was trembling with anger. Suddenly, the male protagonist stood up violently. Teacher, this midterm exam, I want to be the first in the school. Teacher Li Hanjin was a little surprised to take the first place. Did this kid suffer some blows? I haven't had time to talk about the academic affairs department yet. The kid was full of fighting spirit. However, Mr. Li Hanjin's face suddenly looked average. Learning is not something that is emotional. I saw that the female teacher suddenly made a whiteboard. Let's take a look first. February placement test results. Li Jiu and Chui Shiyuan immediately. A frightened expression was revealed. Don't be too embarrassed, teacher. Li Hanjin continued to announce that Li Jiu scored a total of 42 points. The average score is 14. Ranked 180th in the whole school. Li Jun has a total score of 94. The average score is 31. Ranked 132nd in the whole grade. Chui Hiwan has a total score of 56. The average score is 19. Ranked 162 in the whole grade, the last female teacher was biased towards the male lead. Wan Siming has a total score of 24. Not an average score, but an average score of 8 out of total. Third from the bottom of the school. The male protagonist instantly looked lost. Jin Shixian hurriedly comforted. But what I thought in my heart was that 8 points was higher than that. I saw the teacher's voice coming at the end. The total score is 250 points. Third in the whole school. There was silence in an instant. One by one, they showed shocked expressions and they ranked third in the school. This guy is so powerful. Teacher Li Hanjin pointed to the whiteboard, except that it was idle. The rest are lined downstream. It is impossible to improve your grades in a short period of time, and academic performance cannot be expected to happen miracles. Subsequently, Mr. Li Hanjin cleared the school, but the distance value was high. It's not the same as a regular high school. The female teacher slapped the table, and I just did what I said. You could do it. Soon it was time for the end of school. After a while, Jin Shixian made an excuse to leave. But look at his expression. But there is a loss that is difficult to hide. Because he was in his phone. There's a text message from his dad. It's almost dark. Why don't you come to the construction site yet? I don't want to learn technology yet. Hurry up and get over it. It turns out that it was the day before. Kim Sehyun. I took the third-place exam result in the school and reported the good news. Was once again indifferent by his boss. On the grounds that they can't afford to pay their college tuition. Let Kim Sehyun hurry up and learn technology. Kim Sehyun has mixed feelings. Why was I born in this kind of family? But at this time, the male protagonist noticed Kim Sehyun's abnormality. Immediately excused himself and left. He had to do something. At this time, Kim Se-hyun was silently walking on his way home. I happened to meet Choi Hee-won. Choi Won blushed with shame, or we should go home together. And the two of them don't know. A few gangsters in the alley. They have already been noted. The thugs have a vicious look on their faces, and they are brought back to me. Kim Se-hyun in the placement test. I took the 3rd place in the school, but his father didn't understand. He could have been admitted to university. Every day after school, I was forced to go to the construction site to learn science and technology. At this time, Jin Shursian was walking towards the construction site in frustration. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. Jin Shursian looked back. It was Choi Hee-won who wanted to go home with him. Look at the girl's blushing face. At first glance, it is the girl Sikhon. But I don't know the little thug in the morning. I also witnessed this scene in the alley. The thugs gave an order. Arrested Jin Shursian and the others. Take fun of Kim Se-hyun. I want to see how much the bullet nose can bleed. And the person who caught Choi Hee-won. It was the last time it was Choi Hee-won, the girl's best friend, who hit it. The girls constantly use vulgar language, insulting Choi Hee-won. With a snap, a heavy slap hit Choi Hee-won in the face, made Choi Shiyuan's body tremble constantly. And only Jin Shursian knows. At that time, if it wasn't for the fast transfer, Choi Hee-won will not have the courage to beat people at all. Actually, just after the last fight with the gangsters, because Kim Se-hyun and Choi Hee-won dropped by. It's Kim Se-hyun. The two people who Choi Shiyuan sent home were chatting. Kim Se-hyun accidentally exposed his true thoughts. In fact, he has always felt that he is by the side of the male protagonist. It's like a little one in the comics who only shouts 666 on the side. Junior. If Jaemin is the hero of the manga, I may just be a small supporting character. But hearing this, Choi Shiyuan showed a puzzled expression, right? I think you're underestimating yourself too much. Just said that last time in front of Kim Coasian. Throw the computer console down. Not everyone can do it. And when the police station asked the police for help, it's also Kim Se-hyun. Explain the situation to the police in an orderly manner. They can get help from the police. In short, don't underestimate yourself so much. I remember Choi Hee-won's smile at that time. Jin Shursian gritted his teeth angrily. If it weren't for the fact that he just greeted me, nor will it be involved. I had to do something. Think of it this way. Kim Se-hyun bit the thug's arm. Raising his hand, he rushed towards the thugs. But Kim Se-hyun, who has never learned any fighting skills at all, still kicked down by the thugs. Kim Se-hyun, who fell to the ground because of his weakness. Grief and indignation. What would I do if I made a fantasy tomorrow? Thinking about it, Kim Se-hyun got up again. Don't rush towards the thugs. But the thug whispered to him. In fact, he investigated Yoon Jae-myung. He knows Yoon Jae-myung's weaknesses. Hear the gangsters say that. Kim was shocked. Can only unwillingly let the gangsters take Choi Shiyuan. Fade away. Also said that he was going to do something serious with Choi Shiyuan. And at this very moment, a voice rang out, rock, paper, scissors. It was the male protagonist who was standing on the side of the gangsters. The male protagonist looked at the scissors in his hand. I seem to have one. The thug looked horrified. What are you talking about? Didn't you just go out of the cloth? So I won. Willing to gamble and lose. Said. The male protagonist is a ruthless brain melon that collapses. Ferocious recoil. The force directly lay the thug on the wall. Are you crazy with the thug clutching his injured head? When did I say I was going to play a game with you? I saw the male protagonist striding towards the gangsters. No, I want to play a game with you. The game of popping the brain door is shocking and surprising. Could it be that this guy is fighting for me? But at this time, the gangsters were already excited. Raised his fist and rushed towards the male protagonist. The male protagonist said, rock, paper, scissors in his mouth. Then with the palm of your hand, steadily caught the thug's attack. I saw that the male protagonist raised his other hand. Again, I won on the other side of the picture. Lee Jiu. He and Lee Jun are playing a shooting game at the video game city. so much so that he shouted to aim quickly. Kill him, and we'll win. Meanwhile, let's talk about it with the male protagonist. Turn his head on the flowers. Another ruthless brain meltdown. The thugs crashed into the familiar wall again. The male protagonist said, lightly 2 o'clock. Okay, let's move on to rock, paper, scissors. This time I'm out of stone. The male protagonist is forcing the gangsters. Play rock, paper, scissors games with yourself. If you lose, you will have to play a brain melon. The little gangsters at this time. It's been buzzed by the brain bag of the male protagonist. This time the male protagonist raised his fist. This time I'm out of stone. The scheming thug hurriedly hinted to his companion behind him. The thugs in the back immediately took out their mobile phones. Look at their proficiency. It's not the first time I've done it. Chui Shiyuan hurriedly reminded him. Watching the male protagonist beat up. The mixed scene is about to be filmed. The male protagonist reacted immediately. Striding towards the thugs, I'm embarrassed. I have a phobia of cameras. As he spoke, he kicked the gangster's phone away. And the male protagonist has just landed. The other thug also took out his phone, but the phone was still kicked off. The phone fell to the ground and shattered. The little gangster was just about to turn around and insult the male protagonist. But it was held down by the male protagonist's palm. All said, I have a phobia of cameras. A strong sense of oppression. Let the little gangsters. Suffocated the second half of the sentence stiffly. I thought I would knock the first-year boss down with one punch. Just rumors. It turned out that it wasn't. At this time, the gangsters who took the lead took advantage of the chaos to escape. He's a good little thug. You can use your brain to deal with the male protagonist. The male protagonist looked at the remaining 2 again. Do you want to play for him? There are 7 rounds left. Just like that, scare the gangsters away again. The male protagonist immediately smiled. You see, it's still us who wins. And at this moment, Kim Shirsian is unusual. You're the one who wins. After saying this, he left without looking back. Kim Se-hyun, who returned home, was unsurprising. I was scolded by my father again. A hard slap slapped Kim Se-hyun in the face. Didn't I tell you to go to the construction site? How can I get such a bastard son of yours? I wish you could learn a skill. You're a kid yelling at me all day to go to college. Even if Kim Shir-yeon is wronged. His father continued to be abusive. If you don't make money, how can you pay off your family's debts? Your mother left us a large debt when she was alive. Seeing his father's slap raise again. But Kim Se-hyun, who couldn't bear it, grabbed his father's wrist. I didn't say I wouldn't make money. I'll pay it back when I graduate from college. Kim Shir-hyun shook his father's hand away. With a college diploma, I can make more money. And don't always talk about your mother. Even if he owes money, he is still our family. It's your wife. Despite his father's obstruction, Kim Se-hyun slammed the door directly. Such a family environment made Kim Shir-seon shed unwilling tears. And Kim Se-hyun was just about to vent his emotions. When I turned my head, I saw the doorway. The male protagonist. The male protagonist originally wanted to come over and comfort him. But I didn't expect it. I just happened to bump into Kim Shir-hyun running away from home. The male protagonist looked at the time with a worried face. It's going to be Xiao Jing's time 40 minutes later. And Kim Se-hyun saw the male lead. The mood did not improve in the slightest. I know you're worried about me, but you'd better go back. I've already heard the situation in your family, especially your father. There's no way you'll ever understand me in your life. The male protagonist looked surprised. However, he still invited Kim Shir-seon. Why don't you go to my house first? Looking at Kim Se-hyun's shocked expression, the male protagonist continued. I don't know what you've heard about me, but I just saw you running away from home. I find you resemble me. I can understand that Kim Se-hyun is a little confused. The male protagonist smiled and went to know. Let's go. And they don't know. A group of thugs are hiding. They want to follow the male protagonist. Investigate the address of the man's home. He's the one the thugs hate. Learn good little gangsters. Because it has the title of the highest hope of the journey. relying on the protection of the school. He bullied and robbed all kinds of evil. But just now, he was taught a lesson by the male protagonist. Was also ridiculed by his sister. Said how proud Jin Haoming is to be the first in the school. I imprinted it all on my head. In fact, this is what he was talked about by the male protagonist just now. The more Jin Haoming thought about it, the more angry he became. Pick up the phone and call one of the thugs. This person is Ma Minghuan, the son of the manager of the Yanbai gang. Specializes in errands for fighting for people. The establishment of the beating does not need a reason. There's no reason to fight the company. Jin Haoming wants to borrow this person's hand to teach the male protagonist a lesson. And at this time, a batch of Koreans opened the door and came in. He was a little surprised to hear Ein Saming's name. Slowly approached Ma Minghuan. This guy isn't easy to mess with. Meanwhile, the gangsters on the other side were also notified, ready to follow the male owner to the male owner's house to make trouble. Then, Jin Shurxian suddenly shook off the male protagonist's hand. He from Kim Ho. Ming knew the gap between himself and the male protagonist. Thinking of his decadent boss, Kim Se-hyun lowered his head. We started out living in different worlds. I used to be glad you understood me. You're funny. Pretending that he couldn't even give up 50 yuan. Hurry up and go home. I'll look at it. The male protagonist looked aggrieved. The feeling of being misunderstood made him angry. The male protagonist still wants to stay. Watch Kim Shur-hyun put on his headphones. Fade away. At this time, the news of the male protagonist's mother sounded. He had to hurry home. If you don't go back, Mom will definitely mention dropping out of school again. Do you really want to let go of Kim Se-hyun? Do you want to go back by yourself? Kim Se-hyun walking on the road at this time, thinking that there are still 9 hours before the school opens. I'm thinking about where to spend the night. But he has no money on him. If I go home, I will definitely be humiliated by my father. Thinking about it, Jin Shurxian clenched his fists. Absolutely not going home. That's when it happened. Kim Se-hyun happened to hear the thugs talking. I heard that the gangsters wanted to investigate the address of the man's house. No, call the people immediately. Tell him that someone is following him. But I don't know. A thug had appeared behind him. The thug smiled sinisterly. Seems like there's a way to find that guy. You're a friend of Wang Jaiming. Where does his family live? Intense fear drove Kim Shurxian to run away without his life. The gangsters behind him immediately chased after him. But Kim Se-hyun, who is already physically weak. How can you outrun these little thugs? Sure enough, he was discovered by the gangsters again. Kim Se-hyun's heart was pinched. Are you going to be beaten again? Remembering the humiliation of the past. Why yourself all day? I'm being beaten up. Kim Se-hyun took off his headphones. He was going to rebel. And the male protagonist on the other side did not leave. Because I'm too worried about Kim Se-hyun. Halfway through the taxi, he went back again. The male protagonist's heartbeat is terrible. It looks like he's in trouble again. But when he remembered Kim Se-hyun's expression, it's like you've passed yourself. He must have been in pain. I can only go back and explain it to my mother. The male protagonist who returned to go. Sure enough, it was found that Kim Se-hyun was in crisis. He was about to rush up, but he stewed instantly. I thought of Kim Se-hyun's lost look. Say that he has never won against others. The male protagonist suddenly missed you. I'll let you win. With his colleague Kim Se-hyun's mobile phone rang. The thugs attacked, too. Kim Se-hyun bent down to dodge. Then pick up the phone. It was the male protagonist who called. I learned that the male protagonist was watching him. So Kim Se-hyun began to close privately. Took the position of the male protagonist. The male protagonist starts teaching on the roof of the building. Make a fist with your right hand. Stand with your right foot in front of you. Don't worry, though I won't save you this time. But you just have to do what I say. You will definitely win. I saw Jin Shurxian posing as a driving mother. Let's start. Jin Shurxian finally installed it. Facing a thug whose body is twice as strong as himself. Kim Se-hyun burst into tears of extreme fear. But the next moment, the male protagonist's phone rang. Kim Shursien was reminded by the male protagonist. Duck your head to avoid attacks in an instant. Then the male protagonist held the phone on the roof of the building. Conductor Kim Se-hyun followed below. I saw Jin Shursien first posing for driving. Then the male protagonist told him, think of the left-hand side as a wall. The right hand struck with all his might. Jin Shursien didn't even think about it, so he did what the male protagonist said. Sure enough, he miraculously blocked the thug's attack. The gangsters were a little surprised. Is this still the weak kid just now? Thought Kim Se-hyun was a coincidence. So the thugs rushed up again. This time, Kim Shuryun turned around and dodged. Stretch out your leg and gently flap the bastard to the ground. Kim Se-hyun looked confused. Am I so powerful? Then the male protagonist praised Jin Shursien for doing a good job. That's what you say. I saw Kim Shursien show a reluctant smile. Is that what you can do with your stumbling opening? As expected, it succeeded in infuriating the thugs, shouting and rushing towards Kim Se-hyun. Sure enough, Kim Se-hyun easily dodged the attack again. Next, Kim Shuryun became more and more handy, tossing and turning demons on the battlefield. The thugs dodged every attack with ease. The male protagonist was also a little surprised. Could it be that this kid is actually a martial arts wizard? I saw Kim Shuryun pretending that there was no way back. Kim Hyun dodged a punch from the thugs. Soon the male protagonist's voice came to be seen. Now is the time. Because Kim Se-hyun has not undergone any training, it's a bit reluctant to deal with the gangsters. So he told Kim Se-hyun about it. Hit your head hard. As Kim Se-hyun's head hammer fell, the thugs fell to the ground. That's right now. Kim Se-hyun needs something that will get him out of his frustration. It's not a perfect score. It's about getting the approval of others. Kim Se-hyun looked at the thug, who fell to the ground in front of him. Shocked, is this really what I knocked down? After the event, how does it feel for the male protagonist to open his mouth and win? Kim Se-hyun replied with a smile. It's pretty good. In fact, his heart has already blossomed. Soon Jin Shursien asked about the male protagonist. You said at the time that we were very much like Y. As everyone knows, the male protagonist's mother suddenly appeared. I saw the male protagonist's mother with a gloomy face. The male protagonist also wants to explain, but as expected, ushered in a big mouth from my mother. In Ziming, you think I want to see you like this? Did you just divorce your dad? Kim Se-hyun on the side was dumbfounded. I seem to have heard something terrible. The male protagonist's mother is full of voices. Don't mention anything. The study group immediately transferred me to another school. Soon, the male protagonist's mother asked the male protagonist what he had done today. The male protagonist talked about our school very honestly. The first oldest brain melon collapsed. Kim Shursien on the side broke out in a cold sweat. I had to try to finish third in my age. Marry the male lead. Because he knows that in the minds of parents, academic performance is the most important thing. But the male protagonist's mother. But he showed an expression of indifference. Grade 3. What does that have to do with me? Kim Se-hyun finally understood at this moment. Want Siming's mother is a bit extraordinary. Jin Shursien, who came to the male protagonist's house, is happily flipping through the male owner's schedule, was interrupted by the male protagonist's inexplicable words. I'm sorry, Sien. I'll leave it to you in the future. Originally, Kim Se-hyun didn't take it seriously. He only thought it was the male protagonist's mother's plan. But the male protagonist is extremely serious. My mom is a man who does what she says. He would really let me transfer from small to large. Whether it's moving, it's still a big deal like divorcing my father. Execute as soon as you are ready to say it. He still remembers when his mother was holding him, saying things that don't fit his character. Tell him it's okay if he doesn't study well. Soon the male protagonist's mother opened the door, took out a piece of freshly printed paper. Directory of official schools. Let the male protagonist go to which school for the better. In the evening, Kim Shursien and the male protagonist are both worried. At this moment, Kim Se-hyun understood. What did the male protagonist mean when he said that we were very similar? He had imagined when his parents were clamoring for a divorce. How helpless the male protagonist is. Soon the male protagonist spoke expressionlessly. Before, it's not a good feeling to be recognized. How vigorous the male protagonist's mother is. The next morning, the male protagonist was taken by his mother. Arrived at the principal's office. Everyone in the study group could only stare at the door. Li Jiu knew that as long as the principal agreed, immediately the male protagonist will be transferred. The study group team didn't want the male protagonist to transfer to another school. It was the male protagonist who made them change. It was Ing Tsai-ming who brought them out of the shadows. But Kim Se-hyun is not so worried. He had already done psychological work with the vice principal. Let the vice principal don't miss out on a talent like the male protagonist. Sure enough, it didn't take a while. The headmaster pulled away violently. The mother of the male protagonist, who has not been approved, angrily walked out of the principal's office. The male protagonist of the Kim family Hyunchong is better than a thumbs up. I have made a great contribution to myself. But they weren't happy for a while. In the next lesson, the male protagonist's mother proposed to move. The study group was dumbfounded. It's outrageous to move. But looking at the male protagonist's mother, she doesn't look like a writer. The male protagonist still wants to keep him. I finally made up my mind to come to this school. Only come to this school. He had a chance to be admitted to university, and finally formed a study group. But the male protagonist's mother just kept staring at the classroom. From the time he came in until now, this is already the third time that the fight has been seen. And none of the teachers came out to stop it. And just when the male protagonist still wants to say something, a bench flew in front of the male protagonist's mother. The male protagonist hurriedly stepped forward to ask his mother if she was injured. Saw that my mother's face was getting more and more gloomy. Zai-ming is no longer a school. Not next week. We'll move tomorrow. The male protagonist knows that this time it's completely out of play. Soon Mr. Lee Hanjin also came to the corridor. But I learned the news of the male main transfer. Soon, all the study groups surrounded them. You were talking about the male protagonist's transfer. And the male protagonist on the other side has come to the car. The male protagonist still wants to make the last resistance. He's for the present. I don't know how much effort has been made to have this. But the face of the male protagonist's mother is still serious. He was soft-hearted. I'll let the male protagonist come to this school. I still regret it when I think about it now. As he spoke, he couldn't help but shed tears. This time, I won't change my mind no matter what. The male protagonist can't see his mother crying. I had to obediently get into the car. Soon the study group arrived, but I don't see the male protagonist and his mother. It seems to be gone. Everyone sighed. The execution of the male protagonist's mother is too strong. Kim Se-hyun also wanted to ask for help from the teacher. But Mr. Lee Hanjin also said that there was no way, because he has been a tutor in the male protagonist's house for several years. Because of this, he knows the male protagonist's mother very well. He won't change his mind. That mother was not mortal at all. But look at the study group. All of them are full of fighting spirit. At the same time, Mr. Lee Hanjin also remembered to give the boy the years when Ming was a tutor. He finally came up with an idea. That is to drive and stop the male protagonist's mother. Just do it. Several people immediately got into the car. But I don't know. Kim Ho-myung happened to overhear all this. I'm calling other thugs. At this time, everyone in the car looked tense. Teacher Lee Hanjin kept cheering himself up. Inside the car, the rearview mirrors are straightened. Everything is ready to go. Soon the male protagonist's mobile phone on the other side rang. Formal study group chats. We're chasing you after you. The male protagonist looked back sharply. A red car was approaching him. After the skillful driving speed of Mr. Lee Hanjin, the shortest tracking route found with Kim Se-hyun. Soon to catch up with the male protagonist. But it's not that simple. The next second, a group of thugs rode in. The female teacher brakes suddenly. The car came to a steady stop in the middle of the road. It is the past that takes the lead. The first grade boss of the teacher, Jiang Taiwu. Excuse me. You don't want to cross this half-step today. How much the gangsters want the male protagonist to transfer schools. In order to let the male protagonist transfer to another school, gangsters ride directly, blocking the way of the study group. They got the news from Kim Ho-myung's mouth. They must not make study groups. Prevent the male protagonist from transferring schools. It means that you don't want to leave today. Several people in the study group had serious expressions. It seems that the only way to solve this group of gangsters is to solve them. They can continue to walk together. So Lee Jun stepped forward directly and mocking Kang Tae-woo in order to become number one. This little trick was actually used. I don't dare to fight with the male protagonist in a dignified manner. Sure enough, Jiang Tae-woo's face turned dark. Directly shouted, "That guy has gone beyond the limits of the human body. I've been beaten by him, so it's clear how to fight if there is hanging." But Lee Jun said lightly, "Jiang Tae-woo, I used to admire your manhood, but now you are unscrupulous and make me look down on you. Since you are so afraid of Ian Jae-min, then you'll have to be afraid of me in the future, because sooner or later I will surpass him." Faced with Lee Jun's ridicule, Jiang Tae-woo couldn't bear it anymore. A punch knocked Lee Jun flying. But Lee Jun didn't look like he was beaten at all. "You said you were beaten, so it's clear, right?" Then Lee Jun pointed proudly to himself. "Do you think I haven't been beaten?" In fact, he had already practiced martial arts under the guidance of the male protagonist and the male lead. He also gave him the moves that his uncle had forbidden. I saw Lee Jun rushing towards Jiang Tae-woo like a cheetah. A light toe step is a knee thump. However, he was blocked by Jiang Tae-woo's arm. Lee Jun was a little puzzled. It's not what I thought. But what ushered in was another heavy punch from Jiang Tae-woo. Fly out again. The people in the tree study group were nervous. If this continues, the male protagonist will be able to leave. It's getting farther and farther away. At this time, Lee Jun still did not give up. Hit Jiang Tae-woo with a kick again. However, this time it was blocked. In this way, Lee Jun was constantly knocked down. And keep standing up, he finally realized this guy in front of him is too strong. It's basically impossible to beat it. Soon Tae-woo gave an order. Began to make the arousal of the little brother. However, the leader was caught by Lee Ji-yu. The ruthless one was dumped. Lee Jun followed up and solved another one. Some of the thugs knocked on the windows of their cars and tried to break them. However, it was also solved by Lee Ji-yu and Lee Jun. Soon the ground was full of thugs. While Tae-woo gritted his teeth in anger. If it weren't for the bright guy, he has long passed the standing army test. It is even possible to become an internal member of the Rock White Gang. But now there is no more poaching. The more Jiang Tae-woo thought about it, the more angry he became. It's all because of that guy. I saw Jiang Tae-woo throwing off his coat. Alone rushed towards the car. Was taken advantage of by the teacher to overtake. Trying to knock the motorcycle out of the way. Jiang Tae-woo still has a glimmer of hope. He was so cowardly that he would not dare to bump into it. But Lee Jun in the rear walked over with his hands in his hands. "You're wrong. You don't know Han Jing too well." The teacher was not frightened to hit the guardrail. "Instead, I'm worried about hitting you. If it had been someone else, you would have been killed a long time ago." That's it. Jiang Tae-woo could only watch the car crash away. The motorcycle drove away. Jiang Tae-woo had no choice but to hold back his anger and look at Lee Jun. "Are you trying to stop me alone? Can you afford the consequences?" Lee Jun grinned. "Why are you so fierce? It's time to use your own trick in the suburbs." And at this time, the male protagonist was upright and broke out in a cold sweat. I don't dare to look back. Because of one. The red sedan was following closely. Lee Ji-yu even waved his hand at him arrogantly. In order to prevent the male protagonist from transferring to the study group, go chase the male protagonist's mother's car. Lee Jun blocked alone. Jiang Tae-woo, who used to be ranked first. He is no longer what he used to be. The soft grinding hard cannon finally got the true biography of the male protagonist. and also learn the moves forbidden by the male protagonist's uncle. A knee thump can make Jiang Taiwu forced to defend, but the physical gap, or let Li Jun fall into the disadvantage. The next moment, Li Jun found an opportunity. A whip leg hard will beat Taiwu to an unstable standing. But Kong Taemu is also amazingly defensive. Grabbed Li Jun's legs, flew Li Junyu out. Soon Taiwu followed him again. He was a little surprised why Li Jun only used to shave his head. Li Jun slowly stood up, but he couldn't help it. Tell people that you only need to shave your head. As he spoke, he raised his leg again, gave Jiang Taiwu a solid blow. It turned out that he joined the study group. Nor has he given up on dominating Liu Gao, because he has been bullied since he was a child. At that time, he was a teenager named Ante. Protected him. Looking at the weak Li Jun, the boy also encouraged him. You will definitely be able to protect others in the future. He's not obsessed with rankings. Instead, he wanted to repay the boy's wish. But now, he is not an opponent at all in the top few of the team, so he used it as an excuse to study hard. I got the guidance of the male owner. Practice kicks day and night. Finally practiced a peerless blow. It's called the Dragon Big Breast Kick. I saw Li Jun, who had just been knocked down, jump high again. A fierce kick towards Taiwu. It's as if a giant dragon is breaking through the sky. It's the Dragon Big-Breasted Kick. Inspired by this move is a Bruce Lee movie, Tongshin Big Brother Bruce Lee, in order to fight the bulls. The story of defeating the black-hearted employer. He wants to become the Tongshin elder brother of this second. A blow fell, and Taiwu fell straight to the ground. At the same time, Li Jun also fainted due to physical exhaustion. This completely trapped Taiwu. Come back soon. Lin Siming at this time. Teacher Li Hanjin on the other side. Successfully dialed the phone number of the male protagonist's mother. Made an appointment with the male protagonist's mother to the restaurant. Soon after, Taiwu opened his eyes violently. Remembered that he had just seen Li Jun's souls. He fainted. Am I number one in this ranking? Lost to a ranking period. Jiang Taiwu, who didn't dare to accept the facts. In a panic, Li Junshan traveled. We can't let this get out of here. Otherwise, let this kid die on the streets. And at this very moment, a teenager on a motorcycle holds an iron rod. Beat Jiang Taiwu out fiercely. The gangster's desire for revenge was easily solved by the teenager. Officially debuted the general construction industry. As soon as Pu Jinya opened his mouth, he asked Li Han, "Where is Mr. Kim now?" He had to hurry up. If he guessed correctly, Li Hanjin is dangerous now. Teacher Li Hanjin, at this time, is persuading the male protagonist's mother to change. But the male protagonist's mother's resolute character. Even as a teacher, he couldn't do anything. Such a school full of violence. As a mother, he could never be important. And just when everyone thought it was no show, Teacher Li Hanjin stood up suddenly. "Annie, why are you running away from violence?" Li Hanjin's eyes were resolute. "You weren't like that before. Hear this." The male protagonist's mother showed a surprised expression. Even if it's the male protagonist who is the party. I'm also a little confused. What is the teacher talking about? I saw Li Han. Teacher Jean strode towards the male protagonist's mother. Said something that shocked the audience. I was encouraged to change the school's injustice. Aunt Sher's name. At the same time, the principal of the school is looking at a letter of wishes. Shocked. That's Mr. Li Hanjin. He was sent to the inspectorate for investigation. Recorded the ceremony of digging people in high schools. Teacher Li Hanjin teamed up with the police. Prepared to completely eradicate the forces of the white gang. As expected, Pai Han also got the news. Pai Han Yu looked at the message on his phone. Looks like we have to let him know we're not good people. Meanwhile, a group of gangsters from the Yen Bai gang. Swarming towards a restaurant. The goal is official. Where Mr. Han Jin and the male protagonist's mother talked. How handsome this teacher is. Facing dozens of thugs, he calmly turned around. He wants to continue to persuade the male protagonist's mother. Retract the decision to transfer. The male protagonist's mother was a little surprised. Is this still the harmless teacher Han Jin? That's right, he is now. It's no longer that simple tutor from Pu Jianya's mother. That is, from the day his teacher died. In fact, he used to be a bad student too. It's a decadent girl who can get distracted in class. It was Pu Jianya's mother who changed him. Even when he was decadent, he never gave up on him. Made him a genius in people's mouths. Girls' Day. Pu Jianya's mother was talking about Han with relish. Mr. Kyo's ball. It embarrassed teacher Han Jing. Li Hanjing has always believed in it. Your own teachers can change that school. But the good times didn't last long. Because of Pu Jianya's mother. I want to change the distance to high school. Touch the interests of the Awabai gang. Soon there was an accident. And the only way he can change the high value of the journey, it is to inherit the will of the teacher. At the same time, he could not give up on any of the students. He said that he would leave the male protagonist behind. And at this very moment, a thug attacked from behind Mr. Li Hanjin. Watching the gangsters attack, hit closer and closer to teacher Hanjin. Everyone was helpless. Suddenly, the male protagonist's mother kicked the gangsters away with a back kick, slammed it on the table. There was an instant silence in the audience. The study group team has question marks on their faces. Is this the power of genes? The male protagonist's mother looks cold. I'm in a bad mood right now. Stinky boys. That's right, Ian Saming's mother. Official president of the Taekwondo Association. National Association. The little gangster who was not able to live just now. Each looked nervous. A study group led by the male protagonist's mother. Extremely arrogant. And he has to teach you a good lesson today. The thugs were a little confused. Damn, I still think that the male protagonist's mother is the weakness of the male protagonist. I didn't expect it to be an advantage. This is the conscience of one of the thugs. Prepare to leave, even if it's poverty and death. But so many people against one teacher. It's too much. And the dirty poop man who takes the lead just calmly flipped through the phone, turning back and said sinisterly, "Your sister is pretty cute." The thugs immediately hit the master. Yanbai Gang held his handle in his hand. He had to start with. Soon with the dirty poop the man pointed his finger. In an instant, all the thugs flocked to it. A red-haired man bore the brunt of the attack. Rushed towards Mr. Hanjin. Li Zhiyu's sudden appearance was a fall. These people are enough for me to practice today. It seems that you can pry the gym for a day. The male protagonist explained to his mother in a panic. Rational and not a bad student who loves to fight. His dream is to become a teacher. Soon more thugs rushed up. The male protagonist and his mother mixed doubles with one punch. The male protagonist's mother is a little angry with your child. Dare to fight blatantly in front of my mother. The male protagonist's explanation is all a misunderstanding. And the garbage duo on the side discussed it. Do something about it. Kim Sher-hyun gritted his teeth. I'm not a coward anymore. If you continue like this, you will still be bullied. I had to do something. And this is a little gangster, preparing to attack behind the back. Suddenly, Kim Se-hyun looked nervous. Stand up sharply. But he just happened to bump into the thugs who sneaked up. Oops, something. Kim Se-hyun, who was in pain, covered his head and was in pain. At this time, the male protagonist's mother has completely changed her view of the study group. I didn't expect Jaemin to get together so many friends. So many people accompanied him to study. The male protagonist's mother was a little surprised. Could it be that when he was a child, he talked to the ant next door? The words were heard by the people. And Jaemin didn't have any friends before. Now I have brought my friends to my house. At that time, you should prepare some fruit for a treat. At this time, the fight over there was in full swing. Teacher Lee Hanjin took out his mobile phone and prepared to call the police. Just pressed, only to find that the dirty man had arrived in front of him. It's too late for the male protagonist to stop it. With a loud bang, Teacher Hanjin's phone fell to the ground. The thugs all hurried out. The male protagonist thinks the matter has been resolved. When he opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him made his heart stop. His mom helped Mr. Han Jin block this episode. Blood was pouring from his head. Lee Junwoo, who just arrived. Pu Jianya sees only positive. Lee Jinwoo squatting on the ground in despair. With an ambulance just left. The male protagonist on the other side is standing with his tie pulling. It's not over yet. If the person suffering is graded, then the loss of a loved one is definitely level 1. Male lead. Watch my mother being beaten by the thugs. Hurt but unable to do anything. Sadness and pain can only be turned into anger. At this moment, the male protagonist looked at the little gangster in front of him. Yes, it's all their fault. If it weren't for them, my own mother won't be like this. The male protagonist of the whole play took the initiative for the first time. They will throw the bastards like garbage. Throw it on the ground. Then he strode towards the next thug, constantly begging for mercy. The male protagonist in front of him now. It's like death has come, but it didn't work. A slam kick left the gangsters shoulder to shoulder with the sun. But the pigtailed man still has the chance to win, because they have a master. The other side. Pujin Yi also hurried towards the male protagonist. In fact, he recognized Mr. Lee Hanjin as early as the beginning. He knew Lee Han. Kim is his mother's proudest student. And also know the containment. Teacher Jean wants to help her mother fulfill her unfulfilled wish. That's why he helped out in the equipment room. But admit defeat was something he never expected. And sure enough, this happened. He quickly hid to the sidelines. I found the male protagonist who was discussing with the Fong Shanren. Pu Jianya was terrified. Why is this guy? He was carrying fingers at the time. The bones are blocked by this guy's muscles. Is it okay for a male protagonist who looks so thin? Soon, Fong Shanren raised his hands and responded to the male protagonist's punch. But at that time, it was the same as dealing with Pu Jianya. Pu Jianya was already nervous. This time it must be the same as I was back then. But the venerable Fong's standard pretending words. Too little muscle. Before he could say it, in the next second a strong pain and gall attacked. Hit him for a while. Haven't caught your breath yet. I saw that the male protagonist raised his foot again. It's a forbidden move by my uncle again. The fifth-style raptors crossed the river with 5 consecutive feet. The big guy hasn't gone up yet. The first type of unilateral beating has struck. Every punch is a solid hit. There is not the slightest bit of defense. With the last kick falling, the big guy has been tortured and looks like an unadult. Pu Jianya, who was hiding on the side, was already stunned. Looked at the male protagonist's calm and terrifying expression. Is this the difference in strength? The next second, Pu Jianyi hurriedly ran out of the corner, shouting that the pigtailed man must be caught. But the sedan has gone far. The male protagonist is full swing. Overtaken an instant, feet on the roof of the car, with a fierce expression. Give it to me. Unexpectedly, the car accelerated suddenly, leaving the male protagonist aside in the garbage heap. Pu Jianya hurriedly asked if the male protagonist was okay. I saw the male protagonist clenching his fists. How can it be okay to tremble in life? That's right. Mom was badly injured right in front of her. How could it be okay? So Pu Jianya left me alone. The next morning, the male protagonist goes to school alone at home with a school bag on his back. Everything is as usual, but the style of painting has become weird. Lee Jinkwizan of the school checked the entry and exit personnel as usual. I saw a student in an autumn coat. Pass. Leather Korean at this time, talking to a few thugs on the rooftop. He summoned all the strongest strategies of this school. All the gangsters are almost there. It's just that Fong Shanren has never come. As the roof slowly opens. Is Fong Shanren here? Isn't it the male protagonist who rushed out and found you? Pi Korean, yes. The brave man who caused all this. It's all this Leather Korean. The little thug who hurt his mother. It was also instructed by Pai Han. At that time, Pu Jianya told him that it was useless to call the police. Because even the police can't do anything about Korean. The male protagonist said no. Don't call the police. I'll figure it out myself. At this moment, the male protagonist leaps up, a hard kick towards Pai Han Yu. The male protagonist finally blackened as Pai Han wished. However, his blackened target was Pai Han. Because if it weren't for this guy, my own mother won't be like that. So there is a journey. The rooftop of many top masters in vocational high schools. The male protagonist kicked towards Pai Han Yu. Pai Han was shocked. But it's a pity that the male protagonist was pulled by other gangsters. Pai Han Yu smiled arrogantly again. He thought that the male protagonist was helpless. So he strode towards the male protagonist's mocking stick. Do you think you're good at fighting? It's going to be a fart. When you come out to mix, you must have power and back. Jing patted the male protagonist's face. Enough is enough. Yenba opened the door of the rooftop and left. Give the male protagonist to a few master teams. After leaving, he also ridiculed the male protagonist for being an idiot and sexy. Single-handedly rushed up. Let those three guys teach him a lesson. The gangsters on the rooftop threw the male protagonist to the ground. A fierce-looking yellow-haired man. I want to deal with the male protagonist alone. Although we are gangsters. But it's not the kind of hooligan who will beat up his juniors. The male protagonist looks at the people for the first time. This guy is not simple. I still remember the last time I met with Pu Jianye. At that time, Pu Jianye said, poverty and the reason for joining the school. It's because of these three people. The gangsters of three, known as the Journey Vocational High School. In particular, Kim Soon-chol, who is the leader, is the most difficult to deal with. I heard Kim Soon-chol say that he wanted to deal with the male protagonist alone. The thugs were about to leave, but he was called back by the male owner. Three people solve it together. Kim Soon-chol looked unhappy. This guy was bullied like that just now. Dare to say such big things. The male protagonist's expression is really, as Pu Jianye said. These three people are the shields of Pai Hanu. Then we have to get rid of them all. The male protagonist's heart is beating faster. The face is fierce. For revenge, it is necessary to clear these three obstacles in front of us. But soon the male protagonist found out the ghost of the matter. Suddenly, I was hit in the shoulder. A thug, doesn't know when, ran to his left side. Soon another thug came in from the right rear. The male protagonist was punched and flew out. He stood up with his hands on the ground. Dodged two attacks together. But the next second, the tiger-like full front is right in the abdomen of the male protagonist. The cooperation of the three people is seamless. On the other side, the skin is cold and rainy. A squinting smile was revealed. When I first chose a school, it is the cooperation of these three people. Even if it is the captain of the operation of the Yanbai gang. I can swim too. It was only when he decided to choose this school. Let these three people be your own shields. Yes, if not Superman, will definitely be defeated by these three people. But at this moment, the male protagonist showed a puzzled expression. The reason why he was knocked down? It's because the heart is beating nonstop. He suddenly remembered what his uncle had told him. This situation of his is called braining. Yes, the male protagonist has a fatal flaw. That is the desire to fight against powerful enemies. You will get excited before you know it. So his uncle told him to be calm. The ultimate in martial arts is... The words of countless uncles kept repeating. In the mind of the male protagonist, martial arts are divided into three streams. Third-rate water glasses are choppy. A second-rate glass of water is calming. And the top players will empty the water glasses. If you don't want anything, you can reach the top. This time, the male protagonist drove again. There is no longer the slightest magazine in my eyes. Soon the thugs gradually came around. The male protagonist Dan raised his hand to block the first attack. The body accidentally dodged the second. Leaning back and holding the ground with one hand will solve the second one. Face the last yellow hair. The male protagonist stretched out his arm to block. And the Jingshun also saw the male protagonist's foot patrol. This guy looks a lot calmer than he was before. That's right, spiritual cultivation is the basic skill of martial arts. But soon Kim Soon-chol will go something. Wait a minute, how to say it in English? I think I've seen it in a vocabulary book just now. I really want to take out the vocabulary book and read it. But the next second, the male protagonist seized the opportunity. There was an uppercut. Kim Soon-Cole hurriedly put his own strong. The obsessiveness was pressed. Stretching out his palm, he unleashed a stunt tiger punch. The tiger came out of the mountain. A series of attacks made the male protagonist only passively defensive. And just when the offensive was at its most ferocious, Kim Soon-Chul suddenly covered his eyes and retreated. That's right, he poked the male protagonist in the eye. I saw the male protagonist raise his fist again. But the two thugs next to him had already arrived in front of the border. Before the male protagonist's fist hits, they will flatten the male protagonist first. Facing this situation, the male protagonist showed a playful smile. That's right, he's just waiting for this moment. Unleash the second despicable tactic that was banned by your uncle. Pull the gangster's pigtails with one hand. Then pulled the gold chain with one hand and knocked the three people together. That's it. 3 people were solved by the male protagonist together. In fact, it is very simple to win. It's just a bit dishonorable to win. Then the male protagonist opened the door of the rooftop and went right. Pai Han-yu was blocked by several classes. Now it's his turn. When a person is furious to the extreme, instead, it will become calm. I think of my mother who is still unconscious in the hospital bed. The male protagonist felt guilty. This school is not good. A moment in the scene of this school. All appeared in the mind of the male protagonist. If Xiao Jing had complied with the agreement with his mother. Time to leave Kim Se-hyun alone. If you hadn't saved Lee Jun with Yanbai's help. If there is no school in this garbage. Form study groups. If you didn't help the teacher in the first place. If you don't come to this school, then nothing will happen. The male protagonist threw down the leaflet of the study group. Let the leaflets fall. The male protagonist looked calm. Yes, it's all the blame on this forced school. But the next second, the male protagonist grabbed the falling leaflet. The male protagonist looked at the class of Pai Han-yu, which was wrong. I just want to help my friends and want to learn. It's not my fault. It's you skin Korean. Thinking about it, the male protagonist held the door of the leather Korean language classroom. He's going to beat Pai Han right now. But the next moment, the male protagonist's hand was stopped by Pu Jianya. Don't be pretentious. The male protagonist is a little puzzled as to why Pu Jianya is here. Originally, Pu Jianya has been looking for the male protagonist all day today. He had already gone to the rooftop to confirm it just now. Knowing the next goal of the male protagonist, don't be impulsive. Do you want to make your mom sad again? It's early return time. This class teacher, Monk Ming, has long been bought by Pai Han-yu. If it is said that 3% off is the keyboard block of the Korean language, then this person is the security device of Pai Han. There's this guy doing something to the Korean language. The consequences are unimaginable. Pu Jianya's face darkened, although he has no evidence. But he knew. His mother died because of a poor girl. But the power of the white gang is huge. Even the police were helpless against him. I saw Pu Jianya looking at the male protagonist painfully. Do you know? More than once or twice I wanted to stab him to death. But I'm going to find an opportunity. Because there are so many. Pai Han will not be punished in any way. Only I will be a murderer. Soon the radio sounded. Have all the students gather at Dolly Hall. The students are coming out of the class one after another. The male protagonist glanced at him. Pai Han-yu was watching him from a distance. He looked a little surprised, as if to say, how could he be here without any incident? But the next moment, Pai Han was arrogant and consistent. He knew that the male protagonist couldn't do anything about him. Pu Jianya turned his head in Siming. Let's go to the Great Hall first. Only to find that the male protagonist was gone. When he found the male protagonist again, the male protagonist has rushed towards Pai Han-yu. In front of many students, he brought up Pai Han. Pai Han said lightly, why would you want to play a game that doesn't stand a chance of winning? The head teacher also reacted. Hurriedly scolded the male protagonist to let go. The male protagonist exhaled lightly. Put Hanyu down. The next moment, a slam punch hit Pai Hanyu in the face. The audience was shocked. The air was quiet. Pai Hanyu's face turned cold. The soles of the feet turned. A side kick is in the middle of the male protagonist. Kick the male protagonist away. Soon the male protagonist stood up again. The students finally began to get agitated. I'm not mistaken. He beat Pai Hanyu. Do you still have to do it? Pai Hanyu turned back to give the order to the head teacher. The head teacher hurriedly hugged the male protagonist, looking at the Pai Han language that was about to go away. How about the male protagonist speaking softly? Does it hurt? Yes. A hot pain in the face always reminds Pai Han to be beaten. The male protagonist continued. I've always thought it was weird. Curious. Why do people hear your name as soon as they hear it? Well, be afraid. It turns out that everyone doesn't want to offend you, to try to stay away from you. So you've always had a delusion. Actually, you are also an ordinary person. It also hurts to be beaten. The male protagonist spoke calmly. Don't get too carried away. And the male lead. Soon he was taken to the office by the monk Ming. I'm going to call the male protagonist teacher over. Whereas, the male protagonist didn't pay any attention to what the monk said. He saw only one in his eye. A piece of paper written in English. That's a special name. Then he directly ignored the monk and opened the translation book. And the other side. The school's annual morning meeting has begun. All students in the school are required to attend. Members of the study group are also among them. Among them, Yin Zai's name is missing. Soon the vice president took the stage to speak. The first sentence was aimed at Han Jing. Teacher's petition. Since some people say that our school is the cradle of the underworld. As a result, the school's reputation was ruined. It's unbelievable. Let's explain. Mr. Li Hanjing. Teacher Hanjing had no choice but to speak on stage, but was detained for insulting the school. So much politeness. Teacher Hanjing didn't know how to explain it. And at this very moment, a figure was under everyone's gaze. Gradually walked towards the podium. The official male protagonist arrived. I saw the male protagonist take off his glasses. Reminds me of this school. Violence after violence. The English notice reads, people are usually in times of extreme grief, will choose to give up on itself, will only complain about their situation, and people seek change when they are extremely angry. The male protagonist opened his mouth sonorously and powerfully. I'm here to make a difference in this school. A great man once said, people give up on themselves when they are in great sorrow, and when people are in great anger, they seek change. At the annual morning meeting of the distance value, the male protagonist stood on the podium calmly. I'm here to make a difference in this school. The headmaster was about to step forward to stop him. Was pulled by the Minister of Education. Wait, let's hear what he has to say. The male protagonist opened his mouth, and I announced it today. During midterm exams, in order to create a good learning atmosphere, I will completely eliminate the evil power in the school. The results of the Korean students will officially begin, although it is a sound without fluctuations. But in the ears of the students, it was like thunder. This is a declaration of war. These words are undoubtedly in the Korean language of the skin. Even the entire yin by gang declared war. The vice principal was already in black at the moment. Even the most stupid people know it. This is a phrase that will change the situation in schools forever. The school that was originally surging with the dark tide. From this moment on, it will become choppy. Meanwhile, was knocked out by the male protagonist on the rooftop. The three thugs have woken up. Just think of them, beaten up by a first-grade hairy boy. And his heart was filled with shame. The opposite is the smooth. The first thing he did when he woke up was to look at the words. Finally know how to read the spirit in English. Another thug hurriedly reminded him that we had been beaten. If the big brother in Korean knows about us, we will be miserable. But soon the bad news came. Word is spread that they were being beaten. And the Korean language was also punched. The thugs were even more panicked. Then the position of our standing army. will it also be saved? Huang Mao is still calm, and if he can't keep it, he can't keep it. Peking University won't give them errands in the future, even if you are dragged by the neck. The Jingshun person also said without hesitation. Except for fights, we got that too. It's a big deal to make money. In the hallway at this time, the students are still passing it on. The declaration of the male protagonist at the morning meeting. Huang Mao walked and suddenly kicked a ball of paper. Study groups? He seemed interested. This Tianjin Shuinjia. As usual, I went to visit my grandfather in the hospital. His grandfather had a hobby. That's reading. Grandpa told him. The only thing that can enhance one's own value is one's own. Only learning. But because of the excitement, he coughed up blood. The doctor told him to hold on a little longer. There is a good chance that Grandpa will be cured. Kim Soon-Kol walked slowly down the hospital corridor. Then hold on a little longer. But I just met the male protagonist who came to visit my mother. The two looked at each other. Kim Soon-Chul was a little surprised how he could be here. Kim Soon-Kol. I learned about his mother from the male protagonist. No wonder he rushed so desperately at that time. It turns out that such a disgusting thing happened in Paihan. The male protagonist asked rhetorically, "Why do you listen to Paihan so much?" Huang Mao's expression was dark. He was also forced to do so. But at this time, Shunji's phone rang. A companion's panicked voice came from the phone, and Shun Chiol came. "Are you in the hospital now? Hurry up and find a place to hide. They're looking for you." But it was too late. Two gangsters. At this time, it had appeared in front of them. The thugs looked grim. "Let me teach you a lesson." The next moment, the male protagonist suddenly appeared in front of the gangsters. Poor and direct. "Teach me a lesson. I don't know how thick the sky is. Also let the male protagonist leave his name." And the male protagonist was about to speak. Kim Soon-Chul pushed the male protagonist away and got out of the stinky boy. Then he left with the thugs. Kim Soon-Chul skimmed the male protagonist from a distance. He had a good impression of the kid. He doesn't want the male protagonist to have anything to do with these people. But a word from the male protagonist in the rear. But it made him stunned in an instant. "Aren't you going to study?" The thug glanced back. "Is he talking to you?" Kim Soon-Chul pretended not to care. "How can it be?" Watch Kim Soon-Chul walk away with the gangsters. The male protagonist is a little confused. Does he really not like to study? That's when a buzzing sound sounded. It was Kim Soon-Kol who forgot to take his mobile phone. And it was Kim Soon-Kol's grandfather who called. The male protagonist had to replace Kim Soon-Chul to visit his grandfather. Is correcting the test paper for Kim Soon-Kol's grandfather. He found that his grandfather was very keen on learning. Just because I answered 4 questions correctly. One more than yesterday, and I was excited. Grandpa told the male protagonist. It's not about getting a few questions right. When he was a child, he made money by buying bananas, eating, and selling newspapers. And want to sell more newspapers, you have to learn how to ride a bike. For this reason, he did his best. But when he earned more money, he ate bananas, only to find out that it was not his true happiness. The real joy is the process of trying to learn to bike. And for Grandpa, learning was like riding a bicycle back then. Find patterns in repeated practice, thus becoming happy. And just as the male protagonist was leaving, Grandpa turned the male bishop to his classmates. If you see Shuinjia, don't forget to tell him how happy it is to learn. The male protagonist remembered the word book dropped by Kim Soon-Chul and Kim Soon-Kol, who was just taken away by the thugs. When it all comes together, the male protagonist suddenly realized. The next day, the male protagonist came to the study group. Discover the Rotawan landscape is also there. Luo Taiwan looked at him, so I'll go straight to the point. There was a murderous love last night. Officer Rotawan held up the newspaper. The killer is the man in the photo. The coming-of-age meeting of the poor and the classmates officially began, with the declaration of war by the male protagonist. The police have also begun to carry out operations. Officer Rotawan looked like a member of the public at the port yesterday. There was a recent homicide. The victim suffered multiple stab wounds to his body. I feel like I'm dead. Officer Luo Taiwan suspects that the Yin Bai gang did it. Officer Rotawan grinned as he spoke. He wanted to study the group and break into Yin Bai Bang's interior. Pretending to be a standing army, he went to Yin Bai Bang to spy on intelligence. Several members of the study group looked confused. Reason and the first to stand up against. That's not a good idea, isn't it? Are you getting students to join the gang? Everyone felt that this was a bit unreliable. 2 is the largest gangster force. They don't know who is deep inside the Yin Bai gang. It is likely that there will be no return. Who can guarantee that they will not be in danger? And at this moment, the male protagonist stood up violently. What we need to do? Everyone thinks the male protagonist is crazy. How could such a decision be made? And the male protagonist raised his head. But I don't have time. If Mom is discharged, I will definitely go through the transfer procedures for him. He had to be before his mom was discharged from the hospital. Change this school. Li Jun first came to popularize science. Although the distance value is high, it used to be a well-known gangster school. But before the Yin Bai gang got involved, it was just a small fight. The situation is not so serious. Everyone understood. That is to revolutionize the school. It is necessary to eradicate the roots of the Yin Bai gang. Not so long ago, the male protagonist went to the hospital to visit his unconscious mother. She told her mother about her decision. I'm going to go with that. The guy who put Han Jin Sensei in danger. Fight to the death. I know you're worried about me, so you let me transfer. But I did it anyway. I'm sorry. The mother in the back suddenly spoke. I can't help it. You won't listen to anything I say anyway. You can do whatever you want. The male protagonist was a little moved by his mother. Rest assured, this is Li Junyi patting the male protagonist on the shoulder. Interrupted the memories of the male protagonist. Count me in. How could I? Blind. Watching a competitor make a show off alone. So much so that he was speechless and ran to the male protagonist. Count me in. Think about it. If you don't eradicate the Salt White Gang, his uncompetitive brother came out. Maybe we'll get into trouble again. Officer Rotawan immediately approved. The clothes of the standing army have been prepared for them. They will be replaced. The group of 3 who were knocked down by them before. Now there are 2 who are still conscious in the police station. Now come on, wash your heart and change your heart. The remaining 1 doesn't seem to be fully enlightened. But first, let's help us investigate the standing army. After a while, a standing army conference will be held along the White Gang. The 3 of them went to the billiard hall to inquire about information. Because of the messenger in the middle, I don't know what they look like. So now the names of the 3 are Zhang Feihuan, Su Youfei National Crown Feather. At this time, the messenger was still a little poetic. So much so that he put on a fierce expression. Think what you call it. Just say it. I didn't expect to get the information. Mrs. Luo opened her mouth to take advantage of this opportunity. We will Kim Soon Cole. Let's catch them all with those ignorant guys. And the male protagonist questioned the police officer. Is Kim Soon Chul really the murderer? I don't think he's a guy who would do that kind of thing. This made Officer Luo Tairan a little suspicious. The night before the attack on the Yin Bai gang, the male protagonist walked alone on the way home. He still couldn't believe it. Kim Soon Chul is the one who would do that kind of thing. And this is a figure that suddenly bumped into the male protagonist. The male protagonist fixed a mirror and took a look. It was the little gangster who was next to Kim Soon Cole. The male protagonist couldn't help but take his body. Asked Brother Shunja if he really killed someone. Hearing this, the bastard was stunned for a moment. Then he pounced directly, which was framed. Brother Shunja is not a murderer. And just as the thugs were ready to continue, a man comes out of the shadows and doesn't fart. Man is killed in an instant. It was his own free will. Got it? The male protagonist stands in place, clenched his fists and turned his head sharply. I knew it was so. You bastards. He is the son of the biggest gang boss in Country H. Pi Korean. Now he has been dominating the vocational high school for 3 years. But at the moment in the base of the Pai-Han, his face was already gloomy to the extreme. The male protagonist's declaration of war at the morning meeting. It was a nightmare that seemed to linger in his mind. Morning, the guy still looked like no one was in sight. And that daring teacher, and pointed the finger at him. It seems that it is time to teach him a lesson. Thinking about Pai-Han, he dialed up the changes in his subordinates. You don't really care about that. The guy with the word book. The corners of Pai-Hanyu's mouth smiled. So how about doing this? At this moment, the male ruler and Yin Baibong's gangsters correspond. Kim Soon-Kol's friend looked at the man in front of him. Shivering, he was the head of the training of the Standing Army. The Standing Army, which had a little fame, was afraid of him. He is known as the Herald of Hell. The male protagonist remembered the cry before the gangsters. Even if Kim Soon-Chul is short of money, I wouldn't do that kind of thing. At that time, those people must have threatened Jin Shun with his grandfather. Chul and Kim Soon-Chul. Take the car given by the Standing Army test and sell it for money. I want to treat my grandfather. Saves lives. The money was all snatched away by these shameless guys. Kim Soon-Kol's companion choked uncontrollably. I know my request is a bit shameless, but aren't you amazing? Just one at a time. Just one at a time. Please help us. At this moment, the male protagonist dodged the attack of the gangsters. Then he punched the gangster away. The gangsters were a little confused. I just got punched by something. It's an iron ball. Iron balls for sure. Mean guys. I saw that the male protagonist put on a good posture. I'll help you even 100 times. Inside the police station 3 days later, Officer Law and his colleagues have rolled up their sleeves. Ready? The male protagonist and others also came to the Standing Army, under the office building of the General Assembly. They want nothing but to give these scum their due fate. There is also a purpose. That is, investigate the evidence that Brother Shunja is not the murderer. Soon, though, a few of them were stopped by the thugs at the door, because the male protagonist and others are all new faces. But the national crown feather, Su Yofei, Zhang Fei changed these names in the list. Think about it, they should all be newcomers. Just let a few people in, and just when a few people felt that there was no danger, a thug with a gritty look of perseverance, and gave the male protagonist and others to the leader. The thugs held on to the door frame and slowed down. Is that glasses lady called Ms. Guoguan? The male protagonist replied yes. But I thought to myself, whether it was because of that. Has my identity been exposed? Several people discuss countermeasures. In that case, we have to settle them. This is what the thugs are doing. I'm carrying a school bag. You think you're here for cram school? The thug next to him grinned. The thug slowly closed the door. I don't want to be embarrassed, so I put down my bag and go in. Several people breathed a sigh of relief instantly, now that it has been successfully blended in. Then the action begins. The first step is to sneak the evidence away. According to Kim Soon-Kol's companions that day, on the 4th floor is the captain of the White Gang, Chiu Jaexiong's office. Chiu Jaexiong's knife should be there. Evidence that can prove that Brother Shunja is not the murderer. That person is the real murderer. Chiu Zaixiong at this time. He was preparing to go downstairs to a party with a few thugs, and the male protagonist and others. I also slipped down the fire escape to the 4th floor. Li Jiu quietly opened the door to check the situation, but suddenly the door slammed shut. Li Jiu looked flustered. They're coming towards us. These guys don't take the elevator with a good one. Why take the stairs? But that's not the case anymore. Hide first. Soon Chiu Zaixiong slammed open the door. When will that broken elevator be repaired? It seems that it will come over for maintenance tomorrow. And at this time, a thug suddenly simmered. I seem to hear the sound of a door on the roof. I'll go up and have a look. And Chiu Zaixiong just thought he was too suspicious. Continue walking downstairs. Li Jiu, who was hiding downstairs at this time, and Li Jun showed an evil smile. The ears are quite bright. But he misheard, so let's do it now. Hey no, ain't Siming. The two were a little speechless. At this time, the gangsters on the other side had already come to the roof of the building. I looked around and saw that there was no one. So he closed the door and walked back. Soon the male protagonist jumped from above, almost discovered. But the man must have left. And when the male protagonist is ready to open the door, suddenly stunned will not lock the door, with the male protagonist boldly declaring war at the school morning meeting. Whether it's the yin by gang or the male protagonist's camp, are all unfolding actions in order to wipe out the standing army of the yin by gang. Study groups. The team sneaks into the standing army gathering. At the moment, there are already a lot of thugs gathered on the second floor. A few thugs is discussing the jingshun of carrying the black pot to Chiu Zaixiong. The gangsters sighed. Wouldn't this be promoted and make a fortune if he was released from prison? I just don't know how many years I'm going to squat. Aki Jae-woon came to the party. I guess it's here to reward this person. But at this moment, Kim Soon-cheol's expression was gloomy. To protect Grandpa. That's all he can do. Sorry, Grandpa. And at the same time, Lee Jun and Lee Jiyu were also discovered. This person is the genuine Su Yofei. Lee Jun rushed forward first. Leave it to me here. You keep moving. Meanwhile, Officer Rotaewon and others have also arrived. Arrogant and domineering at the door. You're going to get out of the way. Still forced to get out of the way. At this time, Lee Jun had already made a move with Su Yofei. Su Yofei thought for a long time. I didn't expect it either. Why are these guys here? But just hit them. And Lee Jun showed a look of pity. Looking at the little thugs in front of him. You've only been out of the police station for a few days. Just run here to join in the fun. I saw that Lee Jun pointed right. Just let you be that. What's it called? Come to think of it. Come on. Wash your heart and change your face. At this time, the standing army was holding a party on the second floor. It was more of a tribute than a party. The gangsters are all holding all sorts of dirty money. Filial piety to yin bai bang. The first place in tribute will receive a prize. The last in the tribute ranking is punished. Soon followed Chiu Zaixiong's order. A thug stepped forward. Chiu Zaixiong smacked hard, and he flew the thugs out. That's right, this is the yin bai gang. Whatever the reason for getting into the organization, anything happens in the organization, you can't quit easily. With Chiu Zaixiong falling again. Do you see it? That's where the least offense ends. At this time, everyone finally understood. This gathering, Chiu Zaixiong had no intention of rewarding him. The smoother who carries the black pot for himself. The reason why he attended this conference, purely to satisfy his interest in beating people. And just when Chiu Zaixiong's iron rod was raised again, Kim Soon-cheol held the iron rod behind him. Please don't hit him again. But what ushered in was the ruthless corner of the gangsters next to him. You kid carries the black pot for the eldest brother. Do you feel like a character? You don't have to take an inch. And Lee Jiyu on the other side has quietly infiltrated Chiu Zaixiong's office, successfully found Chiu Zaixiong's murder weapon. But he didn't know that the two thugs also found him. Lee Jiyu knocked down a gangster, so he ran out with a knife. Meantime, Officer Luo Taiwan and Huang Daojun also rushed to the second floor. Rush at the thugs and get ready to fight. And the male protagonist hangs up on the roof. Since the gate is locked, you can't kick it open no matter how much you kick it. I had to send a text message to my companions first. The male protagonist raised his glasses. Since I can't get out, why don't you improve your midterm exam score? Time can't be wasted. Due to the particularity of their high position, the teacher will be in class. Put the exam answers. Tell the students word for word. As long as you memorize the answers, it's no problem. And just when the male protagonist was reviewing, Teacher Tan Jing's phone suddenly turned on. The male protagonist was nervous for a while, and the review book fell. The male protagonist is a little panicked. If you lose it, it will be bad. Chiu isn't shown because of the arrival of the police. Sneaked out. The textbook just smashed on Chiu Zaixiong's head. The male owner stretched out his hand on the roof of the building and pointed to move it. You're gone. Originally, the official leather Korean language that framed the murder to Kim Soon-chul. 3 years ago, Kim Soon-chul and others defeated Cheo Jae-woong. Cheo Zaishiong still holds a grudge. Pai Han-yu took this opportunity to mention the events of that year. Dad, the reason why he gave you the sword he used, it's because you're your dad's most trusted talent. Aren't you going to avenge what came before? Pai Han looked cold in the base, Zaimi. If you hadn't stimulated me, I wouldn't be so ruthless to Kim Soon-chul. When you find that you can't change anything, we'll know how small they are. And at this time, the male protagonist who had just threatened Cheo Zixiong flinched back. No, it can't be exposed right now. Cheo Zixiong looked at the notebook in his hand. His name is Zaiming. If it weren't for a strip that would have gone up and caught you, I would have gone up there a long time ago. As he spoke, he took the male protagonist's notebook and walked away. At this time, it is in the corridor on the 3rd floor. Li Junjung and genuine Su Yofei. You punch me and kick the team? Li Jun gritted his teeth and thought. Do you want to use the kind that you taught yourself last time? Unexpectedly, Su Yofei looked at the soul of the machine. Knocked to the ground, Su Yofei stepped on Li Jun's shoulder. Do you think I cut you with a knife last time? I saw Su Yofei take out a utility knife. The reason why you lose, it's because you're a rookie. I don't know how thick the sky is, said Su Yu. Fei put the utility knife against Lin Jun's face. Tell me what you're here for. Don't say it. Engrave the word rookie on your face. Li Jun suddenly remembered what Kim Se-hyun said. Learning is like boiling water. Before the temperature reaches the boiling point, no change is visible. But as soon as the boiling point is reached, the water will become choppy. Now, Li Jun suddenly raised his leg and kicked Su Yofei out. Li Jun glared angrily at Su Yofei in front of him. The boiling point is today. Li Jun wiped his wound. Is this what it feels like to be slashed by a knife? It hurts. Then he slammed a footprint on Su Yofei's face. Successfully kicked the knife out of the air. It was a disadvantaged situation just now. Suddenly, Li Jun's one-sided was formed. But when Li Jun was promoted again, Su Yofei suddenly stood up and slid forward. Li Jun glanced at the rats painfully. It was scratched. When did he pick it up? Don't think about it without Li Jun. Su Yofei brushed through a few more brushes. Finally forced Li Jun into a corner. A fierce knife is about to kill Li Jun. Then, the thugs mended the horns of Li Jun's wounds again. Aren't you very resistant to fighting? Stand up again. Su Yofei looked at Li Jun, who was lifeless. Dead? Then there is no way to ask for information. And just when Su Yofei was about to leave, a hand suddenly came from behind and put it on his shoulder. It was Li Jun, who was suddenly resurrected. Li Jun took out his phone from his clothes, threw it in Su Yofei's face. Without that, he'd be doomed. At this time, Li Jun suddenly remembered a trick he had witnessed. That handsome blow made Li Jun excited. Can I use the backflip too? At this moment, Li Jun's figure seems to overlap with Tsai Ning. Fei kicked Su Yofei's order. It's just that the landing is a little embarrassing. However, he also successfully defeated Su Yofei. But Li Jun didn't have the strength to stand up again. Li Jiyu should have got something over there. The other side at this time, Li Jiyu, who was holding a knife, was desperately trying to escape. The two thugs in the back were in hot pursuit. Finally forced Li Jiyu into a corner, and there was no way. Li Jiyu had no choice but to knock down one of the thugs. But at the same time, the electronic material of the gangster's legs is also exposed. Rely on Li Jiyu. In Country H, electronic material dependence means that F offender. The thug's expression was suddenly terrifying. I just like the look of disgust on your face. The little girl who didn't know what to do at the time. It's the same expression. But when the eyes of the inner changed from disgust to fear, I'm going to be very distressed. Even committed suicide by jumping off a building. It's stupid. Li Jiyu's hand holding the knife trembled constantly. Then it completely turned into anger at you, scumbag. Li Jiu, who has lost his mind. Crazy rush towards scum, but he just fell for the scum's scheme. Addicted to drugs? The scum looked at Li Jiu calmly. You're gonna faint. So much so that he was stunned by the gangsters. Taken to the roof by the scum. I'm about to do something indescribable. At the same time, the male protagonist also noticed this scene upstairs. But the door to the roof was locked. The male protagonist can't get out at all, and at this moment, Kim Soon, who was supposed to be taken away by the police, Tetsu, suddenly appeared. It turned out that just now, Officer Luo Taiwan performed a stunt. Solve all the gangsters on the second floor. But Kim Soon-chul still looks like he wants to turn himself in. No matter what the officer says. He killed the man. Tough attitude. If you don't arrest me, don't even think about leaving. What can he do? He knows the methods of those scum. Will definitely do it to his grandfather. You can hear that. Officer Rotaewon just calmly took out a cigarette. Ask Kim Soon-chul why he killed. A few more stabs. Kim Soon-chul still had an apologetic expression. The acting skills are full. Poked 3 times. When there was an argument, they killed him. Officer Rotaewon looked up and thought for a moment. Looked back with eyes that seemed to see through everything. Look at Kim Soon-chul. Are you really going to just give up on your life? Officer Rotaewon spoke slowly. After investigation, the man was stabbed only once. And the wound is clean. It was clearly stabbed with a knife. It's not your big one. Excuse me. All the evidence specifies that you are not the murderer. It is not acceptable for you to turn yourself in. Kim Soon-chul began to panic. I really killed the police officer. But before Kim Soon-chul could finish speaking, a punch from his companion threw him in the face. Catching Kim Soon-chul is a few punches. He had to make this kid sober up. But he was thrown aside by Kim Soon-chul in turn. So what else can I do? They named me to confess. If they don't listen, they will be retaliated against. That's probably what I'm holding the dirty money with. The price of treating Grandpa. Kim Soon-chul's companion was silent for a moment. He knows the current Kim Soon-chul. It is useless to persuade him. He had no choice but to let Kim Soon-chul know the truth. Grandpa Shuinja doesn't seem to be able to hold out for a few days. We went to see Grandpa in the 3 days you were gone. The doctor told us that Grandpa was just coming back. Grandpa must have been some kind of laster for so long. Perseverance is supporting him. The doctor was concerned about Kim Soon-chul's feelings. I didn't tell him. Kim Soon-chul's expression froze instantly. I saw my companion grab Kim Soon-chul's shoulder. Even if you can't be while Grandpa is alive, be a good person, but not before he died. See you become a criminal. And the one with glasses. They're here to help you. The smoother, who was defeated again at this moment, remembered the words of the male protagonist at that time. You're really not going to study. He rushed towards the thugs again. At the same time, Li Jiu also woke up. One knock, one down. You're not fighting alone. It's 2 on 2 if you have an idea. Let's go together. But in the end, he was beaten by 2 thugs. He dragged them by the hair and walked out. 2 of them students. How could it be the opponent of the little gangsters of the Yanbai gang? Li Jiu, who could be dragged by his hair. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Because he heard upstairs the sound of chains being opened. Kim Soon-chul's companion at this time. He was panting as he watched the open door. I'm sorry, all I can do is execute. The rest is up to you. At the same time, out of sensitivity to the crisis, both thugs looked in one direction. A dark figure stood in the doorway. The gangsters upstairs is looking at the items spilled out of the man's backpack. That's what it is. With a burst of breaking sounds, the male protagonist is sitting down with the shame of the stick dance. I'm sorry, guys. I'm late. Uncle Forbidden Trick 8th Trick Death Game. Nunchucks dance. Attention, everyone. Native High Energy. Li Jiwoo and Kim Soon-chul were dragged along by thugs. But at this time of crisis, Li Jiu smiled. Because the chains on the roof of the building have been cut. A dark shadow broke through the seal. Lee Daz looked at the back of the male protagonist. I'll leave it to you next. If you're in danger, hurry. Running away was a problem for the three of us. I can't thank you enough to help us get here. The male protagonist spoke lightly. What are you talking about? Aren't we all high school on the road? Don't worry, leave it to me. Now. The male protagonist at the door whirred the nunchucks dance, looking at the little thug who was dragging his companion. His eyes were full of murderous intent. The first nunchuck practice in actual combat. The male protagonist is very serious. First of all, we must control the intensity. You can't beat people to death. Raised his hand and gave the thug a look. Lean down and strike again. The thugs looked confused. Is that guy wielding a nunchuck? How can it be so powerful? Then the male protagonist jumped lightly. Keep your feet off the ground. It's the final blow of the triple hit that falls. The gangster's 5 tigers take off. Hit the ground hard. Rational and approving. The four-eyed madman is powerful. The male protagonist slowly picked up the knife on the ground. This is what proves Brother Shuinja. A handsome man who is not a murderer. At this moment, Kim Soon-chul hurriedly reminded the male protagonist to be careful. But the gangsters have already arrived in front of the male lead mirror. A punch knocked the male protagonist out of the air. The thugs began to pretend to be forced. Is this your confidence? It's the first time I've come. I saw someone with a nunchuck. It's still so heavy. Soon the male protagonist came back again. The thugs took the opportunity to pick up the nunchucks on the ground, and the male protagonist fought a blow. Excuse me. The eldest brother also practiced nunchucks for a while. I'll hit you with this. What's going on? How do you bend the nunchucks? The thug looked at the nunchuck in his hand at a loss. How did he use something so light? Knocking people flying. 2 people on the roof at the moment. I'm looking at the iron gate that has been sunk in. Shocked. The male protagonist opened his mouth expressionlessly. That's because I use power. At this moment, the thug remembered that it was a return from his companions. At that time, he heard about Wu Chong, who was in charge of digging people. How was knocked down? I don't care yet. I just thought that Wu Chonghao was old and useless. That's what he's always thought. But when he really fought with the male protagonist, he found out. It turns out that it's not impermanence, it's useless. It's that this guy is a monster. The thug simply threw the nunchuck on the ground. Then untie the garment and take it off. Monsters. I think I was also a monster in other people's mouths back then. Now you can practice your hands. Li Jiu fanned the flames on the sidelines. That guy is an S. The aggressor stated that he would be killed. The male protagonist swings away and lifts the nunchuck. With a sweep of the afterglow, he dodged the thug's punch. A backhand stick was slapped in the thug's face. But the opportunity was seized by the gangsters. A suck hit the male protagonist's abdomen hard. Then it was biased towards the male protagonist. That's it. That's the expression. A woman who appears like a savior, but lost to an unexpected force. Ruining someone else's real thing. Feel this guilt. There's nothing more exciting than that. The thug then raised his fist. Gave the male protagonist the final blow. You will be destroyed in my hands today. This blow made the male protagonist fly out of number. Crashed into a garbage heap in the rear. The thug showed a smug expression and the main exit. See what you guys do. But he didn't know. The male protagonist has already appeared behind him. It's so weak. I was so disappointed. The male protagonist's face is full of disappointment. Brother Deja told me that you are very fierce. I brought nunchucks with me. I knew I wouldn't bring it. Saying that, the male protagonist threw the nunchuck up again. You think that's all there is to it? Can you ruin other people's lives? One blow falls. The gangsters are still looking for the male protagonist. But I saw another attack from the other side. I saw the male protagonist dancing the nunchuck every time. Can give the gangsters a vital blow. That's it. The gangster doesn't know how many times he was beaten by the male protagonist. Finally outraged. Instantly close to the position of the male protagonist and grabbed the male protagonist. Of nunchucks. The thug smiled smugly. He caught this as the fatal flaw of the nunchuck. Once you get caught or close the distance, it's over. And the male protagonist ignored it. Just gently raise your other hand. The thugs were a little surprised. Is this posture an inch fist? But when he hit it, he found that there was no danger. Rational and a little panicked. It seemed so close. Even this madman couldn't exert his strength. But only Kim Soon-Kol saw it. I've heard from the master before. The strength is generally referred to as the three distances according to the distance. About 10 feet 10 is called the size of the foot. About 1 inch 10 is called inch diameter. Finally, at a distance of less than 1 foot. When attacking from near zero distance, that is the ultimate strength. I saw that the male protagonist opened his mouth gently and let you break your liver and intestines first. The fourth move to save the forbidden trick is zero-distance boxing. Storyboard attacks like a meteorite will be beaten unconscious. Afterwards, the male protagonist gradually moved towards the fine. You're free now. Come back to school with us. Those who are obedient weep bitterly. Please let me study with you. The study group has worked tirelessly. Evidence that Kim Soon-Chul was not the murderer was finally found. The next thing to do is to take this knife to the police station. Can clear Kim Soon-Kol's charges. However, the next second is easy to happen. A gang of cops suddenly appeared. You don't have to go. We've come over. With that, he brought the handcuffs to the hands of the Smooth. So much so that others hurriedly claimed that they had evidence in their hands. The policeman turned his head with a fierce expression. The scum with a high distance value. Shut up. Meanwhile, Officer Rotaewon is following the culprit who escaped. Chiu Zaixiong's shadow. Chiu Zaixiong looked at the car window and smiled evilly. If only he were alone. Today is the date of his death. But who would have thought that the male protagonist arrived at this time? Officer Rotaewon looked surprised. How did you kid end up here? The male protagonist said that he was here to return to the textbook. Chiu Zaixiong, in order not to be too loud, I had to take the textbook to the male protagonist. Looked at the male protagonist's clothes. I thought the male protagonist was also a person in the standing army. But why did this kid dare to stare at me? Don't be afraid. Chiu Zaixiong didn't want to think about it. Let's send this kid away first. I didn't expect the male protagonist in the rear to suddenly open his mouth. You're Chiu Zaixiong, the real murderer of the Port murder. Officer Luo Taiwan looked shocked, and sure enough, he guessed correctly. In Siming did not pass by here by chance. The male protagonist's face remains the same. Uncle, aren't you the murderer? Hear this. Chiu Zaixiong raised his palm. Is going to teach the male protagonist a lesson. Officer Luo Taiwan on the side took the opportunity to go around behind him. An elbow blow interrupts Chiu in the bear casting. Chiu Zaixiong thought for a while. Finally understood. This kid is in league with that policeman. Chiu Zaixiong turned his head to see why he was holding on to me. Didn't Kim Soon-Chul turn himself in? Officer, don't wrong the good person. That's right, Officer Luo Taiwan. I ask you if you think you're dead. How many people will attend your funeral? At this time, Mrs. Luo's wrist flashed with memories in her mind. He has always acted with a sense of justice in his heart, even in the face of the distrust of the boss. He can also be angry with himself. Suit oneself, because he didn't want those tragedies to happen again. He's going to let those fight. The bullying bastard gets the revenge he deserves. I don't want to play with Rotaewon yet. His life came from the back of Chiu Zaixiong's neck. Tons of damage were done. Chiu Zaixiong's face was full of question marks. Hit his head on the car door and fell unconscious. Officer Rotaewon broke out in a cold sweat, looking at the unconscious Chiu Zaixiong. Is this the Nurai Divine Palm? At the same time, the male protagonist checked Chiu Zaixiong's mobile phone. The call on the mobile phone is Ancient Construction. Officer Rotaewon picked up the phone. A voice immediately came from the side. The eldest brother is too powerful. Just kill the real estate guy. Officer Luo Taiwan made an okay gesture to the male protagonist. Sure enough, it was because of a construction dispute. Now the evidence is conclusive. But what happened to Kim Soon-Kol's side? Meanwhile, on the other hand, he is rational with Lee Das. Two police officers are being restrained. The police are still pulling Kim Soon-Kol to verbally intimidate. They obstruct official business. I won't be able to run away then. Lee Dae-chul panicked and shouted at Kim Soon-chul to run. If only they were allowed to bring it back. Forcing you to turn yourself in is over. Think of those who help you. Don't give up, idiot. Kim Soon-Kol pressed his expression, violently turned sideways, and threw the policeman away. He has to drag it to the male protagonist in Luo, Taiwan. Officers arrived, but in the next second, the police raised their motor guns. Instantaneous, terrifying motor sound, crackling on Kim Soon-chul's body. Looking at Kim Soon-chul's pained expression, the policeman felt wronged without any fluctuations in his heart. Who made you get involved with the underworld in the first place? Meanwhile, Officer Luo, Taiwan, and the male protagonist are facing that side. Fly to rush. The male protagonist is not worried, because he knew that Brother Shuinja would not give up easily. At this time, Kim Soon-Kol was hit by a gun but stood improperly, and said that the male protagonist and others rushed to Taipei. Ambulance on the stage. Officer Ro Tae-won, Seong Mustache, took out evidence of Chio Jae-woong. The success proved Kim Soon-Kol's innocence. The male protagonist looked at the anger in front of him. It's all over. Soon the male protagonist returned home. That's right. Why did Mr. Hanjin call me? How can I have an ominous premonition? With a click, the door of the male protagonist's house was opened by Mr. Hanjin. Then the mini is back. The male protagonist looked confused. How could the teacher be here? The dear high three philosophers who were distorted by the smell. It's so kind. After the study group cleared Kim Soon-Kol's name. 2. The man successfully got back the life-saving money of Grandpa Kim Soon-chul. Look at the passbook with a large sum of money in your hand. Both smiled sinisterly and wickedly. Otherwise, we will carry Kim Soon-chul on our backs. How about secretly using the money to buy some supplements for Grandpa? Let's go. It's finally time for us to do our filial piety. Looking at the cheerful backs of the two, cold sweat flowed down Kim Se-hyun's head. It's scary to watch. Soon, a figure ran towards Kim Se-hyun in a panic. Choi Hee-won, who officially rushed over. He heard that Ji-yu was fighting with people. Almost got a concussion. So come over and see the two quietly open the door. The scene in front of them made them speechless. I almost forgot that these guys were crazy. The screen turns. The male protagonist at this time was also speechless. This woman really wants to live with herself. Teacher Hanjin turned his head harmlessly, and there was no way. It's your mother who asked me to take care of you. The inner thoughts are indeed. Actually, I was able to convince with great difficulty. The male protagonist showed a guilty expression. I remembered that after my mother was injured, the appearance of Mr. Hanjin. It turned out that the teacher had always cared about that. Suddenly, Mr. Hanjin put on a posture of interrogation. Then again, what were you doing out yesterday? It's suspicious. Oh, the male protagonist is a little weak-hearted. Flee to the room in a panic. I suddenly remembered that it was time to learn Chinese today. The male protagonist who walked to the door paused. He felt that the teacher was not necessary. Feeling guilty. On the contrary, I should thank the teacher. At this time, the male protagonist is studying hard. If you didn't take notes, this question will definitely be answered incorrectly during the exam. Fortunately, the textbook was recovered. In a trance, the male protagonist remembered what Officer Luo Taiwan said. I think you're a natural cop. Then Officer Ro Tae-won laughed playfully. Don't want to be a police officer. So what are your dreams? The male protagonist answered without hesitation to go to college. But Officer Ro Tae-won looked serious. Although I didn't go to college, it's not very clear. But few people should say their dreams. I guess I went to college. Yes. The male protagonist's dream since childhood is to become a college student. To be like his father. But what is my real dream? At the same time, he also reminded it. Teacher Han Jing, who has been peeking at the door. Teacher, when are you going to see me? Teacher Han Jing smiled awkwardly. Walked in. I kind of missed the days when I was your tutor. I've only been a teacher for a month now. It's a feeling of a lot of hard work. At this time, the male protagonist finally raised his own questions. The teacher, do you think it is a dream to become a university student? It seems that Zai Ming has also begun to think about this problem. Teacher Tan Jing was a little relieved, yes. Dream this thing. It's a problem that can plague people for a lifetime. Becoming a college student is not so much a profession for him. It's more like he's an identity. So you can't take it as a dream. The male protagonist is a little lost. It turned out that I was a salted fish with no dreams. At this time, Mr. Han Jing's words came again. Even if you change to a doctor, careers such as chefs and singers are not considered dreams either. They can only be counted as a tool. When you know you want to use this tool, come and do what time. Only then can you say that you have a dream. In fact, dreams don't have to be great. If the dream of remingling, it's a word to be a college student. So what kind of college student do you want to be? He lives in the shadow of his father. All I want is to study hard and go to university. Haven't thought about it yet. What kind of college student do you want to be? He remembered the tutor he had been. He was talking to himself about his dreams very seriously. Be a way to move children towards a better future. Forward teacher. Soon the teacher's voice interrupted the male protagonist's memories. What do you think? Is it tasty? The glow of the sunset illuminates the whole male protagonist. How to say it? It's great. Mr. Hanjin looked stunned, raised his hand, and punched the male protagonist in the head. Smile with relief and eat more. Meanwhile, the male protagonist's morning meeting is a sonorous and powerful word. It comes to everyone's mind. It's midterm exam time. We don't fight for power, nor is it for the sake of sin. We just want to be for people who are eager to learn. Eliminate all obstacles to learning. That's all. At this time, 2 of the 3 philosophers on campus are chatting on the street. One of them was a little curious. Why do you conclude that Xiao Zaixiong is the real murderer? What if it's someone else? Li Daz takes off his mask. It was a very reliable person who told me. It seems to be called Pu Jianya. Pu Jianya raised his head, and his thoughts flew. Remembered Ian Zaimong, who gave a punch to the Korean language at that time. Maybe his words really can. After a few days, the peaceful life ended. The real showdown is about to begin. Midterm exams are coming. After a lot of hardships, midterm exams have finally begun. It's a show. The exam is incredibly difficult. Kim Se-hyun was writing the answer with a comfortable face. That's too easy, isn't it? Everybody won't get a perfect score. However, this is not the case. In fact, only he thinks it is simple. Everyone in the study group had a face. Looked at the exam paper in confusion. Some people even use pen caps to get answers. The male protagonist who finished the exam seemed to have his body hollowed out. Li Jun opened the door of the examination room with an excited face. The answer to question 9 is definitely 1. At the same time, Li Jiu also opened the door. The fart is obviously 3. And just when everyone is choosing 1 or 3, at the time of the argument, the male protagonist trembled as he held the exam paper, because he has a strong Xuanwu. At this time, a figure watched this scene from the doorway. Now the southern part of the country along the White Gang is in reserve. The army has completely collapsed. A teenager smiled on his phone and apologized. Ing Tsai Ming seems to be underestimating you. So let this guy deal with you. On the other side, Kim Soon-chul came out of the examination room. I was running desperately, because he heard from his companion that his grandfather was going to die. But I heard that my grandfather still insisted on taking the TOEIC. The doctor couldn't stop him. Hear this. Inexplicable emotions welled up in the male protagonist's heart. Gradually clench your fists. At this moment, Kim Soon-chul is running like crazy. Grandpa, I'll take you to the exam. However, the next second was blocked by a group of thugs. Pai Han tells them that they just need to kill Kim Soon-chul and reinstate them as a standing army. Hear this. Kim Soon-chul gritted his teeth, and it was this Pai Hanwoo again. You kid is endless. As he spoke, he instantly rushed to the gangsters. Meanwhile, the second is in general hospitals. Grandpa couldn't hold it anymore. Looking at the book, he gradually closed his eyes. But Kim Soon-chul still didn't arrive. Grandpa was unwilling. I originally wanted Shuinja to see it. The way he walked out of the examination room in style. It seems that I have worked hard to learn those things. Hasn't come in handy yet. It's leaving. That's when it happened. A sound rang out in the darkness. Take one in hand. The male protagonist of the midterm exam paper appeared in front of him, looking at Grandpa's haggard appearance. The male protagonist looked serious. Grandpa, you're ready, aren't you? Meanwhile, on the other side, Kim Soon-chul has been wounded all over his body. The gangster just now. He was already lying on the ground. Kim Soon-chul fought with his last strength. Finally rushed to the hospital, running towards Grandpa's hospital room. 1. Throw the copper egg aside and look at the ward. 2. Tetsuya wept on his face, and Shuinja did not open the door. Grandpa, he's taking an exam. At this moment, the male protagonist is holding the radio for his grandfather. English listening is playing. Grandpa spelled it. The last strength is at the same time as completing the exam. Teacher Hanjin, on the other side, was on the phone. Once you know it, you will destroy the exam papers as soon as you are done. Don't worry anymore. Study groups. Everyone did their best to keep the hospital in order. Although it was a no-show game, exams that are not recognized. But Grandpa did his best for it. So don't open the door. At this moment, Kim Soon-chul outside the door was already crying. I remembered what my grandfather had said. The only way to increase your own value. Only learning. Learning is not just a matter of enduring. It's not reluctant. It's a joy. Shuinja, I'm sure you can too. Because you are my grandson. These were the last words that his grandfather left him. Soon Grandpa's funeral was held. Kim Soon-chul looked at his grandfather's posthumous photo and was a little speechless. At this time, the male protagonist just arrived. Kim Soon-chul spoke in person. Can I join the study group as well? Isn't it said that there is no morning or evening to learn? 2 months later, M went to an abandoned factory. Dirty and sick are all over the body. What are you going to do with me? What exactly is your purpose? Looking at the dark shadow at the door, his tone trembled. Could it be that you want to take down the Yanbai gang? Pu Jianya spoke in person. It's all just because of my personal vendettas. I'm going to let those guys who take away my beloved. The pain is unbearable. That's all. This teenager has been hiding his strength. On the surface, the distance value is high. Pu Jianya, a student of Class 8 in the year. In fact, behind the scenes, it is the naked power fighter Noah. Now he finally no longer hides his strength. Cooperate with Chubby. First found and the chief of the administrative section who criticized the collusion of the Korean language. He was smiling a second ago. The next second with the amazing teacher. I want to ask you, what it's like to be a lackey for a student. Teacher, you scream. The chubby little chubby who was hiding on the side broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, the chief of the administrative section is still confused. What did you just say? Pu Jinya's face was calm. I said, you are a lackey. The chief of the administrative section grabbed Pu Jinya by the collar. What do you kids say? However, it was thrown away by Pu Jinya. Teacher Wu Jinghua, you know, when Teacher Jinghua was killed a year ago, it's that you don't necessarily take advantage of other teachers. Let's keep this a secret. The more Pu Jinyi spoke, the more excited he became. Surveyed for poverty and disadvantage. Then you take bribes. Arrange for other teachers. The business of the office will be dismantled. So there was no one to assist in the investigation at that time, because of your vile and shameless fear. And the panicked chief of the administrative section didn't notice it at all. A mark under the body. Soon a glass bottle fell. It happened to hit him on the head. At this time, Pu Jinya was on the rooftop, looking at the phone of the head of the administrative section. So the next goal for today. It is to exchange horses along the son of the manager of the white gang. Formed a company that had no reason to fight. Looking for him to fight. They are generally victims of school violence. If you talk about this thing alone, it can be said that he is doing good. But he will trade for the weakness of the principal, then hand it over to the perpetrator. Eventually, violence will intensify. That guy is a pure demon. Chubby narrated to himself. But in the next second, he was caught by Pu Jianye. The marks of the cut wrist on the arm are clearly visible. Pu Jianye was a little angry. Sober up, that's right. Zhang Duhun was once one of the victims. Himself was tortured because of him, and the scum who stands at the top of the food chain. But he made fun of it. At this time, Zheng Daoxuan was standing in front of Ma Minghuan. It's been a long time, but my whole body still couldn't stop shaking. Zhang Duhun was a little glad that sure enough, this guy doesn't remember me as a little person. But in the next second, Ma Minghuan blocked his eyes with a gun. Dead fat pig. You think I don't remember you, do you? I remember each of your clients clearly. Because you're all precious toys. Go ahead. What the hell is it that you asked me to come here all of a sudden? Aware of the bad general construction industry. Carrying cement fell from the sky. Take out a little thug first. I'm looking around through the smoke. Finally found the place where he had made a mark. He worked on the site for a month, just to get the terrain here. Now everything here is his weapon. And this pillar is the load-bearing master of this layer. With the general construction industry to work hard. There was a rattling sound throughout the building. Soon, Pu Jianye threw a punch towards Ma Minghuan. Ma Minghuan panicked and resisted with the handle of the gun. Ma Minghuan raised his head violently. Who are you? When you see the person coming. Ma Minghuan smiled aggressively. It turned out to be you. Then he kicked out haha. Pu Jianye, you are pitiful enough. Feel aggrieved, don't you? After all, your mother died so miserably. These words successfully angered Pu Jianye. Angry and fought with Ma Minghuan. But he lost his mind. Was quickly knocked down by Ma Minghuan with a punch. Ma Minghuan laughed embarrassed. I'm not the same garbage you've beaten before. I'm the son of the manager of the Yanbai gang. Then the expression was grim. I'm much more experienced than they are. But Pu Jianye is also ready for this battle. Take advantage of familiarity with the terrain. Led Ma Minghuan all the way to the rooftop. Ma Minghuan smiled smugly. This stupid fork was driven to my death. Then deal with him on the rooftop. But he didn't expect Pu Jianye to suddenly slow down, turning his head and ordering Zhang Duhun. Soon the back road was blocked by a pile of building materials. With a bang, the toy gun in Ma Minghuan's hand also shattered. Look at the scene in front of you. Ma Minghuan was shocked. In fact, Pu Jianye has been laying out since the very beginning. It's just right every time. He hit it all for a whole year for today. In the meantime, except for Ian Ziming, no one saw it. Because of the really poisonous vipers. It's often just an opportunistic move. Puma brushed his hair. So let's reintroduce it. Noah, a bare-naked boxing fighter. Gu Jianye no longer hides his strength. A long time ago, he never gave up once. Give Mom a chance for revenge. In order to avenge his mother. He did not hesitate to turn to his friend's uncle for help. Learn bare fist fighting. It's a brutal fighting technique. There is no protective equipment in the dueling arena. Split the opponent's hit. A game of hand-to-hand combat. Until one side falls or surrenders. The contest will be terminated. He wanted to learn the technique. Trained his whole body to the point that he was covered with bruises. He no longer hides his strength. With just one punch, the bottom of Ma Minghuan's gun was shattered. It's like a stormy full front. So Ma Minghuan could only dodge desperately. Suddenly, I saw you stretch his legs halfway. Take advantage of the opportunity and hit with one punch. There was a thud of cracking ribs. Ma Minghuan's face instantly became distorted. But in addition to the boxing of bare fist fighting, there is another kind of heavy punch. It is also in the same vein as traditional Chinese martial arts. In ordinary boxing, a move that boxing champion Tyson also often uses. It's called American hook. Puma fell with a blow. The picture has changed to the color of the duplicate film. In Ma Minghuan's terrifying gaze, a punch knocked Ma Minghuan more than 10 meters away. Pu Jianya slowly approached. Fire, where is that guy? And how much do you know about the murder case 1 year ago? Ma Minghuan was angry and reversed. Wasn't he cornered by this guy? Pai Han should have known it for a long time. This guy is not simple anymore. Why didn't you warn me beforehand? That's not interesting, isn't it? We're still together. Brothers in distress, suddenly. Ma Minghuan seemed to think of something. By the way, this guy seems to have a fatal flaw. Thinking about it, he punched Pu Jianya's parents. Isn't it the left side? It turned out to be on the right. And when Ma Minghuan threw his fist again, Pu Jianya has already dodged closely. Once a person thinks he has the upper hand, will be taken lightly. And he'll take advantage of that, surprisingly at least. But in exchange for Ma Minghuan's calm gaze. Excuse me, Pu Jianya, I'm also waiting for you to take it lightly. As he spoke, he kicked at Pu Jianya's head. Pu Jianya showed an unwilling expression. Sorry, Mom, and that's when it is. A voice rang out. Tiger Power is eyeing the tiger. Meanwhile, the building materials on the rooftop of the bet suddenly burst open. Ma Minghuan and Pu Jianya looked at one place at the same time. Ma Minghuan turned out to be done by your gang. The people who touched the student council were like challenging me. President of Lingcheng Vocational High School Student Union and cheer on. Kim Soon-chul, a leather-faced boy in Hee-hung, appears on the stage. Now the uniform has been piled up in the police station. A warehouse full of people. It's all for the gangsters along the white gang. Kim Soon-chul was the first to apply. The all-out war begins at this moment. Ma Minghuan turned his head and mocked. The people who moved the student council were challenging you. You won't forget. You're student council president. It was also arranged for you by the big brother in Korean. When did you become so responsible? Started meddling. Saying that, Ma Minghuan raised his foot again. Meanwhile, Kim Soon-chul lunged at him. Tiger spring. Tiger tiger out of the forest. Bang! Ma Minghuan, in a defensive state, was knocked away. His phone fell to the ground with a thud. Then Kim Soon-chul flashed. The tiger springs retreated from the mountain and drove out. A flurry of fists made Ma Minghuan powerless to parry. Tiger saw that you was a little greedy. This guy seems to be quite powerful. What is practiced? What about boxing? And Ma Minghuan have already broken his ribs. Why still have the strength to fight? The more Pu Jianya thought about it, the more he hated. I can't even get a Ma Minghuan. How can you take the poor? How to get revenge on your mother? This time someone else was helping me. Meanwhile, Gu Jianya suddenly noticed the mobile phone on the side. In incoming calls, Gu Jianya hurriedly wrote down the number. There was also a text message from Brother Minghuan. What happened? Big Brother Ishimaru went to look for you. Gu Jianya's face was frightened. The name Sengo Kamaru. I remember that Zheng Daoshuan once told him. At this time, Ma Minghuan flew out again on the other side. Looking at Kim Soon-chul's terrifying expression, Ma Minghuan could only persuade Kim Soon-chul to join Yen Baibang, trying to fight for a glimmer of life. Kim Soon-chul had a stern expression. No, I don't need that. I'm going to college. Ma Minghuan hurriedly returned to school and went to college. It's hilarious. You won't let that Siming be stupid, right? And at this very moment, a horse-turned male suddenly appears. 5 punches are not so easy to deal with, so it's good to take me out more. Don't keep me in the martial arts hall all the time. Meanwhile, Gu Jianya raised his fist and prepared to sneak attack. But seeing that the horse turned into a man, his face remained unchanged. One is bent on avenging his mother. One is that I want to change my mind, and I'm going to address these two. A move that the master prohibits. The first fuse makes a moment. Kim Soon-chul and Pu Jianya. They were all trampled under the feet of Ma Chongnan. Well, the evil party is here, and the fools are here. The male protagonist's academic performance has finally improved. Third from the bottom of the school. Success became the bottom 21. Number 1 Kim Se-hyun with Choi Hee-won, who is ranked 103rd. Although superficially comforting, but I also felt a little outrageous in my heart. Even Lee Ji-yu took the exam 112. Lee Jun's average score reached 98. Sure enough, the joys and sorrows of human beings are not the same. The male protagonist left the study in frustration. The male protagonist of the group looked aggrieved. When I think of how confident I looked before the midterm exams, he was ashamed and indignant. On the other side, Mr. Han Jing was very happy, because Kim Se-hyun successfully took the first place in the school. Sun Hon-kyun. The teacher came to the office of the Minister of Education, Minister of Studies, agreed to promote the disposition of the skin Korean. But the Minister of Education has one more thing to say. Actually, he knows it. Pai Han with his men. It's always been a class at school. Trying to eradicate it will inevitably cause a bloody storm. But if you want to completely let Pai Han drop out of school, in addition to him, he needs to get the principal. The vice-chancellor or other minister agrees. Teacher Han Jin's face changed slightly. Obviously, the school rules have been confirmed. Could it be that I missed it? The provost was silent for a moment. If there is no suitable candidate, if the student council member agrees, it's okay. Teacher Han Jin's eyes lit up, which was great. Isn't that the student council president, Shin Sun-cheol? Teacher Han Jin quickened his pace and ran towards the student council. The Korean language must be withdrawn as soon as possible. But soon, the scene in front of him made him fall into despair again. Member of the student council. They all lay on the ground. These 10 batches of Korean appeared. Teacher, do you want to find the student council president? Would you like to get to know the new one? Student council president. And at this time, the new president Singo Shimaru. I correspond to the male owner. To Gold. The members of the student council led by Shuinja were worried. That guy could do it for a moment. Solve the existence of him and Pu Jianye. He practiced Wing Chun, the basic martial art of Jeet Kune Do. It is a fighting machine specially cultivated by the Yenbai gang. Is Ian Ziming really okay? Brute force is then used to break free of the joint agent. Strike a post. The equity tiger's paws were shocked, and his face was solemn. This guy easily wiped out 100 million, and I lost to 100,000. I was weaker than him, and suddenly remembered the appearance of my master. Then he rushed towards Choi Woo-kue. It's impossible. And Lee Ji-yu on the other side also felt bad. Due to physical reasons, the opponent attacks from a distance, or a close-range attack. All are good at it, and it's also very flexible. I was completely crushed by the other party, although one can get him down. But now don't mention being dropped. Didn't even make a decent attack. Really? In the next second, Lee Ji-yu was knocked down by Hong Yaxing. Meantime, Kim Sun-cheol's attack was also blocked by Choi Woo-kue again. There is not a single flaw to be found. Kim Sun-cheol just wanted to use brute force. Happened to fall into Choi Woo-kue's hands. Knocked down by a sweep, and just when Choi Woo-kue was about to be proud, Hong Yaxing suddenly shouted to him to be careful behind him. But it was too late. Lee Ji-yu on the other side suddenly made a sneak attack. The angry Hong Yaxing gritted his teeth. They fight. What do you meddle with? Lee Ji-yu showed a smug smile, man to man. Female to female, who is prescribed to fight like this? That's how 2-on-2 fights. The idiot said. Kim Sun-cheol appeared in front of Hong Yaxing. Bang punch. In this way, Kim Sun-cheol can also hit Choi Woo-kue. A punch from Lee Ji-yu. He also successfully hit Hong Yaxing in the abdomen. The two who were extremely arrogant just now. It's been completely messed up. Yes. That's how you deal with a little couple like them. Just let them care about each other. Distraction. It's up to another person to do it. While Choi Woo-kue was worried about Hong Yaxing's distraction, reasoned and appeared behind Choi Woo. Another thud in the corner. The smoother was a little surprised. People who have studied martial arts and martial arts have a characteristic. That is, there will be no group fights. In themselves, I've been used to working with those two guys since I was a child. It's no stranger to this kind of group fighting. But Li Jiyu coped with the situation for the first time. But it can be handy. He will look at the big picture. Soon, Hong Yaxing panicked and shouted Chui Wukue to come over. Choi Mu-kyu will win immediately. The two are back-to-back. In this way, a one-to-one situation can be formed again. Hong Yaxing opened his mouth if he couldn't stop them. We can't take it from Pai Han Yu. Reap the benefits. That's right, Choi Mu-kyu is out of breath, I know. Honey, let's do it quickly. I don't have time to show affection to them. So much so that it swings away from driving. Kim Soon-chul slapped his face, although it caused him a little damage. But want to win? A decisive blow is needed. Hong Yaxing faced Li Jiyu, who rushed over. Pulled down Chui Wukue's belt. Blocked Li Jiyu's way. Raised his belt and walked towards Li Jiyu. And rushed over Kim Soon-chul. Was also caught by Chui Wukue. Jiu-jitsu out of the airways was used again. But this time, Kim Soon-chul's expression was calm. Reminds me of the master's jiu-jitsu last time he knocked down the male protagonist. Yes, Tiger Fist is more than just fist. Because there are so many amazing people in the world. So martial arts should also improve. Kim Soon-chul instantly turned his waist. Hung on Chui Wukue's body. Tiger Fist Tiger Dragon Plate. Li Jiyu on the other side is even more outrageous. Biting Hong Yaxing's belt hard. Hong Yaxing's face was full of shock. I thought I strangled his neck. I didn't expect him to be shorter than I thought. Li Jiyu's legs exert force. Hold the belt in place with both hands clamping the mouthpiece. Actual jiu-jitsu bite and fall. There was a thud of dust and smoke. Kim Soon-chul and Li Jiwu were out of breath. Both villains went out of business at the same time. Kim Soon-chul looked at the two on the ground. Although back-to-back will make 2-on-2 form 1-on-1. But the premise is that you can fight 1-on-1. And you trust each other too much. Finish the battle. The two hurried to the male protagonist's side. At this time, the male protagonist is hiding in the corner of a certain floor. Saw the mustache. The police are talking secretly with the Korean language. The mustache asks Pai Han. Ask when to do it to the female teacher. I saw Pai Han Yu take out his mobile phone. I already know where he lives. Now it's just a phone call. The words are not finished yet. The male protagonist suddenly appeared. Kicked the phone away. Pai Han Yu turned around and sneered, I know. Saying so will definitely get you out. Ain't Siming. The male protagonist was furious. The male protagonist is really angry. It turns out that the police who have been colluding with Pai Han. It's this mustache. Pai Han faces the appearance of the male protagonist. A dangerous smile was revealed. In Jai Minna, In Jai Ming broke into my base. They also attacked me. Look who is more like the wicked now. And, just when the words of Pai Han fell, the mustache has come to the front of the male protagonist. Pai Han walked back leisurely to tell the truth. It makes me feel like an eyesore. It's not just Han Jing alone. In your so-called study group, I can't allow the trip to school. Become a stage for you to shoot youth inspirational dramas. So what I've gathered now, it's enough to write a report of your dismissal. Do you think you're the only ones preparing to take on the meeting? Want Sai Ming. I've only revealed a little bit of information. I will be able to eradicate you altogether. How efficient. As the words of Pai Han fell, the male protagonist is already angry to the extreme. The mustache squinted at Pai Han. It turns out that this kid wants to use me as a shield. Neither big nor small. Saw the male protagonist whisper and get out of the way. Then he grabbed the mustache's arm. With a look of horror, I told you to get out of the way. The mustache was too frightened to speak for a moment. But the next moment I realized that the male protagonist couldn't do anything with the police. Later, the male protagonist was killed to the Dark Master. Loudly questioned how many of you there are. The blood-spattered male protagonist casually raised his hand and punched. Almost got a concussion with a mustache. Poor and ugly. The fourth is talking about why this guy dares to do this. The mustache shouted a loud scolding. The male protagonist was gently picked up angrily. I just criticized Korean and said that it has always been very emotional. I can hear it clearly. The mustache is arrogant, unabated. So what? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Looks like you're in for some serious trouble. I've taken care of it with Officer Law. It's the voice of a mustache. I saw the male protagonist holding his mobile phone and playing the recording. Uncle, you're not a cop anymore. Yes, just before the study group is about to attack. Taught by Kim Shursien. No matter how you say it. We are now also going to a hotbed of all kinds of ugliness. No one knows what evidence will be found there. Kim Se-hyun stretched out his finger to emphasize. So, once something happens, don't rush up regardless of 3721. Be sure to make a recording. And also, name the male protagonist. So the male protagonist had quietly recorded it before this. The mustache realized that something was wrong, lost his mind, and rushed towards the male protagonist. And the anger of the male protagonist has not dissipated. I must have spoken softly more than once. That last year's random homicide. Did you help him at that time? The male protagonist's feet collapsed on the ground. It's a heel thump that jumps high. Then it landed and began to charge. Like a cheetah, he rushed towards Pai Han-yu. I remembered the injury my mother was injured at that time. He almost lost his loved ones. In Pai Han-yu's arrogant appearance. In Pai Han-yu's shocked gaze. A hard punch hit Pai Han-yu. But he was also hit by Pai Han-yu. The male protagonist's eyes are firm, and it should be you who disappears tonight. Meanwhile, see Leaf Rain in general. Chubby is rummaging through Pai Han-yu's warehouse. Finding something, Gu Jinya flipped over, but stopped instantly. He saw a skin, something that the Korean language should not have. At this time, the male protagonist and Pai Han were on the roof of the base. The two of them made a mistake. There was a thud and another punch. Pai Han speaks, "You're not. Want to be a nerd? How dare you beat him? Isn't it a little too risky? After all, the recording may also be deleted. The male protagonist has a serious mouth, so you don't have to worry, because it has been synchronized to the network disk." Pai Han paused, didn't he? That's good. The male protagonist doesn't listen to Pai Korean nonsense. Instantly came to the realm of Pai Han. In his eyes, there was only the appearance of Pai Han-yu falling to the ground. The first trick of the uncle's forbidden move. The unilateral beating of the male protagonist to exert his power. The male protagonist looked at the Pai Han language in front of him, and he didn't act rashly, because it was exactly what he thought. And last time, he felt it too. This guy is a master indeed. As soon as the male protagonist came up, he used a move that his uncle forbidden. Unilateral beatings. But Pai Han can be in the male lead. Navigate the swift whirlwind, easily dodging an attack. Step on the ball of your foot. A flying ladder is in the middle of the male protagonist. You think you're kicking me out of school? Can you become what you want it to be? It's too simple. The words are not finished yet. The male protagonist's full front attacked. Poverty and thrills escaped. But he was hit by a side kick of the male protagonist. He didn't care what the outcome would be. As long as you can criticize Korean, it's enough. That's it. The male protagonist and the Korean language, you punch me, finally forced the criticism of Korean into a corner. The male protagonist's right is punched out. There was a loud bang. The glass of the building has been dried out. Blood kept falling from the male protagonist's fist. Pai Han evaded Een Sai-ming when he was in a hurry. Isn't it possible that you're going to kill me? It's been a long time since I've met an opponent who excites me so much. I asked Zeo before, which of the two of us is better? In fact, I have wanted to compete with you for a long time. Said that he was with the male protagonist again. But the leather Korean language that held the fist of the male protagonist leaned that day. Not today. Soon two sticks. The male protagonist was arrested in the middle of the Iron Needle. Pai Han-yu showed a smug expression. You're too sluggish, aren't you? It was the mustache that woke up and used a motor gun. In fact, Pai Han Yu has long known about the arrival of the male protagonist, but he didn't debunk. The purpose is to get him to work with. The police build relationships on money, to be further developed, put shackles on him, empower the police to be more loyal to themselves. Mustache in order to keep his job. From now on, I must be protected with the determination to die. In an instant, a strong electric current raged in the male protagonist's body. The male protagonist turned his head and looked at the mustache angrily. A hard punch knocked the mustache away again. But at the same time, the male protagonist also fell to his knees. Poor and leisurely walked past the male protagonist. Looking at the mustache on the ground, he picked up the phone and was relieved. I'll still keep your job. The male protagonist fights with his last strength. Hold the ankle of the Pai Han Yu. Trembling all over, you don't want to do anything bad. But the Pai Korean fish just kicked it away at random. At the same time, it is downstairs with Mr. Han Jin. Do you want to start talking about the gangsters? Pai Han Yu squinted at the male protagonist. That's not the end of the story. Kim Soon-cheol and Lee Ji-woo have already rushed up. The left and right strikes caught Pai Han Yu off guard. Pai Han Yu gave a look of disbelief. Where did Hong Yaxing and Chui Wu go back? At the same time, Lee Junjung had a fierce face. What is the real purpose of Pai Han? And in front of him was the dirty man, and the thugs on the other side. Hear the words of Pai Han. It came to an abrupt end. I thought about it. You can't act rashly until you get an order. Lee Ji-woo and Kim Soon-cheol, who rushed over, took a look. I also learned what happened. Wan Sai-ming was hit with a stun gun. That mustache wasn't a good guy either. But why did Ian Sai-ming still not stand up? Could it be that there is something hurt? But in the face of this situation, poor Han Yu immediately regained his composure. You don't really think you can stop me? The words fell, and he gave Kyung Soon-cheol a punch with a backhand. Another punch to Lee Ji-yu. Pai Han Yu is alone. The two of them were beaten without the power to fight back. One punch knocked Lee Ji-yu away again. You know you do. Will it cause any consequences? A punch is being struck at the oncoming smooth. Poor and fierce. Do you think you'll be able to live later? A new life is born. Smooth. Looked at Lee Ji-yu, who was struggling to crawl to the phone. A backhand lifted Lee Ji-yu high. Don't you think? And your brother will be able to see each other again. Bright Lee Ji-yu. Bang! Lee Ji-yu landed fiercely. Pai Han Yu slowly picked up the phone door and didn't have it. Teacher Lee Han Kim must disappear. That's the end of your childish youth inspirational drama. Pai Han Yu put the phone to his ear and did it. At this moment, a group of dark shadows are holding weapons. Wait for Mr. Han Jin's house. Teacher Han Jin is about to be in danger. The male protagonist was electrocuted to the ground by the motor gun. Knee injury. Gold. Soon-cheol and Lee Ji-woo are also not opponents of Pai Han Yu. The study group was in high spirits from the beginning, caught in a situation where he is now mortal. Meanwhile, Lee Jun also confronted the pigtailed man. Although Dreadlock's men are bad, but it's not Lee Jun's opponent. Was easily defeated by Lee Jun. Lee Jun looked at the pigtailed man condescendingly. If only I could have taught you the same way I did 3 years ago. You're not going to be like this. But the next second, the dirty man's expression was crazy. The black muzzle of the gun was already aimed at Lee Jun. Unknowability was written all over Lee Jun's face. In fact, Lee Jun and Eun Tai have known each other since they were very young. That's when the kind teenager led him. Remained fresh in one's memory. But when the two met again 3 years ago, that boy is no longer the boy he once was. When it comes to goodbye, Eun Tai very casually 2 cigarettes. It's still a habit of taking it for granted. Ask Lee Jun if he wants one. And later with the group every day, the gangsters mingled, bullying the weak. Do no evil. At this moment, the relationship between the two completely broke down. Since that day, he never saw Anda again. I didn't expect it to be like this now. Lee Jun became more and more angry. You know because of you. How many people are suffering? You are hopeless. Li Jun slowly walked towards Antai and gave it to me. Do you know what you're taking? But all that was greeted was a banging gunshot. A bullet mixed with the breath of death. Swift past Li Jun. At this time, Pai Hanyu's expression on the other side was gloomy. Whether it's Wu Jinghua or Li Hanjing, it's too simple. Pai Han talks to himself. With that unrealistic idea. Doesn't change anything at all. The words just fell. Angry Kim Soonchul and Lee Jiwoo has appeared behind him. I can't read the Korean language. Haven't you figured it out yet? Do pointless struggles. Lift your leg and kick it out. Jing Shun just solves it in a corner. Reason says you can't fight me. Holding Jing Shun just Pai Han, he is still talking to himself. A ferocious punch in the retro of Jing Shunja. So who told you to leave me in the first place? The male protagonist wanted to struggle to stand up, but to no avail. Why do you have to be delusional? It's all your delusion. In the anti-alkaline, overfine, instantaneous fold of the arm. Do you think studying can really get you ahead? Stop dreaming. Under the torture of criticizing the Korean language, Kim Se-hyun spoke with difficulty. A way in which people can enhance their own worth. Only learning. This is the pursuit of Grandpa all his life. It is also a man's belief. It's my insistence. Then he turned his head and yelled, You don't have the right to say that. Pai Korean, but with the crunch of the bones of the smooth. The sound stopped abruptly. The male protagonist is difficult. Other people stood up. I won't let you go. But this tearing pain in general. He couldn't stand it all. He couldn't wait for Pai Hanyu's life soon. But Mr. Han Jin may be in danger now. Poor, and turned his head to mock. It seems that your legs are not very convenient. And in this tense atmosphere, a jingle bell rang suddenly. Meanwhile, study group for everyone's mobile phone. SMS tones rang. The male protagonist opened the phone tremblingly. It was sent by Chui Shiyuan. Pai Han has not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. He thought he had a chance to win, is quietly waiting for victory. But I heard a laugh from behind. It was Li Jiyu who was looking at his phone and laughing. No matter how threatening Pai Han is, Li Jiyu ignored the general laughter and couldn't stop. Huh, you say kindness hurts us. Then he turned his head and said with a female expression, Pai Han, are you underestimating kind people? Pai Han is a little confused. What is he talking about inexplicable? Why laugh all the time? Meanwhile, Kim Se-hyun, who was on a certain floor, looked at his phone. Choi Hee-won is really... How could you do such a reckless thing? At the moment downstairs in the poor and old nest, bursts of footsteps kept coming. It's the masters of the martial arts hall. All the disciples of the martial arts hall are in place. What's such a kind little girl? There must be a reason to come to us. And on Mr. Han Jing's side, it shouldn't be so easy to succeed. Because Li Jiyu's younger brother Li Xuanyu was released from prison today. Li Jiyu turned his head and said, Is it ready? Four-eyed maniac. You won't be lame. I can't beat the Korean language. That's right, it's going to turn around from now on. It was the coolest comeback I've ever seen. All members of the study group lay on the ground. The Bad Cops Brigade has come downstairs. Prepare to arrest the male protagonist and others. Prepare to deal with a group of outlaws from Teacher Han Jing. Now I have come to Mr. Han Jing's residence. And just now it was a mortal situation. Suddenly, a group of uninvited guests came. 1. It is a martial arts alliance led by martial arts masters. At a time when the relationship between Wu Guan and Lu Gao had not improved. Chui Shiyuan inquired through the 8 directions. Persuaded more than 100 people from the martial arts gym. In the end, all of them were convincing. It's all thanks to Choi Hee-won's kindness inside. Because of good people, it will arouse the desire of many decent people to protect. That's the terrible thing about good people. The second is to cheer on those who have just been released from prison. Shishing leather-faced boy Lu Xuanyu. As soon as he came out, he was confronted by Officer Luo Taiwan. The obedient called over. Gave him a special t-shirt. The smoother is like a pyramid scheme. Persuade Li Xuanyu to join a member of the Xixin Leatherface Boys. Li Xuanyu spoke to the gangsters in front of him. It seems that you don't know you have a criminal record. Oh, terrible man. The little thug's face was gloomy. Put this bunch of milky little-ass kids. Kill them all. Li Xuanyu's eyes were firm, just because I was still a student. The teacher who was the victim. But he opened up to me. I was the subject of a protective sanction, so I have to prove it right to everyone. How to say the slogan of the new Leatherface boy. The country is easy to change. Nature is removable. Li Xuanyu yelled at me. In an instant, the fighting spirit of all the staff was full. With his colleague, the masters of the martial arts hall also showed their own magical powers. The Tai Chi master side at the horse. The mantis boxing master crosses the tiger catch. In a punch, those who can make a life of a thug can't take care of themselves. Master Kong, the master of tiger boxing. It doesn't matter if the police have stun guns in their hands. Wang Qifan, a disciple of the Tiger Fist martial arts gym, shouted for them to fight. Anyway, I can't hit it a few times. They will block it even with their bodies. Yes, the martial arts hall is not satisfied and the distance value is high. But they have a personal favor to repay. Although the kid with glasses is a bit arrogant. But no matter what he said, he also saved face for the master. And most importantly, he is the proud king of 1,000 stones of Master Ingchuan. Opens up the way forward. Teacher Rihan Kim. The martial arts hall disciples were all high-spirited. Hurt. We fought this battle for that teacher. Although I don't have much interest in learning. But I at least know. The world needs more good teachers. Meanwhile, with the other side, the thoughts of the male protagonist seem to coincide. Because that's the only way. There will be hope for the school. The male protagonist rushed to Pai Han again. He must fight to the end. Despite the constant sharp pain in his legs. Despite the constant attacks of the Pai Han language. But he can't fall. If you hold on, you can't knock him down. At this moment, the skin is cold and embarrassed. Suddenly looked at the male protagonist's right leg. I want to make up for the male protagonist now. But he just fell into the arms of the male protagonist. The male protagonist raised with one hand. Roll up the whirring wind. Rescue the forbidden trick, fourth trick. Zero distance boxing. It exploded like a nuclear bomb with a thud. Pai Han, and embarrassed, landed. Spit blood from the mouth. This straight look looks like that guy. Sure, Yingzhan remembered that he had decided to go to the high school. What Yingzhan said. That's a good idea. But will it all work out as you wish? Pai Han gritted his teeth angrily. That's right. He didn't expect that there would be such a variable as the male protagonist. Pai Han continued to talk about it. You think I'm gone? Will this school get better? The school you cherish so much will get worse. Then it will be the people around you who will be implicated. What happened today? If one day someone wants to be held accountable, poor and stretched out his hand to the male protagonist, then everyone will surely blame you. I'll tell you why. The male protagonist slowly unbuttoned his collar and shut up. Shut your foul mouth. Hanyu looked shocked. Didn't he want to know? The male protagonist continued, My brain is too stupid. I don't understand your nonsense. I'm not curious why you do such a thing. If something really goes wrong later, it's a big deal. Have you forgotten what I said at the morning meeting? The male protagonist has a finger. I have warned you clearly. Looked at Pai Hanyu's embarrassed and stubborn appearance. Ian Ziming slowly unzipped his clothes. I don't understand your nonsense. I don't care what your reasons for doing these things are. Then Ian Ziming stretched out his finger and pointed forward. But I warned you clearly. Pai Korean. Pai Han rushed towards the male protagonist like crazy. You ignorant fellow. What ushered in was just an elbow blow from Ian Ziming. Reach out and grab it and push it downward, so let's stop here. Uncle's forbidden trick is the third move first. There was a loud bang. This heralded the end of the rule of the P1 language. Poverty and teeth are strained together. Bite the tip of your tongue to regain consciousness. Raise your fist again and hit the male protagonist. Do you think I'm going to fall so easily? At the same time, on the other side, Li Jun fell to his knees. Tears streaming down Anta. That guy really shot. No, you bastard. I'm not like this because I'm afraid of death. I think of Anta. Li Jun is close to collapse. Why do people want to be so desperate? Li Jun raised his head fiercely. Li, is it because this is the time to be sad? Be sober. You should go to Yin Tsai Ming first. But the next moment, Li Jun found the envelopes scattered on the ground. A letter to Pai Han. Signed, Mr. Wu Jinghua. Is it the teacher who died? Li Jun opened the envelope in a tangled way. But the contents of the envelope shocked him. At this time, the male protagonist on the other side is still entangled with Pai Han. Although the male protagonist, the injured leg, is under tremendous pressure. But the male protagonist still held it down. The poor male protagonist doesn't understand it. Why are you struggling so far? Then a hard punch fell. Why do you want to do bad things? Pai Han spat out a mouthful of blood again. Why? At this time, Pai Korean, the mortal teacher, came to mind. Obviously, I don't care anymore. The teacher kept it over and over again. I want to make myself better again and again. Obviously, even the school gave up on him. The teacher. But he still gets angry with himself from time to time. He is also full of great truths, and the teacher represents society and the times. It's ridiculous. Poor, and looking at the male protagonist in front of him. There was once a man like you. It's stupid to think that kindness can solve all problems. You know Lingcheng School. Who exactly does the Lingcheng Consortium belong to? You are here to change this school. Who the hell is it for? You'll soon know that it's up to you to win. The male protagonist yelled, "Stop talking nonsense. All I know is that some people are suffering. Some people were tortured. Some can only sit on the sidelines. Someone went astray. Someone gave up on their dreams." The male protagonist grabbed Pai Hanyu's hands and looked up suddenly. Changing it all is for us. This fact will never change. Bang a head hammer. Pai Han was a complete failure. At this time, Grandpa Pu Jin rushed to the roof of the building, found the male protagonist and the leather Korean language that fell to the ground, pulled up the skin of Korean. What the hell is hoarseness? Why is he here with you? At this moment, Chubby is at the door of the warehouse, a little confused. Gu Jianya. It's like something was found in a warehouse. And then he looked very excited. The male protagonist also looked at this scene suspiciously. I saw Pujinyi take out a disc from his arms. Pai Han fell into memory. The woman was weird, just because of the roll call in class. He didn't shout. I sentenced myself to absenteeism. At first, Pai Han just thought, he's just a troublesome teacher. But the woman intensified. He also told his father about his truancy. Poor Whisper finally realized that woman was different from the other teachers, almost obsessively drilled into his life. That time, he also openly snatched one of his headphones. He also praised his favorite songs. Why can you be like other teachers? Fear me or simply give up on me. When you think about it, the reason is simple. He just wanted to stand out because of the so-called counsel and martyrdom of the adults. In fact, it is all out of their own interests. My dad told me to study. Isn't he afraid that I will hold him back? He made Mom sacrificed in the sectarian struggle within the organization. This organization was bought in exchange for my mother's life. Do you think I'm going to give up easily? The woman. I definitely want to. Lend me the ability of this gangster son to turn over a new leaf. Strive to obtain the title of teacher how. Then I'll just let you disappear. But something happened not long after. But it completely changed Pai Han's mind. Teacher Wu Jinghua came to his house without permission. Pai Han, though angry, but I still have to deal with my sister first. Came to the rooftop. Pai asked in Korean, didn't you insist on pushing forward with the grades? Why are you still coming to me? Aren't you afraid of my background? Teacher Wu Jinghua just smiled. Teachers who are afraid of their students. To be able to be an ordinary teacher. But you can't be a real teacher. By the way, Han Shuai, he seems to like you very much. It seems that you are very considerate of your sister. Poor and indifferent, after all, my mother is not around. See, to the point where he is still very strong. It's very distressing. Children need to be cared for after all. But teacher Wu Jinghua suddenly touched his head. How do I feel like you're talking about yourself? Pai Hanyu turned his head in disgust. The mother's face came to mind. It seems to overlap with the smiling face of teacher Wu Jinghua. And Pai Han is just impatient. Annoyedly, he slapped away Mr. Wu Jinghua's hand. Such a move is also redundant. But Mr. Wu Jinghua took out a CD. It was handed to him. This is a gift from my son. The teacher lends you. There was also a letter inside. Take it back and see it. I saw you put that song of Golden Dreams. I made a single loop. You know, where did the inspiration for this song come from? Pai Hanyu looked at it seriously for the first time. The teacher in front of you. Teacher Wu Jinghua turned his head to look into the distance. The most important thing in life is to live a decent life. I hope my students can live a down-to-earth life. Then Mr. Wu Jinghua suddenly pointed to Pai Han. Tomorrow, the disciplinary meeting. You have to be there. If you do something wrong, you will be punished. What matters is whether or not you can repent later. When I got home, I was very unhappy in Pai Han. The woman in just 2 months broke into my life. It made me a naive child in an instant. It's hilarious. But the next day the results will be there. Teacher Wu Jinghua did not attend as scheduled. The woman disappeared according to his plan. Pai Han couldn't believe it, because he didn't carry out that plan at all. Back home, Pai Korean's father called Pai Han separately. Pai Han, my father said, I will help you solve it first. I warned you. I'll only tolerate you once. Pai Han put his hand on his head. Why? I knew that my life would be in danger. Why do you insist on pushing forward with the grades? Why have mercy on me? He even told me that. I don't know whether it's sad or happy in Pai Han. Thank you so much, Dad. After the leather of Korean, the original plan was carried out again. He wants to make this school a cradle of gangsters, because this is the only way to drag Dad's thick soil. With the so-called goodwill. Can't win that man at all. I will do whatever it takes to ruin your future. At this moment, Pu Jinya's speech became more and more weak. Mom told me, we'll lend him his favorite student hall, but why will it appear in your hands? At that moment, Pu Jinya suddenly realized. The cup was silent for a long time. The day before the session, learned the group attacking the Korean language. The old dynasty won a great victory. Among them is the gang leader of the martial arts hall. There are also Officer Luo Taiwan and others to protect teacher Han Jing. The goal is achieved. Qi Yingzhen laughed out loud when she learned what happened. The guys in the hidden folk are crazy. Even Uncle Oaxaca's plan was broken. It's a wonderful story. The next day, covered in wounds, the Korean language at the adult meeting. Modern punishment. But it's different from last time. The teacher also came as promised. After the teacher came out of the adult meeting, I was a little surprised to see the scene in front of me. The male protagonist and Kim Shursian limped over. One said it was rolled down the stairs. One hit a power pole last night. What will happen to the male protagonist when he opens his mouth? Teacher Han Jin finally reacted to the boundary. Pai Han was expelled. Although Pai Han did bad things. It's normal to be disciplined. It just feels a little weird. Teacher Han Jin lowered his head and thought, why did it go so well? There must be some tricks. The male protagonist opened his mouth with relief. Punishment will be the result of your efforts. There shouldn't be any tricks. At this time, Mr. Han Jin suddenly approached the male protagonist. I still think it's a little weird. How can you get hurt? The male protagonist looked sideways. Came out of the leather Korean. Pai Korean means two. Took a long look at the male protagonist. Then he continued to leave, remembering what the male protagonist said when he was at the base. Pai Han is far away, and I hope you can do what you say. Subsequent. Because we go through different changes every day. So everybody changes. So it's a mess. The phrase nature is hard to change does not admit it. Although this phrase means better than becoming, there will be more people who have gone bad. That's why we're struggling. In order to make yourself better, in order to work hard to achieve their dreams, in order to create opportunities in a hellish situation. Because it's because of these changes, we'll give everyone more possibilities. It doesn't matter where your future direction is. Let's work hard for your goals. The boy finally turned his head to look at Jean Shursian. Cian, then we started a special study for the summer vacation. Good news! I've saved up enough for Season 2 of the Riffraff. From today, Xiaoyu will update the second season for everyone, contrary to the tense and exciting plot of the first season. It's more of a comedy. In this issue, let the good brothers gamble first. Set in the last season, a study group headed by Ian Ziming, through hardships and obstacles, finally succeeded in ending the nest of the Korean language. It ended with Pai Han being expelled. The first to appear in this season is the general health industry. After the defeat of the Pai Korean language, Pu Jianya and Chubby Car are in pursuit. A dirty man who took the opportunity to escape. Pu Jian is one step ahead of the little fat. Sparks and lightning along the way block the dirty man's car, although successfully forced the car to stop. But the general health industry is even with people and motorcycles. Flew up. The dirty man cursed a madman in the car. But I saw that Pu Jianya ignored the injuries on his body. He went up and grabbed him by the neck. A pair of fierce eyes stared at him and caught you. Then there is a fat beating of the dirty man. To ask why, Pu Jian has to hold on to the dirty man. It's all because of the dirty man's mouth before he owes it. Said that he knew about Pu Jianya's mother. The dirty man is in a hurry. Shifted the blame to the Korean language. But he didn't know anything. Pu Jianya had met with Pai Han long before that. Museum. Pai Han said that he had something to explain before leaving. Today's Pai Korean. There is no longer the unruly appearance of the original. What he wanted to say was, Teacher Wu Jinghua was not killed by him. But Pu Jianya actually knew it for a long time. The disc was found in Pai Hanyu's room. To know, because at that time when he gave his mother the CD, Mom said she would lend it to his most beloved student. If Pai Hanyu is really an obsessive person, Mom wouldn't give that to him. Yes, for Pai Hanyu, Teacher Wu Jinghua also made him feel exciting existence. There was sadness and loneliness in Pai Hanyu's eyes. I'm sorry for Pugiani. It's that I didn't protect my teacher. Subsequently, Pai Hanyu handed a folder to Pu Jianya. Is a list of characters. Teacher Wu Jinghua is also among them. Yes, the stars on this are indeed feathered by Pai Han. But all of them are the main characters his dad is eyeing on them. He wanted to take down the Iwabai gang. So, has been paying close attention to my father's every move. List above, it was a mission that his dad had mentioned at least once. Teacher Wu Qinghua on the day before the disciplinary meeting met his dad, and it was the one who was killed that night. So the murderer was his father, dermatitis by. Pu Jianya excitedly grabbed Pai Hanyu's collar. Questioned Pai Hanyu. Why show him this thing? Pai Hanyu showed a sinister smile. Is there your name on it? No, yes. In other words, dermatitis White doesn't know what your existence is. The purpose of the leather Korean. Precisely. Let the general health industry, this dermatitis White, not know the existence. Break into the interior of the Salt White Gang. I want to fight against the powerful Crooked Arm Group. The only way is to get a newcomer with dermatitis White. Become his henchman. Then he stabbed him in the back. And until that is done, he had to be the enemy of the study group. And on the other side, the style of the study group is completely opposite. After the midterm exams, the study group decided to come to a summer special operation. That's to the best school in the city. Go to exchange and learn. Learn! She's group is happily walking towards their destination. Shin Se-hyun accidentally bumped into someone. Whoever wants to be a gang of bad people. When a study group chats happily, the new shine has been kicked out for miles by the bad guys. There is no way to communicate before learning. I had to be forced to exchange martial arts first. So, what is the strength of the study group today? What kind of coercion can Ian Siming pretend to be this season? We'll see you next time. Don't look at these students. One is better than the other. But they used to be 6 people and destroyed a gangster den. But in this second season, there are still bad expressions of dissatisfaction. The study group has its first battle. Kim Se-hyun was just as unlucky as last season. As soon as he appeared, he angered a bunch of bad guys. Chased by bad guys as a dog. The study group team can only be forced to face each other. Lee Jun faced the first gangster. First, he sideways dodged a punch from the thug, then turned around and kicked the thug down in an instant. We're not here to fight today. The second one to appear. It was Lee Ji-yu, who was ridiculed for his height by the gangsters. He also mocked the study group as a bunch of waste wood. Lee Ji-yu can do his hand and try not to be noisy. Grabbing a thug by the collar is a fall. They are waste wood, but at least it's not as miserable as you. It's the official that did something here. Lee Ji-yu is 55.5 meters tall. It has grown 0.5 centimeters taller. This was followed by the last battle. A smoother with a broken arm. Being ridiculed by the other side is a crippled hand. The obedient don't talk nonsense. 5 punches and 5 front palms are struck. 1 arm is enough to be a gangster. And the last bastard. It's about looking the best. Bullied Kim Se-hyun. The ferocious Zhao Jin Shurxian acted publicly. Kim Se-hyun threw a reflexive punch. This is the middle and high power of attacking the Adam's apple. Raise your hand and take a stand. 2 tricks to solve. Although it looks awesome, but in fact, Kim Se-hyun is all gone. But you may be a little surprised. Where did Een Diamond go? The people of Xiamen at this time. I was sitting alone on the bus to school, because I heard that I went to meet my friends who studied well. I didn't sleep all night. Soon study in small groups. We arrived at our destination. In case the school comes to greet them. It is in case the teacher of the school, Mr. Oh Woo-yeol. He was a student of Han Jing teacher. As the crowd walked in, a sense of oppression from key schools came to my face. Over here, all students join a study group. At the time of the holidays, it will also be compensated for by group study. Own inadequacy. And that's not all. Humanities are also opened here. Language mathematics. More than 20 courses in the field of science and art. And there are about 300 students per year. Admitted to the top 3 key schools in China. It is a veritable key high school. And before everyone was surprised, a student approached him, teacher of Mandarin column. This is one of the top students in their group. Everyone hurriedly greeted the girl in a friendly manner. But the girl looked at everyone unkindly. Lee Ji-yu and Lee Jun are going to be stupid. Didn't he just say where the bunch of stupid hats came from? Fortunately, he was pulled by teacher Han Jin and Jin Shurxian. As the minutes tick by, everyone in the classroom is going to get bored. Because the Jun Ming of this group has not yet come. In June at this time, Ming is being bullied by a group of thugs at the school next door. Just because Jun Ming did not pay protection money to these gangsters. The thugs punched and kicked Jun Ming. Also absent is our male protagonist. Lee Ji-yu was also helpless. He texted Zai Ming early in the morning. In fact, Sai will come early tomorrow. It turns out that this is the Trillion School. It seems to be a school with a long history. I'm looking forward to it. I've never seen such a silly male protagonist. Was going to go to school in case. The hidden name of communication and learning. I accidentally walked into the school next door. The opposite of the school next door is in case. This school is also the same as Lingcheng Vocational High School. It's the cradle of gangsters. Students inside fight for blackmail. Bullying the weak. Do no evil. And the gangsters who are bullying the students at the moment. Absolutely unimaginable. There was a big guy in the school. At this time, the shadow is in civil affairs. Limped inside. Look at the strange patterns on the stairs. With dilapidated windows. Wan Siming did not suspect that he had made a mistake. I just think that the students here are too stressful to study. And just passing by in the morning, one student was beaten and put on the glass. However, Siming did not find out. At this point, several thugs walked out of the classroom. Siming couldn't help but reflect on himself. Their faces were so haggard. It must be because I am too tired from studying. I've never been like this. Watch the thugs whisper quietly. Jae-ming felt that everyone was very shy. Finally, a thug pointed at Zai-ming. "Come with me." Zai-ming hurriedly followed. The thug asked, "Why are you here with a high distance value? Do you want to expand your vision?" Zai-ming was a little puzzled. Indicates the range. Fortunately, the next moment, Jae-min finally noticed that something was wrong. But the thugs had already raised their fire extinguishers. Hit the people. Zai-min threw a backhand elbow to knock the thugs flying. Yes, he thought it was strange just now. Sure enough, something wasn't right. Honor students don't throw their glasses like that. At this time, the residents who were working as mats for the gangsters were also a little confused. Why is the person passing by just now so familiar? As he pondered, Zai-ming is already on crutches and picking three. Watch the gangster's fist get closer and closer. Zai-ming fixed the crutches tightly. Soar up a ladder to solve one. Seeing the second thug do it again. The figure of the tale of the battle that appeared in Zai-ming. Dodge a punch from the thugs, but his little foot slipped and fell to the ground. The thugs seized the opportunity and were preparing to sneak attack. Was beaten away by Zai-ming with a cane. Heard movement outside. The thugs in the house opened the door menacingly. "You're pretty much enough. Don't kill people." But the scene in front of him made him stupid. Residents in the classroom at this time didn't know what was going on outside. She was crying for her mom to activate her credit card. If you don't agree to the gangster's request again, he didn't know what kind of violence he would suffer. On the other side of the picture, in case of a student at the school, also explained the reason to Kim Se-hyun. That's why the girl hates them so much. It is precisely because of the school next door in case. They don't have the heart to study anymore. In case of students, they often make fun of the students at their school, and it's useless to call the police. Last time a student called the police for it, it affected the parents. They don't really know what to do. Who can break this dark situation? And right in this moment, in the classrooms of the trillion-dollar school, break the immersion with a bang. The thugs flew in from outside. The dramatist's crying came to an abrupt end at this moment. Mom on the other end of the line was still talking. "Why is this child crying?" "Mom, I'll activate your credit card for you. You save some flowers." The residents were stunned, as if they didn't need it. Why do you say Inzai? The name is the combat power ceiling of this comic. Because he was lame. Can fight 3 gangsters by himself. At this time, the boss of the school finally called back. And in Ming, he was making unhurried phone calls. A student who has just been bullied. No matter how much you persuade, it is useless. Siming was on the phone slowly. The school boss finally couldn't take it anymore. A punch came towards Jae-ming. And in the emptiness of his punch in Ming, put down your backpack in an orderly manner. Take off your glasses. He took the thug's fist casually. The gangsters are so frightened that they doubt their lives. And the slaughter of the people. It was the creaking of the gangster's fist. "You're right. I'm going to take this school now." "That's right, just now." Yoon Jae-myung is in the mouth of Kim Tae-hyun. Got a very important piece of information. That's what this school has always been. Bullying the students of the school next door in case of emergency. As a result, the students in the school are not interested in learning. And they don't have the heart to learn. It means that the study exchange meeting will definitely not be held. Then the only way is to take the school. With a punch from Zai-ming. Even the wooden door with the classroom was crushed. And at the same time, on the other side of the school in case of emergency, Jin Shi Xian also told everyone what happened to Zai-ming. Li Jun and Li Jiu both finished with serious faces. Something is wrong. The students on the side hurriedly turned around. In fact, I'm also worried about the student named Hidden Min. Nothing will happen to him. And Lee Jun, his principal, replied no. I'm worried about those guys. Under the mad beating of the hidden people, the gangster boss doubts life again. This guy is very strong, forget it. Problem. This guy is missing a leg. The gangster's younger brother and Junshio both took a fancy to it. How could such a thing happen? Sure duh. He was in the Great Battle of Ru a year ago. But he fought alone and brought down the existence of 30 people. And in their astonishment, Zaimin dodged the thugs. A slap in the leg and another blow to the thugs. But this also caused a huge pain in Tsai Ming's legs. His leg is still not healed, and the gangsters see the opportunity. A kick in the head. But before his little brother was happy, the thugs let out a scream like a pig. It turned out that it was Ian Tsai who fought back with an elbow. But the gangsters didn't give up there. He leaned down and made a gesture of preparation. The little brother immediately exclaimed, "It's this move that makes the top 10 Supremes nirvana." And looking at the thugs rushing to the slaughter. But I remembered the doctor's advice in my head. His right kneecap was shattered. You have to be on crutches. If you want to heal sooner, don't forget your crutches. I'm sorry, the doctor turned around again. The crutches in his hand slammed out. The first trick that doctors forbid. Martial arts gym, remember. Don't bully the honest guy in the future. Good student of learning. At this moment, Ian Ziming has a new notoriety. Ian Ziming, who won the $1 trillion school alone. Here's what's interesting. After Jae Myung rescued Junshio actually called out Yoon Jae Myung's name. After Junsu puts on his glasses, Tsai Ming finally recognized it. He turned out to be Ian Saming's old classmate. Yu Junshio, who can get the first place in the class every time. You can believe it. Used to be the scumbag boy, Ian Jae Myung. Today, the grade ranking is as high as 110. This shows that his efforts have not been in vain. And not only now, he was also remembered by the top students in the class. You can recognize it at a glance. It turned out that when Tsai Ming was just in junior high school, Dan said that his goal is to be the first in the school. It turned out to be the last in the class. But Shuaba didn't do it because of the boy. I think it's funny when I look like this. Because of Tsai Ming's efforts, he saw them all. I've been studying hard. How could he not remember? He believed that he would be able to do it. Because it was among the people he had seen in his life. One of the best. At this moment, I couldn't help but burst into tears. Maybe at the same time as it states the redemption of others. Others are also inadvertently. Heal the wounds that are recorded. The preparation story is still a work in progress. But the study group and others don't know. On the other side of the Meteor School, Dermatitis White came. At this time, Ian Ziming's eyes were staring at the boss. He had never seen such a magnificent school. He thought it was a palace. And it happened to be this time. A female classmate ran down. But accidentally his little foot slipped and fell. Tsai Ming rushed forward with a brisk step. I just caught the female classmate who fell. The girl opened her eyes in a daze. Tsai Ming held his glasses and said that you were okay. And this just happened to hit the girl's little heart. Is this what it feels like to fall in love at first sight? Tsai Ming, who returned to school. Not surprisingly, he was ridiculed by the study group. Even the school can go wrong. It is different from the lively division of the study group. The students' eyes widened. Oh my God! Did he really settle those bastards alone? It just so happened that this was Mr. Han Jing, and they were back. The study exchange meeting can finally be held. In this exchange meeting, that girl just now has completely become Tsai Ming. A little fangirl. Tsai Ming's every move. It's so cute in his eyes. After the exchange meeting, the girl sincerely apologized to the study group. He had always thought before, study groups with the bastards who bullied them. So he will be biased against them. But when he saw the serious look of the study group, only then did I know that I had misunderstood them. Then the girl went to his main goal. With a shy face, he said that he was on the stairs just now. Thank you, and the eyes are perfect for you. Each study group gossiped on their faces. Ming, this guy is lucky. But after the study group left, in case the students at the school are still a little worried. What if those guys get worse? But apparently, they were overthinking. At this time, it is on the side of the school, in case the boss is looking out the window and shivering. In the future, no one will touch the school people. It was the first time he had seen such a terrible guy. It's only been a moment, just in case the school is also occupied. You know, in a gangster. What is it like to be a teacher in school? Fights are everywhere in school. Threats and intimidation are commonplace. It is often life-threatening. And this kind teacher did not complain in the slightest. Facing questions from former students. Although there are also complaints, but Mr. Lee Hanjin's final answer was, I've never regretted my choice. Although I also thought about giving up. But as soon as I saw those because of learning, and the children who get together, there will be a lot of comfort. On the last day of the study exchange, study groups come to the capital for a visit. Li Jun ran towards Jae-min with a lock in his hand. It is said to have been written, a concentric lock that wishes and blessings will come true. So much so that he pulled Han. Teacher Jean came to the front of the concentric lock, and the content on the child star. But Teacher Han Jing was stunned. Teacher Han Jing helped us get into a good school. Famous meteor study group. At this moment, Teacher Han Jing smiled. I'm such a happy teacher. In this way, the time came to August in a blink of an eye. Xiaomin was exercising downstairs in the morning as usual. The movement is elegant and pleasing to the eye. Even the doorman uncle couldn't help but applaud. And he has been a loyal man to the people for several years. It's a fan. Now Tsai Ming's knee has completely healed. At this time, the doorman uncle who was chatting with Tsai Ming. Suddenly, he looked at his watch in horror. Tell Tsai Ming to hurry home. Otherwise, he should be scolded again when his mother finds out. But Tsai Ming smiled and said it was okay, because his mother went on a business trip yesterday. Mom, before leaving, there are not too many requirements for Tsai Ming to study. Just told Tsai Ming to do the same as usual. Be happy. After the school reopens, because of poverty and strictness, the power of the white state is no longer there. The atmosphere in the school is also much better than before. Under the leadership of the Student Council President, Amikamoto, all violence is free in the school. Those once tricky little thugs, now they have all changed their ways. Following the approval of the Korean language, in the mouth of the student, which is clearly and reasonably, became the boss of the school. From now on, they can be with Han Jing Sensei. I studied here with peace of mind. That's what he meant to be. But soon learned the news of Mr. Han Jing's resignation. And that's not all. Even Mr. Han Jing's phone number has become empty. Although it is also true that being a teacher in this school is tiring. But Teacher Han Jing has done so much for them before. There's no reason to give up so easily. The study group and others all felt that there were 7 tricks. And just when the study group was at a loss, a teacher pops up out of nowhere. He knows. The study group is Ms. Han Jing's favorite student, so decided to tell them the news. Teacher Han Jing did not leave on his own initiative. Instead, he was fired. Most importantly, the day before Teacher Han Jing was fired, dermatitis white has come. Meanwhile, Li Xuanyu on the other side also launched an investigation. Unexpectedly, Mr. Han Jing's house was also empty. Teacher Han Jing is like the world has evaporated, and Li Hyun-woo is still here. Met an unexpected person. It was Pu Jianye who was wearing a strict bibang suit. Li Xuanyu grabbed the dirty pigtails next to him. Men's collar. This series of things. It's all a little inexplicable. Teacher Han Jing is missing. Pu Jianye joined Yen Bibang. Moreover, Pu Jianye seems to know the whereabouts of Teacher Han Jing. Pu Jianye, on the grounds that Li Xuanyu did a lot of evil before. Beat up Li Xuanyu. But Li Xuanyu didn't care. He did a lot of wrong things in the past. He admits he's a fool. But now I just want to know about Mr. Han Jin's project. And in the face of Li Xuanyu's sincere request, Pu Jianye did it again. Trespassing on private homes. Use of violence. I have done so many hurtful things. Now I suddenly began to repent and care about others. Do you think you'll be able to rejoice in this way? Don't be delusional. Disgusting guy. Talked about Li Xuanyu's pain. Li Xuanyu frantically threw Pu Jianye to the bottom. A counterattack was carried out. But it's a pity that he is not an opponent of Pu Jin at all. Pu Jianye left the sentence. Tell him not to look for teacher Hanjin. Then he turned and walked away. But Li Xuanyu finally caught a glimmer of hope. How can you give up so easily? When in a correctional facility, Officer Ro Taewon told him, You know, why did Mr. Han Jing come forward at that time? Do you block knives for others? Said. Officer Luo Taiwan handed a booklet to Li Hyunwoo. There are two types of general cases. Protection cases versus criminal cases. The former only needs to go to the classroom to be punished. There will be no criminal record. The latter will be in prison for the rest of his life. As you can see, Mr. Han Jing wrote it on that petition. It's all you need to protect. Reasons and not reasons to punish you. At that moment, he thought of anything but himself. No one will write you a petition. So I knew that my life was in danger. I still gave you this chance. There aren't many good teachers like that. Now, Li Xuanyu once again did not want to die towards Pu Jianye. Rush away, now the only way. It is to bring down the general construction industry in front of him. Forced to ask about the whereabouts of Mr. Han Jin. Even if it is used in despicable means, it will not hesitate. But when Li Hyunwoo's elbow, after hitting the temptation of Pu Jianye, found that Pu Jianye was still unmoving. How much strength is he hiding? And at this time, it was not calm on the side of Lingcheng School. Once there was a question in Lingcheng School in Korean, although it made the school a miasma. But at the same time, Pi Korean is also the umbrella of the school. And now the hidden name of the Pi Korean language is gone. It is necessary to inherit the task of the Korean language. Other schools in Wisher. The Northern Alliance along the White Gang struck out. This man who looks like a reckless man, with his unique abilities and wrists, just a few years, controlled half of the second gang's power. He is Chi Ying, the first heir of the Yanbai gang. Now with the exit of Pai Han, it is heavily dependent on the southern tense of the Pi Korean language. The force has crumbled. Tooth Shadow Strings Arm finally reached the heart of the southern power. The distance value is high. These little gangsters from Haichong School is one of Chi Yingzhan's subordinates. But Pai Han is gone. It doesn't mean that a high distance value is easy to bully. These three men were the first to stand up. They are Choi Mukue, a subordinate of Chimpy Korean, former first grade boss Tamo, former student council president Kim Kyu-jin. This moment, Kim Se-hyun was the first to know the seriousness of the matter. Yes, that didn't happen last semester. At that time, it was because of the leather Korean language in this school, and now it has lost the Pi Korean language. The distance of this umbrella is very high. Another person is needed to carry the banner, and this time the vanguard sent by Chi Yingzhan. It's not a character to mess with. The one who took the lead was only one face. We'll be able to catch Chui Wukue's harmony and airway, and also only with force. Completely crushed Chui Wuhue. After the provocation, the thugs left in style. Only the angry and helpless three people were left. At this moment, the study group is also in Li Xuanyu's mouth. I learned a shocking argument. That is, he saw it from the performance of Spectrum Jianye. Han Kyung-sensei Sejong is related to Yim Bekbang. Good guy. How could it be like this? Maybe teacher Han Jing has it in his hand. It can cause lethality to Yin Baibang. Some kind of care for the damage. That's why Sejong may be old-fashioned. In the second half of Li Xuanyu's sentence, was congratulated by Li Jiyu. Li Xuanyu, are you kid looking for death? The Zaimin on the side turned around and unloaded his backpack. Walked alone towards the door. Meanwhile, Suk Yi-hyun is in a warehouse. The Iwabai gang test is held. Upstairs, I don't know when I was released from prison. I'm yawning boringly. But the next moment, he looked downstairs in shock. That's right. The examiner of this test is Poo Jianya. May the title show a smile that was watching the show. The next moment, Poo Jianya quickly kicked over the artist. I saw the strength of Poo Jianya. The thugs looked at each other, rushed towards Poo Jianya together. But the result was still put down by Poo Jianya in an instant. At this moment, Ji Yingzhan's face was full of excitement. Why did you join the Yinbai gang? At the same time, study groups and others. Also caught up with the shadow that left alone. Lee Junwoo Jae Myung found it dark. I didn't see the shadow of Pumiha either. And just when the two of them were at a loss, I happened to see a familiar figure. It was Poo Jianya's friend Jong Do-hoon, the little fat man. He is the closest person to Poo Jianya. You must know the whereabouts of Poo Jianya. So Lee Jun immediately bypassed. Blocked Chung Do-hoon's testimony. Do-hoon turned his head. I saw where you were blocking the back road again. As soon as I saw Lin Ziming. The little fat man immediately gave up and ran away. Because if you want to run, you won't be able to run. But no matter what they say. Mr. Chung refused to answer. Because Poo Jianya had already guessed that there would be such a show. So tell him in advance. Whatever they ask, say they don't know. Chung Do-hoon did not live up to it. Before they asked, he kept repeating that he didn't know. I don't know anything. At this time, Tsai Ming made a final inquiry. I've heard Poo Jianya has been messing with Yin Baibang now. Aren't you, as a friend, afraid that something will go wrong with him? But Jong Do-hoon still looks indifferent. What could go wrong? Ha ha ha, In Tsai Ming. Have you ever thought about revenge for someone? Regardless of whether it will be itself. It doesn't matter what the price you will pay. The feeling of slashing each other with 1,000 cuts. What he went through is beyond your comprehension. All I could do was support him silently behind his back. That's what I think of as friendship. In Tsai Ming heard this. Tsai Ming stopped talking. Turn and leave. Lee Jun had no choice but to follow. And just when Jong Do-hoon kept a secret, when I was secretly rejoicing, Lee Jun turned around and left a word of advice. Asked Jong Do-hoon to let the other party go in the name of his friend. That's not true friendship, nor is it righteous anger. It's a simple sentence. It sounded like thunder in Chung Do-hoon's ears. Zheng Daoshuan was stunned. There are no superfluous words. Speak up. He's really high along the street again. It is a garage of real building materials. Hurry up and see you. That's all I can tell you. I'm sorry for Poo Jianya. It seems that I don't have the right to be your true friend. On the other side, the toothed strings on the car were laughing maniacally. What a fun guy to meet. Didn't you hear what he just said? The reason why he wanted to join Yin Baibang was because he wanted to surpass me. Become the first heir of Yin Baibang. I want to think of him as a low-key person. And Ma Mingchong knocked on the side of the opening. Then if he wants to join Yin Baibang's purpose. It still doesn't matter if it's impure and holds a hidden sage. The idea of filial piety will always change. I wanted to kill Uncle Yin Bai before. And at this time, Putin was obviously blended in with Yin Baibang. But his expression was lonely. A person sits in a corner in a daze. Finally, under the push of the gangsters, walked towards the motorcycle mom. I won't regret it. And at this very moment, a taxi pulled up nearby. Yoon Jae-myung appeared. In order to find the Pumi leaf, In Ziming and Lee Jun broke into the gangster den again. Before the gangsters finished their cruel words, In Ziming pressed the thugs to the ground. This is a move that my uncle forbids. The third trick is to arrest him. Today, in order to get the whereabouts of Mr. Hanjin, I've asked several people. In Puma's shocked gaze, In Ziming said coldly, and you're the last one. Soon more thugs swarmed around. And Tsai Ming just said lightly that he didn't want to get hurt. Just get out of the way. And after the gangsters heard Tsai Ming's words, instead, there was a burst of laughter. Then he didn't say a word. Went up towards Ziming. At this time, Li Jun also walked in front of Pu Jianye. No matter how Li Jun asked, Pu Jianye refused to answer. Said impatiently to Tsai Ming, "It should be a matter of duty to deal with those people. What if you have to deal with 100 people?" Li Jun kicked it over. Pu Jianye's motorcycle has a grim face. He doesn't care how many people he's dealing with. Now he just wants to know about Han Jing's project, even if he is an enemy of Pu Jianye who once helped him, although the smell of gunpowder is full. But Pu Jianye was not angry. On the contrary, it is indicated, "I won't tell you about Mr. Han Jing. It's for your sake. But since you want to know so much, then I'll tell you." At this time, the people were still fighting, even though the gangsters have the advantage in numbers. For Zamin, it's all one by one. Although for the people, none of these gangsters are worth mentioning. But Jamin is still dressed very spicy, because he's in a bad mood right now. Soon the battle was settled. Ran towards Li Jun's side. But he found out. Li Junjung sat on the ground in despair. Siming was about to catch up with Pu Jianye. Was stopped by a car. In the district, Li Jun also called out softly, "Ming isn't the people's respect. Forget it, Jaiming has some differences." "Why?" Pu Jianye looked at Zai Ming. "Do you want to listen too?" During the summer vacation, teacher Han Jin investigated my mother's affairs. In the end, I almost discovered another truth. But that's because of it. Teacher Tan Jing passed away. The rain fell as the leaves turned into a common eye. Zaiming's pupils contracted instantly. Memories flashed through Ming's mind. Teacher Han Jing, from that tutor who encouraged him to learn. It became again the homeroom teacher who showed him the way to his native path. Teacher Han Jing has done so much for him. But has he ever repaid Teacher Han Jing's kindness? And it is in the Ming Shin system class. More members of the Rock White Gang have appeared. Countless cars clogged up the streets. The windows in front of you are pulled down. What leaked out was a dirty man sitting in the driver's seat. Hurry up right away. The 3 Iwabai adult groups will be held here. Opportunity slipped out the back door. Come with us, if you don't want to offend 100 people. After escaping from the meeting place, Saming's expression was still calm and terrifying. Then he left without saying a word, and he walked into the distance. Tsai Ming dragged his school bag like this, walked downstairs to the community, and the next moment, Tsai Ming's figure was instantly stewed. An attack of spiritual power suddenly struck at Tsai Ming. This horrific offensive, even the strongest boy in the whole comics. It can only be slashed passively. And the move seemed to be the same as Tsai Ming. Who is this man? Who exactly is this man in a sweatshirt? Was able to fight back and forth with Tsai Ming. No matter how spiritual power Yoon Jae-myung's offensive is, athletic Shannon can easily parry. Finally, under a roundabout staircase in Tsai Ming seized the opportunity. Instantly promoted to the front of the man. First with a quick hook. Obscured the man's view. Then a sharp side kick is struck. The man flew out of the meter in an instant, but looked at Jae-myung who rushed in front of him. The man smiled. With one of the white legs of the Zaimin, the man stepped on the wooden horse behind him. Then it shot out like a sword off the string. You're still not good. Smack a flying ladder to solve the battle. And the shadow name that was obviously knocked down. But he didn't stand up for a long time. The figure of this man. It is so familiar in Tsai Ming's eyes. That's right. He is the founder of the Hidden Boy Forbidden Move. Tsai Ming's uncle Quan Yongxia. And before the uncle and Tsai Ming drank heavily, found that the boy was bright at the moment. His eyes were dripping with tears. Return home. My uncle finally found out what had happened. It means that Tsai Ming is not in a state today. This sparring was ineffective, and looked at Tsai Ming's lonely appearance. But my uncle didn't know how to comfort him. Someone who can make Tsai Ming show that kind of expression. Looks like he must be a good teacher. It's hard for anyone to accept such a thing. And your uncle changed his style at this time. Then don't accept it. A scientist once proposed a hypothesis. In fact, there is more than one in this world. There are an infinite number of universes that exist at the same time. And we're making a choice at some point. It will also lead to various parallel universes. Listening to my uncle's absurd remarks, Ximin was confused, and the uncle said with a smile, "If this assumption is true, so, if you accept the death of the teacher here, the teacher's death could become a reality. What if that guy named Pu Jinya lied to you? Yes, as long as there is a silver lining. That means there will be more possibilities. So don't give up on your teacher, Yin Jae Ming. It's like he didn't give up in the first place." At this moment, Ximin's fists clenched hard. He knew what to do now. And after speaking, my uncle collapsed on the couch. He was going to stay here for the rest of his life. At this time, in a study group classroom, in the civil era, the words of the uncle woke everyone up. Let everyone not give up hope. At this time, Li Jun suddenly took out an envelope. This was found in his den of Paihan. It is a handwritten letter written by Mr. Wu Jinghua to Paihan Yu. In this letter, except for a few words of blessing to Paihan, there's another clue. It's a photograph of a place. The back of the photo reads, "Go here and learn your father's secrets." And the letter has not been opened. Explain that Pai Korean has not been read. Cian had a thoughtful expression at this moment. Summarize the clues that are known so far. Teacher Wu Jinghua's death marks. Probably not because of Pihin. Rather, he discovered some kind of secret. Gu Jinya also said. Teacher Han Jing discovered another truth. So to speak, Teacher Han Jing also knew this secret. Other words, if we find this place, maybe you can find clues related to Teacher Han Jing. Just do it. Now the photo has been printed. It was distributed to all members of the study group. But want to be in the grade too. Find such a place. Easier said than done. Study groups can only do this by asking around. And online information to try to find. But the results were not ideal. And so it went on for a week. Looking at the sighing shadow on the sofa. Your uncle is concerned. Jamie Young told his uncle about the photo. Unexpectedly, the uncle who was drinking the drink said casually, "Isn't this there? I've been here before when I was working as a concrete worker. Interested in going and having a look. But I'll leave it to you to wash the dishes later." How unlucky Kim Sure-yun is. Just passing by an alley. Was just a few thugs. Inexplicably pulled to the underground garage. Crazy lap kicks. Although there have been attempts to resist. But there are many people on the other side. Kim Se-hyun is not an opponent at all. And just when the thugs were ready to do it again, suddenly, a thug was given a heavy kick. Flew out of several meters. The person who came was none other than Tianchi Maru, who had just passed by. He also happened to be passing by, because next to it is his media company. Tenchimara gave the gangsters two options. Whether to roll directly or roll again after being beaten. But the gangsters are not afraid. Taunts also began, and the last words of the gangsters. But it made Tenchimaru's pupils shrink instantly. "You little are trying to provoke me. Just made my yun change. Now it's you again." After speaking, the thug raised his fist and rushed towards Amikamaru. In exchange, it was Tenakamaru's rapid approach. "It seems that I can't just let you go today. It's a heavy uppercut." The scene was brutal. Yes, these gangsters are for Amikamaru. Are all inconsequential little people. But just now, that gangster mentioned Ma Yunhuan. Then he can't easily let these gangsters go. Before the thugs could react. The next moment, Tenakamaru's fist was like raindrops. It fell on the gangsters. This is Tenakamaru's special move, the first move to chase the dragon. With the final blow falling, the gangsters were directly sealed outside by Tenakamaru. Kim's, Hyun, and the gangsters both looked at this side in shock. It's so powerful. It's like looking at Een Tsai Ming. Did Ma Minghuan come out? The gangsters hurriedly explained. Now Ma Minghuan has been hanging out with Ji Yingzhan. It should have been made of salt for nothing. After saying that, the gangsters were trying to leave quietly. Outcome, is still in the same position as his boss. And at the moment on the other side, Jaemin and his uncle also came to the location of the photo. Jaemin picked up his phone and compared it. Outwardly, it does look alike. But the uncle interrupted Tsai Ming's words more than appearance. I feel like we've found the right place. And just when the uncle's words fell, the thugs hiding in the shadows have appeared. Soon the thugs stopped the two of them to feed. What are you doing here? The uncle immediately put out a human animal. Harmless expressions. Let's talk about us. We just went to a friend's house to play. Passing by here. And the gangsters don't intend to let them go. Step by step, they approach the two. It's strange that my uncle still keeps smiling. We just want to get into this building. It's weird. Could it be that you have hidden gold, silver, and jewels in it? Or it's poisonous, and it can't be discovered. Finally, under the provocation of my uncle, the thugs punched in, and the uncle just dissolved it lightly. It was a punch to the thug's chest. Look at the reaction of these gangsters. Sure enough, it's greasy. Then the uncle hooked his hand at the thugs. Let the horses come hear me. Let you have 5 tricks. Next lesson. Countless thugs poured in from all directions. Uncle and Tsai Ming were back to back. Let's play a little game. You're in charge of that side, and I'm in charge of this side. Let's see which of us finishes first. The words fell. The two figures disappeared in an instant. The uncle was the first to knock out a thug. Then he didn't even look at the thugs who attacked behind him. Solve it again with a backhand punch. Despite such a chaotic scene, my uncle is at ease. Each stroke kicks a thug with precision. Every action is just right. In the eyes of the thugs, Uncle can no longer be described as human. You call this a vagrant. There was a loud bang. The last gangster was also solved. And when the uncle looked at Tsai Ming's side also ended the battle. I was holding up a thug and asked yes. The reason why he kept this bastard. It's because he heard it clearly. This thug just said that she was a female teacher last time. This time there was another student. Tsai Ming's face was terrifying. What did you do to the teacher? But the uncle pulled Tsai Ming aside, gave the gangsters a new position. Hurry up and answer my nephew's question. If I don't want to use chopsticks with my left hand later. The thugs hurriedly summoned the pump. We just confirmed our identity, and they drove him away. I don't know what happened to him after that. The uncle continued to ask, who did you give his personal information to? The gangster just wanted to say that he didn't know. But under the pressure of his uncle, he quickly changed his words. It should have been handed over to Qi Yingzhan from the Lianbai gang. I heard that information. In the end, it was handed over to a guy named Qi Yingzhan. How sophisticated is Ding Tsai Ming's uncle? Obviously, he has forced out the clues of teacher Han Jing. But my uncle ran to the side and looked at the meter. It seems that it is really poisonous. Then he was lazy and said, and no, it is generally highly toxic. It's a super poison case. It's not just my uncle. Tsai Ming also gained a clue. Ji Yonghyun told him in his sixth sense of Mayong. Sooner or later, he's going to get into a big fight with that guy. After this incident, Yanbai Gang Balian also began to take action. On the grounds that Lu Gao first provoked, began to bully the students of Deer High. Because Lu Gao does not have the protection of the leather Korean. Other schools are becoming more and more unscrupulous. A school bully who has just been bullied. At this moment, helpless tears were also shed. It's fucking unpleasant. It would be nice if the Korean language was still there. And when he passed by the silver with silver, his mood was even more uncomfortable. It's all because of you, Tsai Ming. But he didn't expect it to be just as he was about to leave. The boy behind him actually said who did it. At this moment, Xiaoba's figure stopped instantly. Tsai Ming repeated it again. I asked you who did it. Meanwhile, the gangsters on the other side began to bully the old man at the vegetable stall again. Don't be ashamed of your low-level behavior. On the contrary, I am proud. And just as the gangster's stick was about to fall, an assistant made the thug stop the hole in his hand. It is the Jingshun who passes by accidentally. The thugs immediately began to taunt the smooth, a handicap to join in the fun, and the elite is just biased towards the old man over there. I remember my grandfather, who had passed away. Kim Soon-chul sat down with his fist clenched on the cutting branch. "One hand is enough for me." As Kim Soon-chul said, soon the younger brothers were all solved by Kim Soon-chul. And it's in Kim Soon-chul, when you get rid of the last little gangster. Zimao suddenly flew and attacked. Kim Soon-chul was kicked to the ground. And here Kim Soon-chul just got up. Zimao started again, and it was aimed at Shunja's right hand in a plaster cast. Kim Soon-chul punched back. Zimao also punched Kim Soon-chul. Then he kicked Shunja's. The right hand took advantage of Shunja's pain. Another despicable punch in quick succession. Finally, Shunja was completely blind, grabbed Zimao's neck with one hand. In Zimao's eyes, the smoother at the moment, it's like a tiger biting its prey. "I'm not going to die like this." Fortunately, Zimao's younger brother came to help. Shunja ducked his head and dodged. The younger brother hit the boss right on the head. Then he threw another punch and knocked the little brother over. The thugs of the moment. I no longer dare to act rashly. It's strange that guy is obviously handicapped. We also have a numerical advantage. But why can't the momentum compare to him? And Shunja's situation at the moment is also the end of the strong mother. But he has always followed master's teachings. Learn kung fu. Be brave and courageous. Punish evil and promote good. Even if you have to fight for your life, you have to prove it to them. Looking at Shunja, who rushed over like a fierce beast. The thugs are already panicking. And just when Shunja was about to make a move, suddenly a fist hit him in the head. I don't know when. Another thug popped up. This gangster is Haichong's school. Huang Dace, known as the yellow-faced big brother. Ranked second in Haichong's school. Huang Dace did not manage the smooth person. Instead, the thugs present were summoned. I heard that the students of Lugao were coming to attack us. Seeing that the thugs are gone, and Zimao stayed at the end, kicked the smoother who fell to the ground. I heard that none of your friends were coming, and the one who hears this. Instead, he smiled. You just said that I am the core figure of Lugao. Sorry to disappoint you. I'm nothing at Lugao right now. Can you believe it? Yoon Jae-myung actually took on the responsibility of Lugao's boss. This time he was really angry. He's already promised. It will make Lingcheng Vocational High School a good school. But that Yin Bai gang. Not only does teacher Han Jing's life and death unknown, also openly bullied Liu Gao's students. In civil necessity to make these people pay. And how can you be the boss without the younger brother? The premise is that Choi Moo-kyu, a subordinate of the Korean language direct agency, took the lead in asking for battle. And then, it's an angel pill who wants to find Ma Minghwan's revenge. And the last one is Lee Jun. The vice principal is going to be stupid. How did the school deed of the office be stolen again? A counterattack led by Tsai Ming officially began. Looked at Lee Jun-jung stupidly. Choi Woo-kue was a little worried about whether he could do it. And Tsai Ming just replied lightly to the secret room. Tenchi pill. But he was secretly excited in his heart, and he laughed quite a lot. And soon a few people met the first batch of thugs. The leader is by Yu-chan of Haichong School, ranked 4th in Haichong School. And in the face of this kind of thing, Tsai Ming and the others continued to move forward without looking. It is enough to leave it to Lee Jun here. Lee. During this time, it was all trained by Tsai Ming-lai himself. Tsai Ming knows that the current Lee Jun is very strong. The thugs were stunned by the strong kicks. Just now, when Lee Jun just came out with a laughing gas, Jin Shurxian said something for our kind of dick. It's not worth it. But Lee Jun was a little puzzled when he heard this. What are you talking about? Aren't you the first in your grade? Said in Minzen. I want this to be a school where you can learn. Of course, you who are good learners must take the lead. At this moment, Lee Jun looked at the gangsters in front of him again. And you have made the most unforgivable mistake. Trampled on the self-esteem of the school. And quickly. The gangsters saw Li Jun's strength. Every move is just right, without the slightest blemish. And hold it in your hand the whole time. Laugh and fight with only your legs. Hiding in the corner of the two passing by. The leather-faced boy looked stupid. Today's Li Jun. It's like a second woman in the people. Soon Li Jun noticed the gangster's head. The head has been watching the battle from the side. Why isn't he stupid? And Li Jun called him, and he didn't reply. The angry Li Jun flew up directly. If you are in a daze, you should be beaten. But it was a punch from the gangsters. It turned out that the gangsters found that Li Jun was fighting with only his legs. It's like deliberately controlling. And Li Jun's legs can't complete the action. It's his dead end. Yes, that's right. This gangster made a name for himself by analysis. When fighting, they will fight on one side, while analyzing the enemy's weaknesses. After he saw through Li Jun's moves, Li Jun has always been passive. Finally, in the next moment, the gangster made a mistake and was caught by Li Jun. Li Jun's legs were draped high. Nailed the thug's head directly to the floor. What's so important about fighting with your feet alone? As long as you can win. It's just that my practice period isn't over yet. And when the thugs look up, I happen to see the smile on the wall. The gangsters are terrified when they think about it. Could it be said until now? This guy wasn't cornered by me. It's to put that school enterprise. Deliberately brought me here. This made the gangsters even angrier. Didn't expect this to happen. Li Jun still gloated and mocked. It's enough to deal with you with your feet alone. And at this time on the other side, several people also hit the interior of the enemy. Several people showed their talents. And compared to the front, behind the gangsters is even more terrifying. Because Ximin is alone in the back. Beat the gangsters all over the place. But fighting and fighting. Ximin soon found out. There are too many people on the other side. It's just a waste of time to keep fighting like this. Thinking about it, Ximin directly hit a path. Go find the boss of the other party. It's a king-to-king, foot-to-foot game. Li Jun fights against high IQ gangsters. Chui Wukuei. He faced the yellow-faced big brother, who was also big. The Kung Fu Kid reprimanded the heavens. The third battle of the Haichang School. And Yun Jaemyung is one step ahead. Go and challenge the king in Haichang School. The battle has just begun. Choi Mu-kyu began to taunt. Is there something wrong with your face being so yellow? Do you want to go to the hospital to stop it? And immediately after, the yellow-faced brother noticed that his companion was flying. Tianchi Maru also wiped his neck from the side of the yellow face in an instant. There are some differences in yellow faces, isn't that the one? At this time, there was a mockery. Tianchi Maru is the Choi Mu-kyu of the little tricks. Raising your fist and charging the case is Kung Fu. Under Choi Wukuei's punch, the yellow face can only be passively blocked. He found the strength of this guy's attack is not very strong. That's because his purpose is not to hit. He was ostensibly attacking with his fists. But in reality, it is like a cunning snake. The target is on the wrist. After discovering this, whether it's Choi Wukuei exposing his flaws, it's good. Choi Wukuei deliberately provoked. Yellowface is trying his best to endure. Because if he just does it, he loses. Finally, after Choi Wukuei punched empty, Yellowface seized the opportunity. A punch hit Choi Mu-kyu's retro. On the side of Tianchi Maru, it is a different style of painting. The gangsters were under the combo of Tianchi Maru's moves. I can only desperately escape. But the gangsters were still not afraid of death and began to taunt. He finally recognized who the person in front of him was. Aren't you a Tianchi pill for no reason? Ma Minghuan's fanatical happiness. So it's your master who said Ma Minghuan faded. You're for that kind of guy. And no reason to mix up. It's just a lackey. With the taunts of the thugs, Tianchi's face became more and more gloomy. Finally, there seems to be a line of fire next to the gangsters. Then an arm appeared in front of him. The fuse of the master's forbidden moves. Under one blow, the thugs fell to the ground. And not only the gangsters reacted, The knee of the heavenly reprimand has already attacked. On the other side, Chui Wukue also said yes. Grabbed Yellowface's arm. Use the airway to capture the yellow face instantly. I'll pick you up by the arm first. In danger of having his arm broken. Fortunately, the yellow face broke free in time. But Chui Wukue didn't care. Because he's just done that. It's just a warm-up. Oddly enough, on the other side, the Battle of Tenchi Maru is not over yet. Gangsters are like Xiaoqiang who can't be killed. Let the Tianqi pill hit it. The thugs were able to stand up unharmed. Yes, this gangster is not anti-hitting. Rather, there is no pain. He has congenital analgesia. And this is a skill that he is proud of. Relying on this ability, he has been able to go all the way to the present. Tenchimaru, on the other hand, did not bother with the ecstasy of the gangsters. Just walked straight in front of the gangsters. The thugs were just about to fight back, only to find that the body could no longer move. Occipital bone acupoint. Healthy Qi Si acupoint. These are the deadly acupuncture points in Yingchuan Spring. It stands to reason that he should have fainted by now. Yes, just because you don't feel pain doesn't mean it doesn't exist. In the eyes of Tenchi Maru, he's just putting his hand in boiling water. Also don't know the fool who was cooked. I really sympathize. Boom punch. The battle is over. And at this time, it was on Chui Wukue's side. It's hard to solve. Both men needed a decisive blow. Finally, the yellow face took the lead, according to his knowledge of the airway. At this time, you should lose your treasure. And at this moment, Chui Wukue made a move that he didn't expect. Before the coma, Huang Lian only had time to spit out a sentence. This is not what he prayed for. Yes, this trick is exactly what he learned from Kim Sun-cheol last time. Look to the other side. Tenakamaru has also long since settled the battle. Zimao has been beaten beyond recognition. Then next, there are only the most left on Li Jun and In Jamyang's side. It's the end of the showdown. How strong is Li Jun today? You could put a high IQ with your feet alone. The thugs were powerless. Two young men who have changed their minds and changed their faces from the sidelines. I also discovered the change of Li Jun. Today's Li Jun is simply the same as before. Question: it's only been 5 months at most. But fighting and fighting. Li Jun immediately noticed that something was wrong. Gangsters. From the beginning, he barely avoided Li Jun's attack. Slowly became able to fight back against Li Jun. Yes, that's exactly how this gangster fights. He is best at analyzing the opponent's moves in a fight, so as to regain the dominance. So many thugs were defeated at his hands. And just when everyone thought, when Li Jun was about to finish, Li Jun slammed one-handed support on the ground the moment he fell to the ground. Quietly rely on the strength of your arms and abdomen. Kick the thugs into the air. Then he rushed straight towards the gangsters. The gangster's CPU is going to burn. Since that moment ago, it is completely impossible to calculate Li Jun's next move. Click. Li Jun jumped high on the soles of his feet. This is the move that Ng Zai Ming taught him, Brother Tongshin. Wyvern kicks down. The battle is over. And just when Li Jun pretended to be forced after winning the battle, a thug sneaks up from behind with a brick. Fortunately, it was successfully stopped by the Wash Heart Leather Noodle Group. And it was Li Jun and others. Prepare to go to the old master of the other party. The high IQ thugs on the ground actually laughed. A bunch of silly forks stopped dreaming. At the beginning of the school year, I've also challenged once without knowing the height of the sky. To the main pavilion. Until I didn't even make a single move, I lost. Do you think you can win against him? However, when Li Jun heard this, he also laughed, and so did I. I haven't hit him once so far. I mean our boss. Interestingly, Han In Jaiming went the wrong way again this time. The place where Yudao Town is located is the new gymnasium. And there is no Yudao Town here. But there is something more terrifying than Yudaojin. 100 gangsters. And the first one to find Yudaojin. It turned out to be Li Jun, who had just finished a fight. Li Jun was a little puzzled about where you were. Did he think he would be able to plant the school flag when he came? But Li Jun's character is that everyone wants to fight. Soon he fought with the gangster boss. The results were unsurprising. Still beaten, under the absolute strength of the other party. Li Jun was beaten and had no power to fight back. But the heart-washing noodle group on the side didn't think so. When Li Jun was fighting with a high IQ gangster just now, and they found out, Li Jun Guang with his legs. It's not because his legs are more powerful than his fists. On the contrary, it can cause a lot of inconvenience. And it can also be seen from the muscles of Li Jun's arms. His arms didn't stop training. That is to say, Li Jun should be practicing some kind of practice. Let him use his fists in restraint. And just then he thought about it. The unthinkable happened. The gangster boss who just abused Li Jun. But the body suddenly leaned back. It's as if you've been hit hard. That's right. Li Jun punched. There is Li Jun, who is personally taught by Jamie Young. How strong is it now? This man who killed Matt is the boss of Haichang School. Yudao Town. It was supposed to be an opponent that Ng Jae-ming came to deal with. But he was found by Li Jun first. Li, after the fist lifted the seal that lasted for 5 months, can actually fight back and forth with this bastard. After being beaten up by gangsters. At this time, Li Jun finally sees the opportunity. Hold the ground with one hand. A high kick knocks the thug to the ground, and it's in Li Jun. When about to give the gangster a decisive blow, a stool flew over suddenly, smashed into Li Jun's head. And it is not the enemy who throws this stool. I was just deceived. Ling's students. Out of extreme fear, he chose to betray. And just when he was complacent, Yu Daojin gave him a punch in the abdomen. Then he beat the man with a black face. He doesn't like to be intervened when there is a fight. Do you think I'm going to treat you well? After solving the insider, Yu Daojin walked to the Shishin leather noodle restaurant again. As the people of the Northern Union, it's all about cheering for Lingcheng School. In his eyes, these two people are also traitors. And at the time of this crisis, a hand suddenly caught the joy on the shoulders of a new leather-faced teenager. It's the people who just arrived. It's change, you can go and rest. The young man with a new leather face looks at the shadow in front of you. Why are his clothes tattered? I'm still breathing a little short. At this time, Chui Wukue and Tenchimaru, who had just finished fighting, came to the stadium where Tsai Ming had just left. I just saw the thugs all over the ground. Tsai Ming had just come in. Chui Wukue and Tenchimaru rushed over. Chui Wukue squeaked his joints, strode towards the town of Yudao. But he was stopped by the early Ming dynasty. There was not the slightest emotion in his eyes. "I'll come on, Brother Wukue." Chui Wukue had no choice but to sit obediently on the side. Brother Wukue should be called the eldest brother, right? See this scenario. Tenchimaru also found a place to sit down. Looks like a good show. Knowing that it will be over soon, Jamie Young told Yudao Town about the conditions. "If I win, don't move into high school students again. I'll be there for you to the end. And this sentence is with you to the end." But it evokes bad memories of Yudao Town. Angry Yudao Town punched, blasted towards Jae Ming, and with one kick, he will fly into the trees. And Zai Ming stabilized his body and didn't say a word. Then he jumped high. Uncle Forbidden Trick's 7th trick. Jingwu Gate jump ladder. Bang the kick. The fish passage is falling to the ground in disarray. Then Tsai Ming continued. Follow. A punch knocked Yumichi Town into the pile of desks again. At this moment, Yudao Town finally realized. This guy is not a normal person. No wonder you can't eat hidden titles. Let me not underestimate him. And it was when Daojin was thinking. Jaemin had already appeared above him. Just like that, a punch fell from the air, punched his head deep into the floor. Looking at the invincible attitude of the wild in the air, Yu Dao Jingqi's eyes were bloodshot. Back then, his father took the initiative to challenge Dermatitis White and died. In the mouth of Dermatitis White, His father was weakling. But that's not where he gets angry. The strong do whatever they want. The weak are at their mercy. This is the law of this society. He was angry. Deciding the strong and the weak is not about hard work or not. It's about whether there is talent or not. When I grow up, he met Pai Yinbai's son, Pai Hanyu. He wanted to try. Pai Hanyu. How amazing is that so-called talent? But he found out he doesn't even have the qualifications to fight Pai Hanyu. Pai Hanyu said of him, "No two of them can deal with it." It's so cute. And he has been training under Ji Yingzhan for several years. I thought I could erase this gap. But again by another gifted guy. Press and rub on the ground. Tsai Ming listened to Yudao Town's self-talk. A sidekick kicks Fishway Town into the air. You're such a strange person. Think that's cool. What a talent. Talent. These are not cool at all. The fourth move banned by my uncle is zero-distance boxing. A punch knocked the thug to Chui Wuhui's side. In your eyes, this person is very boring. Does something innate make sense? In order to get what you don't have, I tried my best to get it in the end. That's what makes me miserable. And at this very moment, a voice came, planning to plant the school flag. Whose idea was this? The school lives up to its name. Chuandu is so ruthless. Everyone thought about it and was terrified. When did this person appear here? Hello, I'm Goliath from Northern Union. Jamin walked up to the man with a black face. None of this has anything to do with me. Now get the fuck off my friend. The man stood up obediently. But everyone was stunned. How did this man grow so tall? Meanwhile, Huang Lian also came over with a group of people. Study group brother pose. Look nervous. Can't these people even admit defeat? And just when the two sides were about to fight, that Goliath said that he was willing to gamble and lose. Everybody stop. The yellow face rushed forward unconvinced. But he was easily tripped by the man. Then the man stepped on the yellow face body. If Hei Chong is embarrassed again, I won't do anything wrong. From now on, take control of the 7 schools in your hands. It's all handed over to the road proclamation. Subsequently, the man took over the school enterprise in Tianqi's hands again, plugged into the couch next to it. This is easy to explain to the organization. And just as the man was leaving, was born as a leader by Yin Tsai Ming. Go to the one named Ji Yingzhan. I'll be looking for him soon. How charming is this simple male protagonist? Tsai Ming just raised his head. Just turn a sister fan into obsession. The study group has just returned from Haichong School. I saw Chui Wukue, who came to greet them. Girlfriend Hong Yaxing, with his 2 best friends. Chui Wukue pulled the 3 people and said that they were going to celebrate. Hong Yaxing's best friend glanced at him. I saw the victims carrying Li Jun on their backs. Looked at the inconspicuous Tsai Ming. He also thought it was Chui Wukue's little follower. Choi Mukyu laughed and introduced everyone. Denote. Haichong School is all laid out by Tsai Ming alone. But he accidentally filmed Tsai Ming's acting skills. And a second ago, he regarded Tsai Ming as a little brother. S-girl fell in an instant in the next second. Tsai Ming Gang said that he wanted to go home to study. The next moment the hand was caught. The girl's face is flushed. Let's go together. This is my heart's desire. But just came to KTV. Tsai Ming regretted it. It's never been seen before. Let Tsai Ming break out in a cold sweat with nervousness. Li Jun also seemed to have discovered a new continent. It was like he was talking to a real girl for the first time. Looked at Li Zhiyu's stinky face every day. He forgot what it's like to talk to a real girl. And Tsai Ming is looking for a chance to slip away. The girl who came to the girl. But he leaned into Tsai Ming's side. Isn't it interesting? How ugly it is for me to pull you over like that. Tsai Ming stammered nervously. No, I didn't sing well. And you have to learn. And such a shy boy. But it made the girl's interest more and more intense. Saw Tsai Ming's face that had been stiff. The girl looked at Tsai Ming seriously. When you can laugh, you should smile more. And this sentence just woke up Jae Ming. That's right, since Mr. Hanjin left. He didn't seem to have laughed in a long time. And looking at those happy friends, Tsai Ming smiled from the bottom of his heart. Thank you. This laugh completely conquered the girl's psychological defense. With a red face, he handed the phone to Tsai Ming. You can ask for contact information. But the boy who was combing through the contact information, his face suddenly became solemn. But I don't have a detailed look at it. The mobile phone was snatched away by the girl. In a lively atmosphere, soon the time came for night. A few people are proposing to take a big head post. The girl said that she was in a hurry to take a step ahead, and the so-called urgency of the girl. I actually went to see a bald man with an obscene appearance. Uncle, let's go and experience the new world with my uncle. Your dad sold you to me. Yes. The reason why he mustered up the courage to take the victims away. It's because of times like this for him. Maybe I won't have a chance in this life. In the bald, lewd laughter, the girl walked slowly towards him. Okay, get out. I can't die anyway, no. I still don't want to go. There was a slump. It seems to be in response to the girl's heart. The bald hands were pinched. It's no one else. It was Ian Ziming. Sorry, I didn't mean to peek. That's right, just now. When Tsai Ming entered the girl's contact information, a threatening text message was accidentally seen by Tsai Ming. So he followed. It's you, the one who texted him. I saw it after the Ming Dynasty. The girl's expression immediately became worried. This guy is really too. Even if you want to please me. That's too reluctant, isn't it? I'll go with you. He had nothing to do with it. But the girl's words were obviously too late. The bald head raised a slap and came towards Deming. And Deming was just clutching his bald arm. Shake it gently. The right leg is quickly raised. A handsome combo. The nosebleed that hit the bald head was wild. I fainted on the spot, although I should not be involved in your business. But he said that if he dared to escape, he would die. I can't leave it alone. This scene made the girl stay in linen all over. That's too flirtatious, isn't it? Grabbed Jae Ming's hand and sprinted away. Let's run, then. What a mad father in the end. Will sell his daughter to the obscene Uncle Tsai Ming with his own hands. After successfully saving the girl told Tsai Ming about the past. It turned out that the girl used to be very good at studying. It is a stark contrast to Tsai Ming. You don't have to work hard to get in. 20 years old. But he's all given up now. What's the point of studying well? His father graduated from a prestigious university. It has become the elite of large enterprises. He's a very smart guy. But the problem is that he's too smart. A father who is unwilling to be a slave to the company. I quit my job for my ambitions. In the end, the family was in debt. Everything that could be sold was sold. That's when it began. The mother, who can't accept this huge contrast, began to be extra sensitive to his academic performance. It's already mad, and he can only be forced by his mother. Bite the bullet and learn. But it's because of this pressure. Let his academic performance plummet. After that, his mother became more and more terrifying, and even began to persecute him with his life. So he fled from his house, found his father, who was in debt. His father was in debt, but it's still very good for him. But his dad disappeared a week ago. Those who were in debt came to the door and asked him to pay off his father's debts. At this time, the girl finally realized that she had said too much. Prepare to leave. My name is Jang Minhee. Thank you today. Various aspects. And the girl did not leave as she wished. The name change made a bold move. That is to bring Zhang Min's straw back home. Zhang Minqi thought that Tsai Ming was going to plot against him, but he saw his uncle at the door. With an answer, the toothbrush fell to the ground. Uncle is stupid. I heard you right. Did you just say that if your uncle doesn't want to die, just get the hell out of here? Tsai Ming was speechless. After entering the house, Uncle mysteriously pulled Tsai Ming aside. Do you know that your mother is also my sister? If we knew about it, we would be dead. But for the rest of my nephew's life, my uncle was willing to risk his life for this. And Zhang Minxi on the side secretly smiled. It turns out that my uncle is here. For this reason, my uncle also deliberately spent money. I ordered fried chicken for the two. The distressed ones shed tears. In small talk, Zhang Minxi knew that Tsai Ming's mother was going to other places. On a business trip, when he mentioned Tsai Ming's father, uncle and Tsai Ming were silent. Although he pretends not to care. Trickled up. But look at this awkward atmosphere. Jiang Min, he also seemed to understand something. After eating, Jiang Min, he discovered the cuteness of Tsai Ming again. Opened the drawer. They were all the same eyes. No wonder the glasses shattered from the fight. And it can become new again. The reason was found in Tsai Ming's bedroom. Zhang Minxi also found Tsai Ming's study planner. And at this very moment, Tsai Ming walked behind Zhang Minxi. The feeling of danger is looming. As Tsai Ming got closer and closer, the two were almost glued together. The girl's face is getting flushed too fast. I've heard that the first kiss will feel like you're on a plane. Is it true? This moment, Jaming's eyes were dangerously reflective. Now it's time to get down to business. Can you believe it? Yoon Jae-myung turned out to be such a person. He was actually with a beautiful girl. A lonely man and a widow in the same room. Take the beginning of the girl to watch TV. Study alone in your room. Jiang Min, he was speechless. How could there be a girl brought home? A boy who studies alone. And in the Ming, Juju saw another idea of the girl. It's hilarious, isn't it? He studied so badly and studied so hard. But you can understand more. Tsai Ming is such a person. Whether it's fighting outside or go through something painful, even if he stays up late, he has to complete today's task. He thought, try to get what you didn't have. Here. Jiang Min, he felt a little guilty. I wouldn't have dragged him out of play if I had known. So is his goal to be admitted to a prestigious university? My uncle said that these were secondary. Tsai Ming is very competitive. He's dealing with the toughest enemy in the world. That's yourself. I remembered how I lost to myself when I was a child. Don't look at this kid on the surface, but more competitive than anyone else. It can be said that he is studying now and not. The mind of the self contests. Here. Zhang Minxi couldn't help but smile stupidly, so handsome. But the uncle secretly revealed a trick that succeeded. There was something he didn't say about the expression. It's pretty handsome. But the root cause of all this, all originated from Tsai Ming's father. That is his sister. And this time on the other side. The bald head is in a hurry. The bad one is looking for a boy and a girl. And the guy who calls with the bald head, but inexplicably a little familiar. That's right. It was the general vision that joined Yanbai Bay. Now he is a debt collector of Yanbai Capital. Now he in Tsai Ming's life. It's two extremes. One stands in the sun, a deep darkness. Now he's on a mission with the Yanbai gang. B. Responsible for the old people who borrowed from loan sharks. Debt collection drives those people to the brink of extinction. Prompt the other party to pay back. But he didn't feel guilty. People with gambling addiction. Extravagant and honest people. People who are addicted to alcohol. There are also fools who blindly overestimate their future. These people are in his eyes. It's all a bunch of irresponsible scum. As long as you can avenge your mother. Even if he gets his hands dirty, he won't hesitate to do it. But here's what's interesting. I want to help Jiang Min find his father's disaster. Was involved in the same task line as Pu Jianye. After this, Zhang Minxi will stay at Tsai Ming's house for a long time. Until his father is found. Of course, Minnie must be staying in Ming's mother's room. The other side of the picture. Pu Jianye is with that bald head. The identity of this bald head. It is the chief knight of the Awabai capital. Pu Jianye, in order to become Pai Yanbai's henchman. You can only start at the bottom. So it must find ways to please this disgusting guy. And those people who know the identity of Pu Jianye. It's all taken care of by in Taiwan. Now Pu Jianye can climb up with peace of mind. But Pu Jianye realized. Now, there is one last variable. That's on Taehwan. Pu Jinya casually asked in Taiwan. What apartment do you work in? On Taehwan showed a look of disdain. This information, it's like a deal with us. It doesn't matter. Anyway, Antai turned around and left, don't care too much about me. This is the time when feelings arise. Pu Jinya is bald in the office. The bald head has just completed an order. It was a woman who lent money to pay for her children's tuition. The bald head was very generous and borrowed 10,000 yuan more from the woman. Bunny Girl is grateful to Bald Head on behalf of, but he had no idea that this would be a bottomless abyss. The Bald Head brought up the messenger of the day again, complaining, if it weren't for that stinky boy with glasses. Zhang Minshi had already taken the bait when he saw it. But Pu Jianya was a little embarrassed in his heart. The stinky boy with glasses can't be him. It is said that hot-blooded comics don't need a heroine. But what if the heroine is like this, and that? In order to find Jiang Minhe's father, Tsai Ming asked his uncle to entrust various relationships. Finally, a region was locked. It's called Julie. At the same time, Pu Jianya's task also pointed to Zhang Minshi. She's on social platforms. Saw Jiang Minhe and her best friend Choi Sae-won. If the group photo is according to their usual habits, it should be in an internet cafe. And just when Pu Jianya passed by an alley, but witnessed a school bullying, the thugs pointed to a teenager carrying a school bag. I just saw your mom just come out of a loan shark. Your mom wouldn't gamble too. It can't be a gambler. Ha ha, Pu Jianya, knows it if you think about it. This morning, an aunt in order to pay for the child's tutoring borrowed usury. This is the aunt's son. Pu Jianya let out a sigh. It's not part of his job. In the alley, with a snap, the boy was knocked to the ground, punched and kicked by the thugs. And the thugs also robbed the boy of his money. The thugs ignored the boy's pleas. Turn and leave. And at this very moment, Pu Jianya finally couldn't help but make a move. Yes, in this world, there will be no palms for the sake of the debtor at all. But he still couldn't get used to this kind of scene, so his life was full of spears. He wants to avenge his mother. Feelings must be abandoned. But his nature. But they can't turn a blind eye to these things. Gu Jinya operated it down. Finally succeeded in helping the boy recover the money. But got the money. Gu Jinya still beat the gangsters wildly. To teach these gangsters a lesson. No more bullying boys in the future. After the fight, Pu Jianya returned the money to the boy. It's money your parents have worked so hard to earn for you. You have to take good care of it. Don't be patient. They'll bully you tomorrow. Weakness is not a sin, but to swallow your anger is to get drunk. In the internet cafe on the other side, Choi Se-won was chatting with Jiang Minhe, knowing that Jiang Minhe is now hiding in a famous house. Choi Se-won looks like a gossip. Oh my God. He won't like you. That shadow is really true. I pretended to be boring to you before. But he's so handsome. Also, heroes save the United States. Is it a prince? And what Choi Se-won didn't know was their calls. It has long been heard by Pu Jianya, who has just come in. And just when Choi Se-won was about to leave, Pu Jianya appeared behind him. Study group on the other side at this time. Rational and unhappy. Because Een Ziming didn't come to study for several days. In the future, you must find Mr. Han Jin to complain. And Jin Shurxian on the side had a black face. An expression of holding back something. It turned out that Kim Se-hyun was in a class of Yu Jae-myung. I happened to hear the content of Jae-myung's call. There was a girl's voice inside. I heard you right. What does it mean to be stuffy? It's not going to be locked up. Although this is his personal privacy. But it's not going to be a strange relationship. Clearly state what he's doing. And at this time, he was walking on the way home, but accidentally bumped into one sloppy man. The man's appearance. A photo of his father that Minnie showed him. It's very similar. Yoon Jae-myung was going to go over and take a look. And Minhee, who is in Tsai Ming's house, is really boring. The sanitation was also done. The bowl was also brushed. There's not much left to do. Stuffy, he changed positions on the sofa. At this time, Minshi suddenly felt depressed. I remembered what Tsai Ming said. I always felt that your father did not deliberately betray you. He also believed in his father, because her father has always doted on her when he was there. What is my dad thinking now? And at this very moment, the doorbell rings. It's the way he points to lower the blood. He bought it with all his might. I don't know if they like it or not. And just when Fu Jin took the takeaway, one was torn and grabbed by a hand. Jiang Minhe raised his head. Who is this man? How convenient it is to be handsome. In order to find Jiang Minhe's location, Pu Jianye pretended to be an innocent little boy. Deceived Zhang Minxi's best friend's mobile phone. In Chui Shiwan's mobile phone. Got a transcript of his call with Jiang Minhe. Sure enough, I found Zhang Minxi in the famous house in the shadow. Before finding it, Park Jianye was still a little incredulous. I don't know if it's good luck or bad luck. He was wonderfully involved with Yin Siming again. And in the general health industry, he said that he was yen by. After the debt collection group, Zhang Minxi hurriedly pulled back the door. But he was held down by the general health industry. Pu Jianye squatted down and spoke. Next, remember what I said. I'm not here to get you. I just wanted to confirm where you are. You should know that the night captain is looking for you. Except for me. He's sure he'll send someone else to get you. If it's not me today, you're in danger. So be careful even if you order takeout in the future. After speaking, Pu Jianye turned around and left. You hide here until it's over. Jiang Min, he asked weakly. What does the end of the matter mean? But Pu Jianye's answer made Zhang Minxi argue. Falling into the ice cave is of course to catch your dad. In order to get the debt back. Riding the mayor will make him worse than dead. You don't have to sympathize with you. He did it to satisfy his greed. Obviously, I don't have the ability to borrow usury. In the end, his daughter was implicated and ran away alone. And your dad went to the chief knight before he disappeared. I guess he made some kind of deal with you as collateral. It doesn't matter if you're a beast. I won't let him go easily. Got the message. Tsai Ming also hurried back. Saw the depressed Jiang Minhe. He still couldn't believe that his father was like that. Early the next morning, Jiang Minhe still went out with his bag. Fortunately, he was intercepted halfway by Tsai Ming. Fortunately, Tsai Ming gets up every day to exercise in the morning. Tsai Ming can see it at a glance. Jiang Minhe is looking for that bald head. Because this is the only way to save his father. Jiang Minhe fiddled with his phone at a loss. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Ignore your family. Blindly expanding the business. In the end, a huge amount of money is owed. Such a terrible dad. I still don't have the courage to leave him alone. Why should I still worry about him? Talking and talking. Jiang Minhe's tears couldn't be stopped. Why do I want to save him? And it's in Zhang Min. He is constantly belittling himself. Tsai Ming's hand was on his shoulder. Don't believe what the loan shark says. There's a basis for your trust in your post, isn't it? I think the only way to see him is to see him in person. To know what he really thinks. I'll find you a father. If you think it's right, I'm going to make that guy apologize to your father. You shouldn't just say that your dad is a bad person. In this way, the next day, Zaimi was gone, and on the other side, Harrow alone there. A thin figure stood in the middle of a group of people. Someone who talks to a bald head. I thought I was a guest, and the bald head fell into thought. Now, why does this kid look so familiar? Finally, he remembered the scene of that day. This wasn't the little thing of the day. The bald head trembled with anger. The voice trembled, and the opening grasped. Catch that guy for me. How secure are the people who are being taken care of by Zaimi? In order to make the bald head no longer harass Jiang Minhe, Zaimi broke into the bald den alone. He also carried his exclusive weapon, the nunchuck, with him. And Minhe in Tsai Ming's house. I also thought of this possibility, because when Tsai Ming just went out, I asked him where the bald head was. But then Jiang Minhe dispelled that idea. Because of the boy. Tamara seems to have a lot of homework today. Slow down what this is. What the hell is practicing nunchucks? Yes, that's exactly what is in the people. Tasks that are to be completed every once in a while. Today, I just used these gangsters as human punching bags. But these gangsters are for Tsai Ming. Obviously not enough to practice. It's going to be over after a while. Bald head sitting in the back. The body not only stepped back a little. Fortunately, the last yellow hair made a move. As soon as Huang Mao came up, he attacked fiercely. The fierce full front made Tsai Ming dodge one after another. But the next moment, he was whipped with a stick. Then there was another crazy combo. This is a trick that my uncle forbids. The 8th trick is the death game nunchuck. Then Tsai Ming strode towards the bald head. Stop harassing Jiang Minhe. And where is Jiang Minhe's father? The bald head was scared into a cold sweat. Hurriedly called Pu Jianye. Where is it now? Are you looking for Zhang Shunming? Although Gu Jianye wondered how the bald head knew, but still answered. He now knows Zhang Shunming's location. An unmanned hotel in Guiyang district. He will beat Zhang Shunming half to death. Bring it over again. With the phone all hung up, the bald head only looked up, looked at Yong Jaeming, who was staring at him. You can leave me alone now. Got the message. Yin Jaeming hurriedly ran towards the location on the phone. And left bald, secretly called Yin Baibang. Let some of the more powerful people over there come over. And at this time, I'm on the other side, but he showed a ghostly expression. He was even crazier than I thought. Such a thing must be stopped. And Zhang Shunmin, who everyone is looking for. I was drinking in the hotel. There was a strange bag of pills on the wine table. After typing a paragraph on my phone, Zhang Shunmin showed a pair. A death-defying expression. At this time, he was looking for Jiang Minhe's father. But at this time of crisis, I can't get a taxi. Guiyang district is far from here. The ominous premonition grew stronger. It's good at this time. Jamie Young happened to meet Kim Soon-cheol, who was riding a motorcycle. On the way, Kim Soon-cheol enlightened Jamie Young. Now this society, the line between good and bad has long been blurred. Sometimes hunger is necessary. For example, the current journey school, although it got rid of the control of the Korean language. But there were also new troubles. Even himself. It was also because of the yin by gang at the beginning, to be able to earn money for grandpa's treatment. The real world is different from comics and movies. We will eventually accept sin. Bad people are winners. Ing Siming asked, then if some people are really desperate, what to do before you make that choice? Kim Soon-cheol borrowed what Officer Rothaean had told him. A person who can only achieve his goal by committing evil deeds. Poor people for sure. But even if it's a choice that has to be made, if it is through unethical means to achieve the goal, then it must be edified. With the arrival at the destination, Kim Soon-cheol left Jae Myung behind. One last word. I don't know exactly what's going on though. But remember me when you're feeling confused. No reason can be an excuse for evil. At Tsai Ming's house, Jiang Minhe's phone rang suddenly. Zhang Minshi thought it was a message sent to him by Tsai Ming. But the next moment his phone faded to the ground. Such a fact is simply unacceptable to Jiang Minhe. Text messages on your phone. It turned out to be his father's last words for him. Fortunately, Zhang Shunming at this time did not get his wish. Pu Jianye broke in at the right time. He also saw through Zhang Shunmin's thoughts. When looking for clues from Zhang Shunmin, he had been to Zhang Shunmin's house. I saw the notice of accident insurance. He will not let Zhang Shunmin seek death. The truth was punctured. Zhang Shunmin raised the wine bottle and walked towards Pu Jianye. And Pu Jianye just grabbed Zhang Shunmin's hand. Easy to dissolve. In the eyes of Pu Jianye, this uncle, it's no different from the scum he's been in contact with. I know I'm irresponsible. What kind of humiliation will it make for her daughter? It's so reasonable. You're the deader ghost sect I've ever seen. The worst scum. And at this very moment, the door frame opened. Yin Ziming couldn't catch up in time. Sure enough, it's your voice. Pu Jianye. Ding Ziming finally figured out that he was the enemy of Pu Jianye. Before coming, Kim Soon-Kole's transformation woke him up. He knew about Pu Jianya's mother. So I understand Pu Jianya's mood very well. He felt that he should not interfere in Pu Jianya's affairs. But he has now changed his mind, said. Tsai Ming raised his fist and rushed towards Pu Jianya. I'm going to do my best to get in your way now. After all, no reason can be an excuse for evil. Under the words of the people, Pu Jianya's eyes were full of despair. Hinder. When I was a child, he came back from abroad for the first time. Mom's love for him in every way. A smile and a smile are so profound. In order to see my mother more, he voluntarily gave up studying abroad. But that good time, because of the salt white gang, it turned into soaking oil. Pu Jian is angry and gritted his teeth hard. Why are you? What qualifications do you have? In the face of the anger of the general health industry, Ximin hurriedly dodged backwards. Also took advantage of the gap between the attacks of the general health industry. A counterattack was carried out. The general construction industry recovered quickly. The backhand is punched again, but it was still blocked by the Ximin. And with one blow, Pu Jianya flew out. But today's general construction industry is no longer imaginable. He stabilized his body in an instant, kicked the people over. The uncle on the side is going to look stupid. Is this specifically aimed at the fight of the gods? Pu Jianya rubbed his wrist. He had to get rid of Yun Jaemin's obstacles. The night chief asked me to bring Jiang Minhee back. But he now knows I'm looking for Zhang Shunmin. If Pu Jianya can't even catch Zhang Shunmin back, his evaluation in the organization will be greatly reduced. This also means the chance to approach Dermatitis White will be lost. Thinking, Pu Jianya once again set a set of combos to attack the people. After a few consecutive blocks, Ximin finally discovered the changes in Pu Jianya. The speed of this combo is comparable to that of my uncle. He felt it before. Pu Jianya's skills are not ordinary. It seems that Pu Jianya is really hiding his strength. And after receiving several attacks from Pu Jianya again, Ximin discovered another fact. That is, although Pu Jianya has become more powerful now, nor is it his opponent. Under this punch from Jae Ming, the civil construction industry slammed into the wall behind him. In the next moment, the civil engineering industry started slowly. Yoon Jae-myung's face was full of incredulity. He knows it well. How heavy was the punch he just made? But Pu Jianya was still able to stand up. In that moment, an unspeakable, the strangeness made the people shudder. What has Pu Jianya experienced? And at this very moment, Zhang Shunmin actually took advantage of the chaos and jumped from the upstairs. Carry. The people and Pu Jianya stopped their movements at the same time. Pu Jianya pushed away the people in front of him. Look out. Good thing it's the second floor. Zhang Shunmin just took the opportunity to escape. Pu Jianya turned his head and looked at Ximin viciously. If he died, it's all your fault. As he spoke, he jumped straight down. Hear the words of Pu Jianya. Jaemin also hurriedly climbed up the window. Remember Jiang Minhee's helpless appearance. Uncle is going to die, no. And just when Diamond was about to catch up, was pulled back by an arm. Is it him? But a milky kid. What kind of person is Jiang Minhee's father? He was on the last day of his death. Left a last word to Minshi. Let Minshi within 3 months after his death. Renounce the right to inherit the estate. Break off his debts. He also had an accident insurance. The beneficiary of the insurance is written as Jiang Minhee. This is the last thing he can do for Minshi. Perhaps there is nothing more important in this world than money. You have money to be a parent. You have money to get married. Happiness is also bought with money. Daddy is sorry for you. Let you be wronged. You must be happy. Looking at my father's last words, the text message. Zhang Minshi couldn't stop trembling. Right now, he didn't even know where his father was. What else can he do? And at this very moment, ding dong heard the bell ring. It's Lee Jun and Kim Shir-hyun who are here. No, It's really a girl. I'll just say that Tsai Ming has been very strange lately. And this time on the other side. Tsai Ming is in a race against the thugs. Soon Tsai Ming ran to the door. Hands jerked, so he locked the thugs inside. Then he rushed towards Zhang Minxi's father. At the same time, Pu Jianye is also in Chaolu. Running up, the current Zhang Shunmin is standing on the rooftop. Zhang Shunmin looked at Pu Jianye indifferently. What's so nice about this? You have to chase after it. Pu Jianye could only try to appease Zhang Shunmin's emotions. Be prepared to find a chance to stop it. In the general construction industry is slowly approaching. Zhang Shunmin told the story as if he were talking to himself. Actually, I've always wanted to be a painter. But the family is too poor. I can only be a good son. Follow your parents' words and study steadily. Admitted to a prestigious university. Entered one of the largest companies in China. But they are not yet satisfied. They also want me to be the boss of the company, like everyone else. Or become a great big man. It's ridiculous. Obviously, I've tried so hard. They still only complain every day. Later, although both have passed away. But I've always felt guilty. I always feel that I haven't fulfilled their wishes in life. In the end, it ended up here. I sometimes wonder, if I had given up being a good son, I became a painter, wouldn't it have turned out differently? And Gu Jianye's words are still cold. Don't be funny. And what about your daughter? You sold Jiang Minhe to the night chief. Isn't he pitiful? He almost gave up everything because of you. And to hear this, Zhang Shunmin showed a frightened expression. The night grows this bastard. However, he noticed the difference in the mouth of the civil construction industry. It means that his daughter is okay now. And just when Zhang Shunmin's spirit was relaxed, the civil engineering industry rushed forward with a brisk step, prepared to drag Zhang Shunmin back. The screen turns. Zhang Shunmin has been tied up by Pu Jianye. It was ridiculous for him to mock Zhang Shunmin. Because of this suicidal behavior, the insurance company will not pay for it. Instead, it will only leave endless pain for the family, bitterness and grievances. Zhang Shunmin after his death. People who also want to package themselves. He's seen a lot. And at this very moment, a man walked over. Pu Jianye thought he was here to answer. Li Fu in the store walked away. And at this very moment, Pu Jianye seemed to suddenly realize something. Looked at the smile on the corner of Zhang Shunmin's mouth. He understood, yes. Suicide really can't cheat the insurance money. But Zhang Shunmin's real purpose. It's to find someone to kill yourself. How great is fatherly love? In order to make her daughter live a good life in the future. This man chose to find someone to kill him. Get insurance money for your daughter. Seeing that the solver's knife is about to fall. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Shunmin's mouth. He was afraid of death. When I was a child, I knew that people would die one day. And cried, but at that time, he wanted to die every day. Those countless loans. It's like a bottomless abyss. When he experienced the torture of hell. Later, Zhang Shunmin began to plan how to die. But at the moment when the knife was about to fall, he was afraid. It turned out to be a real hell. It was the moment of death that came to an end. And at this very moment, the imaginary death did not happen. Pu Jianye is at this critical moment. Kick the man away. Solve the problem and talk to yourself. It's not the same as saying yes. Meanwhile, Li Jun and Kim Se-hyun also know about it from Kim Soon-ji, the location where Yoon Jae-myung got off the bus last. But just when Jiang Minhe was about to rush forward, was stopped by Kim Se-hyun, because there is a big hole in the beehive downstairs of the hotel. They shouldn't be here anymore, but it's not too late. There are no high-rise buildings here. At this time on the rooftop, Pu Jianye and the solver have been fighting together. Zhang Shunmin shouted at this time, "Wait a minute. I repented. I'm sorry, please go back." The solver rummaged in his pockets for a while. Took out another knife to tease me? You think it's like ordering food in a restaurant. I'm sorry. I refuse to go back. And while the solver has a knife in his hand, The rocket blade still rushed forward quickly. I fought with the solver with a knife. The solution is to feel a little strange. He clearly had a knife in his hand. This man was undaunted. At first I thought, this guy is just used to fighting and killing. But now it seems not. He was really not scared at all. Soon Gu Jianye caught the flaw. Gave the solver a punch. How much is needed? How much do you usually give, but it will kill people? Yes, it is precisely the existence of such professions. The value of life becomes worthless. It is because they use money to calculate life. Only then will there be people who are despicable and shameless to hide behind their backs and harm others. Pu Jianye beat the man wildly. If it weren't for the presence of these people, neither would his mother have suffered misfortune. Pu Jianye opened his mouth coldly. How much does the riding mayor give you? See the lie being punctured. The man picked up the knife again, rushed towards Zhang Shimin's side. Fortunately, it was stopped by Pu Jianye's flying pounce. Silence does not mean acquiescence. The next moment, the two fought together again. And in this encounter, Pu Jianye was sealed. Settlement divisions have the advantage of weapons. It has been consuming the strategy of Pu Jianye. At such consumption, Pu Jianye's fists have become a little weak. In the next moment, Pu Jianye actually grabbed the solver's knife with his bare hands, directly hit the solver with his head. With another punch, the finger pot no longer knows when, appeared in the hands of Pu Jianye. It was a decisive blow to the solution. And here the battle of Pu Jianye has just been resolved. The chief knight arrived with his men. Pu Jianye, did you make people like this? As he spoke, the chief knight dragged the solver, walked to the edge of the rooftop. It seems that there seems to be some misunderstanding between us. As the knight commander dropped the solver off the rooftop, he walked again, in front of Pu Jianye. Give this a glove and this guy's knife. You come to stab. Do you know what the weight of life is? Pu Jianye has obviously decided. Give up everything for revenge. But he was at this critical juncture. Chose the anti-water gold mayor. Just now, Mayor Kim arrogantly told the truth of the matter. It turned out that it was all a conspiracy of Mayor Kim. He was first after Zhang Shimin left. Zhang Minshi said that his father abandoned him. Then he bought the gang on the other side of Julie. Persuade Zhang Shunmin to seek death. So, not only can it squeeze out all the value of Zhang Shunmin, can also turn Zhang Minhe into a tool for him to make money. And he did 1,000 calculations, but he missed the kindness in Pu Jianye's heart. Pu Jianye helped Zhang Shunmin untie the rope. Liang choked and walked towards the thugs. Said weakly to Zhang Shunmin, I'll let you go today. The money must be returned. To survive. Yes, he has experienced the pain of the death of a loved one. So he knows that for children, when a parent dies, it's like the sky falling. Pumi also clenched his teeth. He knew that he was destined to be more than lucky this time. Mom, I can't seem to get revenge on you. That's when it happened. A thug was suddenly knocked to the ground inexplicably. At the same time, a voice sounded in Western Fujian. This little girl is so kind. Also bought us blood drops. At most, I treated him to a fried chicken. I'm the person who doesn't like to owe favors to others. That's right. It was Xylene and his uncle who had just arrived. Interestingly, the two of them were just standing there. Just let the countless thugs cringe. Don't dare to step forward. Missing Leaves is also at this time. Relieved to faint. At this time, a gangster who was not afraid of death pushed his uncle. Uncle ignored it. Is still talking to Zai Ming. They are outnumbered. Let's be careful. As he spoke, his uncle punched the thugs away. Because if you can't control the force a little, someone will fall. Today's task is to settle it all. But you can't get a human life. Tsai Ming sprinted to indicate receipt. The thugs were also enraged by their uncle's words, rushing towards the two. Soon, Tsai Ming took the lead in punching the thugs. Then another punch was thrown into the crowd. Faced the gangsters who rushed over with several digits. Tsai Ming pulled out a nunchuck from his pocket. With a flick of his hand, all the surrounding thugs took off. Uncle looked at Tsai Ming with a little envy. I came with that. Nunchucks are suitable for multiple opponents. It seems that your uncle usually didn't teach you in vain. Thinking about it, my uncle dragged him towards the two thugs. Look at it, I'll teach you now. What to do when you don't have nunchucks, said. Uncle threw the two thugs into a windmill. The thugs cowered and did not dare to step forward. If you eat it, you won't die or be crippled. And one of the thugs took a knife and leaked the stereo. Didn't you ever play rope jumping in school? Saying that, the gangsters found the right time and quickly rushed to their uncle. And, just as he was about to get his hands on it, a nunchuck will beat the gangsters stupidly. Tsai Ming was speechless. Uncle, don't mess around. Didn't you say a quick fix? Uncle was also serious at the moment. Originally, I wanted them to be strict with about 5 moves. The uncle lifted the nunchucks of the slaughterers and jumped up. Believe me, I'm going to double down on my return. Fu Jian's father, Zhang Shunmin, was stunned. He's down now, but I've seen a lot of insomnia in my life. This is the first time I've seen this kind of scene. Nephew and uncle. I don't know exactly what the situation is, but you can see that they are a great family. And at this very moment, Tsai Ming suddenly looked frightened. Oops, he didn't control the force well. The thugs are about to fly out. Fortunately, a hand appeared at this time and grabbed the thug. It was Zhang Shunmin who reacted in time. Zhang Shunmin insisted. Even if the eyes are red, they still haven't let go. With the end of the matter, Tsai Ming went to the hospital first with Pu Jianye on his back. The uncle walked behind Zhang Shunmin with his waist inserted. Thanks to your help. Otherwise, my nephew will die. This world is too cruel, isn't it? Opportunities and pains can come at any time. A dark life unless you roll under the bed. Otherwise, it is impossible to wake up from a nightmare. But you just felt it. Zhang Shunming was a little puzzled. I mean, that guy was a gangster, though. But what does it feel like you hold on to him? Isn't it heavy? This is the value of life. After saying that, the two also walked downstairs. Zhang Shunmin couldn't help but look down. Protective netting is just the solution division. He double-checked the weight of life. And the two had just come out. A sound from Dad came from afar. Across the road are 3 figures. And the guy in the middle. It was by Li Jun and Kim Shirxian. Jiang Minhe who brought it over. With everyone's efforts, Jiang Minhe finally found his father as he wished. At the moment of meeting my father, Zhang Minshi first gave Zhang Shunmin a heavy punch. And without Zhang Xuanming's explanation, Minshi threw herself into Zhang Xuanming's arms. At the moment when the women hugged each other tightly, all contradictions were resolved. It turns out that whether it is a debt or Mayor Kim's business, Zhang Shunmin doesn't need to explain. Minshi only hopes that his father is by his side. It was already ready. Zhang Shunmin with 1,000 words. In the end, it only turned into a sentence of Western Fujian. Daddy is sorry for you. Look at this scene. Kim Shirhyun smiled with relief. He knows this feeling very well. At this time, Tsai Ming, who had just walked out of the hospital. The phone rang suddenly. The remarks on the phone shocked Tsai Ming. It turned out to be Mr. Han Jing. In Ming's fingers trembled, he pressed the answer button. But there was no sound on the phone for a long time. After asking a few more times, suddenly there was a strange ringing on the other end of the phone. Then he hung up with a beep. The next day, Jingdao was running in the hospital in a hurry. Soon ran to Pu Jianye's ward. And Pu Jianye, who was seriously injured and fainted yesterday. At the moment, he is slowly dragging the disease spectrum. He plans to be discharged from the hospital today. Jiangdo asked in a panic. I remember you said on the phone that you had brought down Mayor King. So is this plan in vain? Remembered Li Jun's words that day. He thought it was better. As friends, he didn't want Pu Jianye to do such a dangerous thing again. And without the words of Chung Du-hoon's persuasion, Pu Jianye said it was no different. The result is the same anyway. Mayor Kim on the other side at this time. I want to go to Pu Jianye for revenge. But by his eldest brother. Zhu Xian, who was walking along the white secretary's room, stopped. Mayor Jean hurriedly lowered his posture. "What are you doing here?" "But I didn't expect it." Zhu Xian actually grabbed his neck. "I didn't tell you. Do things in a measured way. Because you and I can't see anyone, you know." Dead Pig's head turned out. Mayor Jean used the way he treated Zhang Xingmin for personal gain. Li is not once or twice. And Pu Jianye was already aware of it when he was on the construction site. So Pu Jianye took advantage of the chaos before fainting. Secretly took Mayor Kim's mobile phone. Black barriers were found there. Threatened Zhu Xian with this. After that, Hello Capital changed its new head. Pu Jianye was also arranged into the secretary's office as he wished, and the Qiying title on the other side. But he smiled happily. Things are getting more and more interesting. Afternoon, Zhang Shunmin took Zhang Minxi to visit Pu Jianye. But he got the news that Pu Jian was discharged from the hospital. Jiang Min he didn't understand. At the end of the day, he didn't ask you to pay off his debts. Sure enough, it's a bad guy. One of them is a loan shark. Of what is owed. Anyway, those guys. I'm going to continue to torture my dad. And Zhang Shunmin has already seen it. You can't go into debt and not pay it back. Jiang Minhe comforted the outrageous loan sharks. Legally, it is not necessary to pay it back, even if you can't afford to go through the legal process now. I can also be a lawyer in the future. And at this very moment, when it arrived, the voice suddenly sounded. "Are you Mr. Zhang Shunmin?" The two looked back. A man who exudes savvy workouts all over his body. Right behind them. "First meeting. I'm lawyer Li Junbin. All your debts in the future. I'll take care of it. The fee has already been paid. Includes the cost of winning the case." The man pushed his glasses and was reassured. "Deal with that kind of scum? I've never lost a case." And Zhang Minxi is a little puzzled, I know this. But who paid for the lawyer's fees? The man said he didn't know much either. But do you know this person? Meanwhile, on the other side, Antai was speechless. The car of the Fujin industry. It was here yesterday. He's not going to sell it. Yes, Pujiani is after the matter is over. Received a note from Jae-min. Let him and Zhang Min apologize. This is exactly how Pujiani apologized. Pujianya was hanging out. But I unexpectedly met the aunt who borrowed money that day. Aunt thought that Pujianya was here to collect debts. Hurriedly begged for money, and it would definitely be returned tomorrow. I didn't expect this to be the back of Pujianya's head, but a dose of pan. This is the teenager who was bullied that day. After Pujianya turned back, the boy remembered the events of that day. You're not. Pujianya just turned around and left silently. Yes, after this incident, he knew that there were bad people in the world. But some people are cornered. That's why I made this choice. Just like himself. At this time, Jiang Sunmin and Jiang Minhe sitting at the door of their homes. I'm eating fried chicken. Minnie casually said that I want to go to cram school. Zhang Shunmin was a little puzzled. Aren't you not interested in learning? I don't know, but I suddenly want to study. Jiang Minhe's eyes sparkled. Parents will provide for their children's education no matter how hard they are. You'll give me a chance to show myself, too, no matter how you say it. I also came from a prestigious university, the daughter of the high-achieving student. And before Zhang Shunming was moved, Zhang Minxi gave Zhang Shunming a thunderbolt on a sunny day. Don't eat it yet. I'm going to meet someone. Go meet someone I like. The girl couldn't have imagined it. The boy he was attracted to at first sight, and took him out of that way, pulled back from the abyss of despair. Originally, he just thought that Tsai Ming was handsome. Want to talk more. Unexpectedly, it was because of the appearance of Tsai Ming. Brought him sunshine that he had never had before. This time he is ready to officially be. Express your heart clearly. And at the same time, an uncle who had just finished drinking with his friends. There are still some things to be desired. But at this time, happened to meet Zhang Shunmin, who was a little wrong. The uncle just went up and patted Zhang Shunmin on the shoulder. Scared Zhang Shunmin enough. I panicked and explained that I wasn't trying to peek at him. Just a little worried. Uncle winched his eyes. I saw the shadow standing downstairs. Ming and Zhang Mingxi. He understood something immediately. This one looks really interesting. But the next moment, he picked up Zhang Shunmin by the waist. Adults don't have to know all about children's world. Said, just hugged the reluctant Zhang Shunming and ran away from afar. That being the case, why don't you just have a drink with me? And the farce over there didn't know about it. Zhang Mingxi looks like a girl who thinks of spring. I'm here today to thank you. Thank you for helping me and Dad. Jay Ming, this big straight man. I can't see Zhang Mingxi's careful thinking at all. It doesn't matter. My uncle and I were voluntary. And Zhang Mingxi's expression is becoming more and more shy. I've heard that if guys don't like each other, I won't take my time for him. I mean, if you like me, it can be confessed. And Jiang Min, he said that the confession was very small. The people did not hear it. Jiang Min, he repeated it again, really. Confession, I don't know. Don't play dumb. It's a pity that this time the people still can't hear clearly. It means that I really can't hear the sentence in the middle. The angry Zhang Mingxi shouted directly to confess. Don't you understand the confession? And Zhang Mingxi's shout. But it attracted a study group that was eavesdropping on the gossip. Li Jun pushed a few people next to him aside. I'll just say that the atmosphere is not right. Didn't he just call you more than half? Jiang Minhe, who was interrupted from a good thing, was a little embarrassed. Lian again and again said that it was okay. It's okay. Cui Shiyuan was a little surprised. Is this the girl who is helping the people? It's so beautiful in the midst of a few people's small talk. Zhang Mingxi understood. These people are all friends of the Ximin study group. Jiang Min, he was surprised. It turned out that he had also formed study groups. It's so cute. He found that he knew more about the people. There will be a lot of surprises. Li Jun suddenly looked lewd. Is that friend of yours doing okay? Finally, the conversation is back to business. Did Mr. Han Jin really call you? Zhang Mingxi didn't understand it. But I'm also listening. Speaking of this, Yin Saming's expression instantly turned cold. Yes. Mr. Han Jin called me. But as soon as I picked it up, it hung up. Jiang Min, he raised his hand and asked the teacher. The call and hanging up? Is this so serious? Tsai Ming's expression was serious because the teacher suddenly disappeared. Under the explanation of the study group, Jiang Min, he finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Li Jun asked teacher Tan Jing when she called, Didn't you really hear anything? At this time, Tsai Ming suddenly shouted jingle bells. Jingle bell before delivery. The study group was a little speechless. Tsai Ming would make such a strange sound. At this time, Zhang Mingxi looked surprised. He knew the voice. Send this tone forward. Only the Tsing Ma School of Nishi will have it. This is the sound of a game hall open underground in the school. It is also a so-called gambling game. At first glance, it sounds like giving money away for nothing. But in another sense, it can also be understood as someone else to send money. But if you want to investigate, you have to enter Tsing Ma School. The study groups were at a loss. How can this be investigated? But Zhang Mingxi said that he had a way. Because I'm a student at Tsing Ma School. A girl in love. How strange the mind is. After learning that Tsai Ming was looking for his teacher, Zhang Mingxi immediately took the initiative to respond. I want to help Tsai Ming find a teacher he respects. If you're missing, you can't take care of the girl you like. Jiang Minhe decided. Let Tsai Ming confess to him without any worries. In order to find clues to the arcade, Zhang Mingxi first used the beauty trick. Just a few words. Just get a thug willing to help. The thugs also mistakenly thought that Jiang Minhe was interesting to him. But in fact, Zhang Mingxi in the back looked disgusted. Finally, under the leadership of the gangsters, Jiang Minhe came to the destination Kimachang. Minhe was a little surprised. There are so many people here. The thug asks Jiang Minhe why he doesn't play. Jiang Minhe just said he was a little nervous. In fact, they're looking around. Also quietly sent a message to Tsai Ming. I heard that all the people who come here are regulars. The man holding Mr. Han Jin's mobile phone will come back for sure. After Tsai Ming replied to the message, just as Kim Se-hyun came over, although Mr. Han Jin still hasn't found it. But with this clue, teacher Han Jin's chances of survival have become greater again. They will definitely be able to join Han Jin again. Learn at the same time. Lee Jun from another class was also thinking the same thing, but he still didn't understand. Why did Pu Jianya say such a thing? Thinking about it, Lee Jun turned around and happened to see Zheng Daoxuan passing by. Zheng Daoxuan hurriedly covered people in horror. Asked Lee Jun not to ask him about Pu Jianya. Lee Jun was speechless. And at this very moment, Young Do-hoon collided with a thud. The gangster gave Zheng Daoxuan a slap on the backhand, arrogantly made Zheng Daoxuan apologize. Lee Jun looked serious. He found out what the problem was. Nowadays, the school does not have the Korean language. But in fact, when Pai Han didn't appear, the school is not saved. The student council president, Tinchi Maru, and the bossine. Not everything can be taken into account in the Ming dynasty. He also has a responsibility to correct the school climate. On the other side at this point, Yu Daojin found Ji Yonghyun. He wants Ji Yonghyun to help him get back to the factory. But Ji Yingzhan's face became more and more dangerous. I appreciate your unyielding spirit, but the way you breathe down now, I was disappointed. Meanwhile, another group of people appeared. These are the strategies of Singma School. As soon as the bosses of the two parties met, they began to quarrel. But Qi Yingzhan ignored their quarrel. He was just curious. Ming went so far as to say that there was no need for the control of 7 schools. But he wasn't worried, because today, those 7 schools are without the protection of Bailyin. Singma School has already started to do it to them. When the time comes, the hero will have to step forward. And the so-called Savior Road was overturned. Will leave a deeper impression. The picture returns to Lee Jun's side. 2 weeks after Lee Jun made up his mind, Choi Moo-kyu was a witness. Lee Jun started the battle for the rankings. Lee Jun directly challenged the first-grade boss. Although Jiang Taiwu was once Lee Jun, I don't even have the qualifications to fight Jiang Taiwu. Yes, but for the current Lee Jun, Jiang Taiwu is a little quack. At this moment, everyone present saw it. It turned out that when the Haichang school was leveled, among them, Lee Jun is not used to make up the numbers. It's just that Een Zonming's light is too dazzling. Obscured Lee Jun's light. And finally, with the fall of Lee Jun's last kick. First grade status. Artist. I want to ask why Lee Jun's hair has become longer now. It's because the barbershop he frequented was suspended for the past 2 days. After taking the position of boss, Lee Jun and the study group went home after school. But I happened to see it. The boy who was bullied at Haichang School that day. Now their school is no longer owned by me. They need the help of the people. However, the current Zaimin is facing a new crisis. His dad is back. Do you know how rebellious Zaimin's family affairs are? President of the National Taekwondo Association. Jeon Mi-hyun is Jaemin's mother. Borrowed Taekwondo style. The winner of the competition is none other than his mother. Uncle Zaimin is the male protagonist of the Howlim gymnasium next door. As soon as I went out, there was a group of little brothers. Ji Kyun-do is on par with Jaemin. It might even be a little better. And then there's Jae Ming's father. From the whole play to now, there has been no face. But I can be sure that he is a very good person. And just today, Jae Myong's dad is back. At this time, a young man was driving a car. I didn't expect him to be worried about rising prices. I met the porcelain again. This made him live an already hard life. To add insult to injury, the young man angrily stepped forward and grabbed the man by the collar. But to no avail. Passers-by who don't know the truth. They all condemned the young man. I hit someone and want to hit someone. That's too much for a student. The young man knew he was doing it this time. And just when the young man was worried, a man walked up to him, offered to let him take a look. The man walked over to the toucher. A touch of porcelain. Isn't it a little scared at the end? If you want to hit it harder. You see, there are no injuries all over the body. These words directly angered the porcelain toucher. Got help from the lad. Hurriedly asked about the man's boldness. The man stood up with his waist hunched up. I was a doctor who happened to be passing by. And at the same time, Jiang Minhe is also looking for Jae-min. He had just inquired about a little clue about Mr. Hanjin. You have to tell Tsai Ming before you go to cram school. Good before that. Zhang Minshi downloaded the positioning software in the morning. He was going to go to Tsai Ming in person. Jiang Min, he showed a wicked smile that had succeeded in his trick. Soon came to the restaurant where Tsai Ming was. Is that my future father-in-law? Don't say anything to me. But isn't today's makeup a little thick? But Zhang Minshi didn't expect it. The father and son feel really different. In small talk, Tsai Ming's father found out. Ming's mother went on a business trip abroad. Tsai Ming's father is a pity. It feels like God is deliberately breaking me up and your mother. And Tsai Ming's eyes, when he looked at his father, were full of love. Study groups on the other side also got the news that Tsai Ming's father was back. Jin Shixian knows a little about Tsai Ming's father. I heard that Tsai Ming's father, Dr. Yin Jinghao, is a specialist. He also obtained 2 of the highest degrees in the field of biology, MD and Ph.D. It is also a university in the country, the youngest recipient of a PhD degree. It can be said that it is a genius among geniuses. Previously, when the ship of Country K was hijacked in Somalia, he became famous overnight for saving the captain who was wounded by a gunshot. But magically, after becoming famous, he has been the director of the Institute of Medicine and the attending physician of the Chable. His career is going well, but he is suddenly announced that he would give up everything and go abroad. There are rumors. He is now a member of Medicine Sans Frontieres, MSF. Activity, he gave up all his fame and wealth, became a mysterious man who traveled the world. That's Yin Tsai Ming's father. Then the study group has a question. That Yin Tsai Ming is so obsessed with learning. Is it because his dad is terrible? Shin Se-hyun said that maybe it wasn't because of this. At this time, knowing that Tsai Ming formed a study group, his father suddenly gave a thumbs up to Tsai Ming. It's handsome. Dad also started study groups when he was a child. A man always has to have a few good teammates. Tsai Ming's expression was even happier. Yes, Daddy is his hero. He's always on TV. I saw my father's handsome appearance. Childhood. I dreamed of being as good as my father. And my mother has been worried about him like this. He found out later. It's because he doesn't have a talent for learning. Grandpa and Grandma looked down on him and Mom. Whenever Grandma asked, when I took a few places in the exam, Tsai Ming's mother will forcibly cover Tsai Ming's ears, pulled Tsai Ming away, and his father supported him as always, although the 2 places were later separated. But he still likes his dad very much. At the same time, Zhang Minshi also secretly poked his head out. He sent so many messages. I don't even look at my phone. At first glance, I like my dad very much. And at this moment, Zhang Minshi seemed to have discovered something. Who is that person? At this time, Jae Ming was still chatting with his father. Dad told Tsai Ming, don't try so hard to be like him. At this time, an unkind voice suddenly sounded. I can't be if I want to be. Unproductive guys. Soon a group of people appeared in front of the 2. The one who takes the lead is one that exudes high class. The old man with the breath. It's been a long time since I've seen you. There's such a thing in this world. Grandpa even found out about Fujin Shi, who was hiding on the side. When Tsai Ming and Grandpa were standing together, there will be an indescribable atmosphere. Tsai Ming himself actually doesn't know his grandfather. I just know that Grandpa is an amazing big man. Some people call him chairman. Some people call him teacher. Some people call him an old man. Each name is different. But the reason why Tsai Ming doesn't know his grandfather, it's because he's not interested at all. From the time I can remember, Grandpa is so serious. At the dinner table, Dad Ming talked happily. He became a national hero. Grandpa actually said that Jae-ming's father was just pursuing fame. It instantly made the atmosphere a little colder. But Daddy still said with a smile, he didn't save people for the sake of fame. Because I'm a doctor. I did this because I was a doctor. At this moment, Nana smiled with relief. And the grandfather's expression was even more serious. Reprimanded Tsai-ming. Dad is just chasing the ethereal. More attention should be paid to honor and profit. Such disgusting words. Tsai-ming didn't hear it once or twice. I'm used to it. Moreover, Grandpa would always look at him like that, even though Tsai-ming is still young. He also understood that it was a look of contempt. And the grandfather, who hasn't seen him in years, it's still that kind of look, also said that Tsai-ming has a bad brain. And just when the atmosphere was raging, an unpleasant voice came. No, not a guy who doesn't have a chance. I don't know anything, but I'm talking nonsense. It's infuriating. This angry grandfather. The bodyguards around him immediately ran over. Who is so bold? And the master who speaks. Exactly the women who pretended to be on the phone. See the bodyguards. Min-shi smiled and explained that he was just on the phone. Later, he continued to fan the flames. But don't you feel angry? As an adult, I don't know the dream of supporting my child. On the contrary, he still persists. Arbitrarily determine whether a person is good or not. Don't you find it very unappetizing? I was stunned like this. Grandpa and his group could only leave angrily. Minnie also arrogantly made a white gesture to everyone. There's no doubt about skincare. After the grandpas are gone, Tsai-ming's father's demeanor suddenly became lonely. Actually, he came back this time. I want to persuade Tsai-ming to give up this exam. Although he has been encouraging Tsai-ming, but in his heart, he actually felt it too. Tsai-ming has no talent for this. He never wanted to see it again. The disappointed look of his loved ones. And there's one more thing to come back this time. He intends to make peace with the boy who does not support him. Ming's mother's married family severed the relationship. Then I went abroad to find Tsai-ming's mother to get back together. I also hope that Tsai-ming can go abroad, live happily ever after with them. After saying that, Tsai-ming's father turned around and left. He doesn't force it. Tell Tsai-ming to see you at the airport in a week. Before leaving, I thank Missy. You're a friend of the mind. Thank you for the head of the Stick River. I saw you lingering outside the door just now. After Tsai-ming's father leaves, Min-shi looked at Tsai-ming with a concerned face. Dixie, you're okay. Night. Lying on the bed, Tsai-ming remembered what had just happened. Min-shi explained in a panic. He just got the news of the Green Horse Farm. Stop by and tell Tsai-ming. It was also deliberately emphasized. On the way to the cram school, he seemed to know. Teacher Han Jin's mobile phone. Why is it there? It turned out that the days when Min-shi stayed in Kingmachang, C1 every day, a man with a particularly loud voice. The thug next to him told him, this guy is a mobile phone seller. This person each. I come with a lot of mobile phones every day. Play games with that money. But Min-shi couldn't see the person's appearance at all, because the package is too mysterious. Min-shi was a little scared. I heard that there will be an event at the Green Horse Farm in a week. VIPs will come to participate. But soon the style of painting in Western Fujian changed. He felt that Tsai-ming should not look for it. It can be seen that Min-shi really likes Tsai-ming. Because for him, the Tsai-ming family was able to reunite after breaking the mirror. It's what he wants to see more. Remembered his father's words at that time, and he tossed and turned. To waive the exam. Give up teacher Han Jing. Give up the friends you have met with a long time. What should I do? What kind of person the hell? In order to make Li Jun and Jean Shurxian show this expression. That's right, it's the man. The son of the boss of the Yanbai gang. Once in Lingcheng High School, as long as it is mentioned. It's going to make people smell a man. Pai Han is back. Start here. The plot of the manga will enter the white heat. Following the Haichang School, a new force, Tsingma School, has emerged. And they're going to be during this time. hold a fight gamble. Each school will send 5 people to fight. Jin Rue came to participate because Mr. Han Jin's clue is here. So Journey School is no exception. And now the 3 of them have been decided because he was just provoked by the Tsing Ma School. Li Jiyu was the first to say that he wanted to participate. The second is a Tian Ying, Choi Mu-kyu, who actually has itchy hands and wants to fight. The third is the current first-grade boss Li Jun. But there is still no news from the people over there. It seems that no one is qualified to fill the gap in carrying people. And just when everyone was worried, as soon as it arrived, a familiar voice sounded. I heard interesting news. Can you bring me one? As soon as the cold rain came. In an instant, everyone present was like a great enemy. How could they have thought about it? There is a day of cooperation with Pai Hanyu. Originally, following Pai Hanyu's expulsion from Journey School, his boss is going to arrange for him to go abroad. Although Pai Han was ordered to his father. Not satisfied, but he made one last request. Let me go before that. 20 Pai Han slowly walked towards the crowd. Actually, I'm here today. It's to get back what I was stolen. Hear this. Li Jun instantly understood that it was the letter. It seems that the letter was important to him. And Pai Hanyu was still walking towards them with a black face. I didn't even open it to see it, and it was stolen. Isn't it too much? Hearing this, Li Jun could only pretend to be stupid. Because they've all been taken apart. How can the hell pay back this meow? And just when Pai Han was about to get angry, Kim Se-hyun appeared in the middle of the two. Kim Se-hyun admits that sex is in their hands. But he had one condition. That is to let Pai Hanyu replace us. Participate in this Tsing Ma School's fight gamble. If you win, return the letter to him. Yes. To say now the distance to the school who is eligible to be substituted. Carrying people within the location. It is none other than Pai Korean. This guy used to be a school teacher. Rather, it is a multitude of schools. I didn't expect that. Leather Korean after returning. It's a lot closer than before. I embraced it immediately. Meanwhile, the policeman who used to be next to Officer Rothewon, Pu Guanxin, set out to investigate Tsing Ma School. After investigation, he knew about the series of porcelain incidents. It's all the green in front of you. Horse school boss famous city command. But he had no evidence and could not be arrested directly. Thereupon, Pu Guanxin can only secretly investigate in the Tsing Ma School. Someone reported it. A game arcade is being illegally operated on the ground floor of Tsing Ma School. And, just as he was about to go down and take a look, was stopped by the principal of Tsing Ma School. Unexpectedly, this headmaster is also one of those gangsters. And what he didn't know was, the people behind the scenes at Tsing Ma School. It turned out to be Ma Minghwan, who was played by Yin by Bang Bao not long ago. And just like that, time flies. The big moment came suddenly. Yoon Chanming is still on the plane in an hour. At the same time, the decisive battle of Tsing Ma School also began. Interestingly, this decisive battle, except for Li Jun, who asked for a battle at the beginning, Choi Woo-kue, so much so that Kim Se-hyun was also pulled to make up the numbers. And the crowd just walked in. I found the Pai Hainu who was stepping on the gangsters. They have already guessed. Today's limelight. I'm sure they'll all be snatched away by this guy. This silver-haired teenager. It is Pai Hanyu, the son of a gang boss. It was the existence that once covered the sky with the hands of the Lingcheng School. And now, he recently made a private appointment with Yoon Jae-myung at Lingcheng School, Vice-Chancellor and Dean of Students. Staring at the window, don't dare to act rashly at all. Although nowadays, Pai Hanyu was expelled from Lingcheng School long ago. But here he still wants to come. A place where you can walk as soon as you want. The son of the boss of the White Gang. They can't afford to mess with them. Looking at the cold rain in front of him, Yin Ziming has always been cold-eyed. Because Pai Hanyu used to be on this school. What he did with his buddies. Yin Ziming had to guard against it. Sure enough, as soon as Pai Hanyu opened his mouth, it was a minefield. You can find Mr. Li Hanjin again, right? At this moment, Jae Ming's eyes instantly became terrifying. A clang came from the classroom. It's Pai Han-yu who has been captured by Jae Myung and Yiling. You'd better tell me everything you know. And Pai Han still kept smiling. How to meet every time. It's all holding on to someone's collar. I just listened to the principal. It was the woman who resigned on her own initiative. But in my opinion, he would never do that. I'm going to ask you about it. But look at your reaction. Should have something to do with the words. In fact, Pai Han doesn't know much about these things, because he has been under house arrest by his father ever since. However, he can sort out his thoughts for Zaimin. The next moment, Pai Han suddenly pointed to the name of Sai. You have a serious expression. It's just too rigid. A lot of things aren't as simple as they seem. Xiang didn't get it from hearsay Su. For example, the reason why Choi Mu-kyu and Hong Yashin were suspended. Rumor has it that it was because he hit a teacher at school. But that's not the case. The real reason is that teacher Lu Hengin plotted against Hong Yashin. Choi Wukue witnessed it with his own eyes, and then beat Lu Hengin half to death. And Hong Yaxing was suspended from school because of Choi Wukue. There was a big fuss at school. In your impression, that teacher is very kind. Another example is you. Maybe you come to Luching School to study. It's also trying to save something. And this sentence just hit Ian Ziming's heart. Tsai Ming was silent. Yes, Pai Han made an appointment with Ian Tsai Ming this time. I just wanted to give a few words of advice to Tsai Ming. In a sense, Pai Han has failed, so he can only pin his hopes on this. Make him feel that there is something special hidden in you. And he came to play the role of a guide in Ming. I saw Pai Han-yu spread his hands out. There are a lot of things you don't have to blame yourself too much. It's possible that it's not because of you. It may not be as serious as you think. So, live freely. There is no need to live for others. Just do what you want. After saying that, he turned around and left. It's not too early for you to be a witness, gentlemen. Anyway, think about it. And at this time, the fight gambling has officially begun. It could be the underground game hall of Tsingma School. Earn a lot of money. The scene of this fighting competition was unusually grand. Not only was the scene crowded, the live barrage is also one after another. Jiang Mini finally squeezed in from the crowd. He didn't expect there to be so many people here. Okay, he got the ticket from the boy. Today's task. He's going to find it. The mobile phone that held Mr. Han, Jin's mobile phone, did it. This is after Ming returned to China. You can see teacher Han Jin. At the same time, Hong Yaxing also came. He came to see Chui Wu. Back to the game very quickly. The host is in the octopus. Loudly announced the start of the game. With the draw of the hosts. The door on one side slowly opened. The first team to participate. It turned out to be a study group led by Li Jun. Pian and Squint looked around. It's pretty good. The person who spoke white was actually in the bottle. The guy probably can't do it. Could it be that someone is helping? Soon, the moderator then announced the opponents of the study group. It turned out to be a group of Japanese. The Welfare Society of the Daimoto Violent Group. As soon as I saw these people, for the first time, Pai Han-yu showed a serious expression. He knew about it. It's an organization that had something to do with Rock Cypress before. I heard that the incident of the bloody war in Big Ben was also in the news. As the two teams confirmed, spectators picked up their mobile phones to place bets. And Big Ben's ticket is in the shape of a crush. Kind of oppressive distance school, and the players over there are all in. The study group is still there. Rock, paper, scissors decides who gets on first. At this time, Li Jun suddenly looked at the field in horror. It turned out that Li Jiyu didn't know when he went up, and just after the referee announced the start, Li Jiyu's opponent suddenly raised his hand. I can't bear to hit a girl. Can you abstain? This instantly caused laughter in the audience. The man was still taunting the man's teammates, but suddenly grabbed the barbed wire of the octastral dragon and fed it. Didn't you hear the rules clearly? Except to take out others. Anything can be done. The next moment, the thug suddenly showed an excited expression. I see. I'm not welcome to say that. This little Day is a good player. How bold. He dared to plot against Li Jiyu in the octagonal dragon. And just when he felt like he was going to get his hands on it, was hugged by Li Jiyu on the thigh. A leg hug kills and knocks it down. Then an uppercut ended the field instantly. Hong Yaxing showed an expected expression. Treat Li Jiyu as a girl. It's normal to lose. After Li Jiyu gets off the field, the opponent's boss had a gloomy face. If they lose again, they will become a laughing stock. Soon the second game began. This time it was Li Jun against Goto of the Cory team. As soon as the Holy Fire Li Jun made a move, I was powerless to fight back against the Little Days. Under Li Jun's serial kicks, Small Days can only be passively defensive. And Hong Yaxing in the audience is watching the progress. But suddenly there was a burst of giants in the stomach. Hurriedly covered his stomach and rushed to the toilet. On the spot, Li Jun has already kicked Xiaori away. And just when Li Jun's victory was decided, Small Day, but suddenly a perverted smile appeared. Then he ran madly towards Li Jun. At the next moment of catching Li Jun, Xiaori opened his mouth and bit Li Jun's ear. Yes, that's how this guy fights. Nicknamed the Body Destroyer. Deliberately beaten at first. It's for the sake of destroying it. Alleviate your guilt. Exonerate yourself. Li Jun took a lot of effort, only to break free from the man's attack. In the eyes of everyone on the field. At this time, Li Jun was completely dominated by fear. In the despicable attack of the Little Day, Li Jun was so frightened that he didn't dare to fight back. So much so that he shouted at Li Jun on the field. Are you going to be slaughtered like this? You're foul too. But Li Jun opened his mouth and said two words, don't. Facing the attack of Little Day again, Li Jun resisted Xiao Ri's responsibility with one hand. Ding Shixian has been born in Beijing. That's not Wan Jaming's. Yes, this trick before the official start of the war. A trick that Li Jun and Tsai Ming learned. It's called 1-inch boxing inch. Under Li Jun's punch, the Little Day was beaten and took off on the spot. His father was upright all his life. Even if you eat it yourself, losses will not be opportunistic. So, nor can he use despicable and shameless means. Even in this dirty fighting arena. Even if the ear is bitten off. With Li Jun's last punch, the battle is over. You ask me if I'm afraid. Are you kidding? I wasn't even afraid of bullets flying in my ears. Are you still afraid of teeth? After Li Jun's victory, the third round also began. This time it was Cui Wu who came on the field. Because if this one loses again, Small Days will lose the right to compete. So, this time, Xiaori directly sent one of the main forces. At the same time, Jiang Minhe, who was watching the game off the field. Suddenly I saw a familiar figure. The man in black who sold mobile phones. And at the same time, there was also something going on the field. A moment ago, I was preparing for a big flying dance party. The next moment, there was a sudden pain in my stomach. On the other side, Hong Yaxing had just walked out of the toilet. I knew that I wouldn't eat spicy fried rice cakes yesterday. It's made me sick to my stomach. At this time, Cui Wukue on the field was already stupid. Why does the stomach come to signal at this time? No, you have to hold back. But who would have thought? Xiaori actually took advantage of the official run to sneak attack. Fortunately, Cui Wukue exercises regularly. Forcibly used the bracket machine to hold back. See, Xiaori didn't know that he had been looking for himself to fight. Cui Wukue is already confused. If he can't control it this time, he's going to hit the big ball in the ring. That would be a black spot that he would never be able to recover for the rest of his life. Those guys off the field by then will definitely laugh at himself like crazy. Finally, when Xiao re-attacked again, Cui Wukue used his Japanese islands, a handful of Small Days to the ground, and said the word abstention. And the Little Days after the end of the game have been black-faced. It was the first time he felt such intense fear. The guy wasn't scared away at all. Rather, I thought I was too bored. Because he's not looking at me at all. It is said that blackening is 10 times stronger. 7 points for play. But P1 doesn't seem to be within this rule. The fourth game of this gambling game. P1 will represent Lingcheng School, and his opponent is the strongest player of Shaori. Even soon, Shaori and P1 both stood on the field. The small day is expressed proudly in Japanese. Can compete with Yin Bai's young master. What an honor. I didn't expect Pi Korean to answer in Japanese, right? Can I ask you something? Why are you here? Kopi Korean is clearly underestimated. Shaori not only arrogantly refused to answer, he also put on a fighting stance. Yes, in the cognition of the little days, it is impossible to lose. He's not only the best player on a small day, and still, a person who has been recognized by the big gangster brother of the Sun Country. The little day is full of confidence written on his face. I'm still pretending to be forced to hear that you've been training with the general agent. But the general agent was beaten very badly by my master. We have a lot of monsters there. Open your eyes today. Let's talk about it. The little day rushed towards the cold rain of Pi with great momentum. And Pai Hanyu just responded with one kick. A kick was pinned to the barbed wire. The head sank deep. And then it's not enough. Pai Hanyu punched him to the ground again. Just beat it like holding down a little mouse. The little ones are going to be scared silly. Captain, they are proud of. It's cold when you hit it. And Pai Hanyu hasn't stopped yet. Little Day's head was lifted high. Pai Hanyu had a dangerous smile on his face. Doesn't it mean that you can do whatever you want by killing your opponent? Let me see how strict the gang's mouth really is. Yes, Pai Hanyu actually had a question in his heart. How the hell did his dad become that kind of big guy? Ultimately, his dad was just a bastard who could fight. How did you have so much power? Yes, there must be another reason. It should be the kind as soon as it is discovered. It is highly toxic and poses a threat to Dermatitis White. It doesn't matter who it is. Just touch that being. He will never let it go. Even if the other party is a weak female teacher. And Pai Han's intuition told him, this poison has something to do with these little days. You have to pry his mouth open and ask for clarification. That's it. Pai Hanyu on the field asked with a grim face. As long as the other party does not answer, it is a severe beating. The study group was stunned. It's like they're playing tricks on each other. And at this time, the little days of being beaten on the field suddenly showed a scarred expression. At the same time, this also made Pai Hanyu on the field discover. No surprises. Skin. Hanyu pressed Xiao Dian to the ground with an unhappy face. The next moment, a crisp voice came from the field. A piece of the little day. The arm has been removed by Pai Hanyu. Wow, yelling in pain. Saw this happening. The teammates off the field have already picked up the knife. He really can't do it. He can only do this. And at this time, the little day on the field actually stood up brightly again. Looking at the grinding on the field, Li Jiu couldn't stand it anymore. Grabbed the barbed wire outside the octopus. Let Pai Hanyu hurry up and solve it quickly. But Li Jiu's words. But it caused dissatisfaction among the audience. The little days on the funeral ground continue to fight. They're losing their money. Knowing that the study group is in a hurry, Pai Han also knew that he couldn't ask anything. So Pai Han didn't stay this time. One issue ended the game. Then he walked towards the field lightly. With Pai Han, you finished the last game. Everyone went back to the break room to rest. In the skin, cold rain, I saw a familiar figure. So I followed to the bathroom. I thought I was wrong. Pai Hanyu is like this in Ma Minghuan. Wash your hands calmly beside you. Minghuan, don't you think you need to explain? These two people together have 800 hearts and eyes. Pai Hanyu knows about Ma Minghuan to his father. Definitely knows something. So he glared at Ma Minghuan and my father with dangerous eyes. What the hell is he doing? Ma Minghuan still had the harmless smile on his face. It seems that this matter is very important to you. But if I refuse to answer, will you hit me? Pai Hanyu said. How could I do it to a friend? The fingers creaked. and Ma Minghuan also made a small move in his pocket. The next moment, Pai Hanyu was held by several knives around his neck. Yes, of course, friends should get along with each other. Of course, the man in black is also a member of the Yin Bai gang. They just want to stop. Pai Hanyu made a move on Ma Minghuan. Ma Minghuan used to see. Wearing everything, he looked at Pai Hanyu. I don't know what filial piety you're trying to do, but don't ask too much about the net. With that, Ma Minghuan turned around and left. Turn around again, and I'll keep it a secret for you. And after Ma Minghuan and the man in black left, Pai Hanyu smiled excitedly. Ma Ming's change of this guy is really unpredictable. Why tell me everything? And in the middle of the conversation between the two, I don't know how many games have been played. In the end, Sing Ma School won the competition with a score of 3 o'clock. At the same time, on the other side, our male protagonist is in the shadows. I also met my father at the airport. Tsai Ming's father happily hugged Tsai Ming and left. Let's go see my mother. But in Ming, he couldn't be happier. Jamin's father comforted him and went abroad. We'll be reunited as a family. Fatherland. In fact, it is not as glamorous as it seems. But Jamin's father didn't know. Jamin didn't come to the airport this time to ask his guys. Farewell to the companions. It's about saying goodbye to your family. He was going to give up his family. And this time, it's just a matter of effort. Pai Han is playing a second game. This time the opponent is particularly strange. It turned out to be the Shishin Leather-Faced Youth League. This is equivalent to Luching School beating Luching School. Li Jiyu off the field. I'm going to be mad at this rebellious old brother. It turned out that these three people, everyone is more or less peaceful. Korean is a bit grudgeful. They're here to challenge Pai Han by name. Such a good opportunity to be able to resist beating the skin in Korean. How could they let me go? Pai Hanyu also walked to the field calmly. Since I'm here to challenge him, then he's fine with 1v3. But such a battle, but it caused dissatisfaction among the audience. They have been nurtured with unfairness. Chui Wukue looked at the audience a little speechlessly. What are you arguing about? If people think it's unfavorable, will it be that kind of expression? As the game starts, Li Xuanyu was the first to rush forward. He became a gangster in the first place. The one who made him almost have no turning back. It is this Pai Hanyu. And Pai Hanyu still had that relaxed smile. With one kick all over his body, Li Hyun-woo and the son stood shoulder to shoulder. The second shot. It was Kim Soon-cheol, who used the tiger fist and the tiger out of the mountain. Originally, the people who took those thugs to trouble the martial arts gym. It is the Pai Korean language. Instigated, Kim Soon-cheol almost ruined his life because of the Yin Bai gang. Under Kim Soon-cheol's full seal with anger, Pai Han is finally not as easy as it started. But at the same time, Kim Soon-cheol found out. The field of vision of Pai Han is so large. No matter which corner he throws his punch from, can be accurately defended by the skin Korean. Under the continuous offensive of the two people, Pai Hanyu can easily fight back. One move to bring two people down, and at the same time, a gloomy aura came. Then a powerful attack rained down like a storm. This trick is merit. The husband boy Amikamaru kills the wolf. If you want to talk about the grievances between Amikamaru and Pai Hanyu, actually it's the deepest. Though, the person who played tricks on him and his master was Ma Minghuan. But there are still some things that Ma Minghuan did to burn the martial arts hall, are all fueled by the cold rain. Pai Hanyu withstood the stinging pain in his arm. Doesn't. Play Tianqi out of Tianqi and kiss it steadily. Then stabilized his body and rushed towards Pai Hanyu again. Tianqi plays an appearance. The shouts off the field are the highest. Every movement is elegant and handsome. It's like watching a martial arts movie and just fight swords on the field. Jiang Min, he encountered a crisis. The mysterious man who sells mobile phones is pressing Jiang Min he against the wall. Ask me why you're following me. You can believe it. The strength of Pai Han is so outrageously strong. in the joy of the new leather-faced teenagers each. After a pair with Pi Korean, the three finally decided to shoot at the same time. But the scary thing is, despite the numerical advantage, Pi-han hit them, but it's still as easy as hitting someone. Pi-han is really like his title, like an invincible overlord. Whether it's Tenchimaru, who has been practicing martial arts since childhood, it's still a one-handed tiger fist. It used to be called the Fine Shun of the mainland. None of them are the power of Pai Hanyu. On the battlefield, Hanyu flashed and turned. Whether it's a blind spot attack or a deep sneak attack, I can handle them all in Korean. Seemingly thin body. The talent for fighting is ridiculously high. But fighting and fighting. The crowd also discovered the weakness of the Pi Korean language. He didn't have eyes on his head. It's about predicting before attacking. So they have to break the rhythm of the Pi Korean, create an unexpected variable. Kim Soon-chul took the lead. Attack directly from the front with equity. Knock the Korean language away. Then, a line of fire appeared in front of Pai Hanyu. This is Tenakamaru's move. Fuse. But fighting and fighting. Kim Soon-chul said something inexplicable. I know that doesn't make you feel less confident, but it at least reminds you of what to do. In washing, under the continuous attack of the young man with a heart change, everyone on the field felt that poverty and defeat were certain. And in the next moment, tired and fighting back, first he hit Tenakamaru in the abdomen with a blow. Then he swung his head to dodge Kim Soon-chul's tiger punch. There was silence at this moment. In silence, you can hear the sound of people swallowing. Even the host forgot to explain. Then the cheers broke out instantly. Yes, Pi Korean won, and the Pai Han language, who obviously won the victory. But he was silent. He finally knew. These people, why don't you want to fight with yourself? Actually, it's not the so-called revenge. Pai Hanyu smiled. You want me to help you find Mr. Hanjin? These people thought of asking him for help. It seems that there is really no way out. So much so that he wanted to provoke his guilt. However, Pai Hanyu has long been numb to this emotion. But if you find that woman, words that can make my father unlucky, I promise you. Looked at the miserable appearance of the festive leather-faced boy falling to the ground. Poor and cold-hung all his life. Not so long ago. These guys. It's all a little mix that doesn't dare to look at him. Lee Hanjin, you're right. It seems that someone is really going to change. And at the same time, Jiang Min, he was found stalking the man in black. Encounter a crisis. Fortunately, Hong Yaxing appeared in time to knock him down. And this also makes Hong Yaxing saw the true face of this man in black clearly. Unexpectedly, this man in black, who is holding Mr. Lee Hanjin's mobile phone. It was once to Hong Yaxing, the teacher Liu Hungin, who plotted against him. Hong Yaxing trembled with anger. How could this pervert end up here? Hong Yaxing looked at it with disgust. This scumbag in front of you. As a former teacher, now even the student party bureau is running to join in the fun. Don't you feel ashamed? But Liu Hungin looked like a victim. Because of you dogs and men. Not only was I expelled from school, the news also reached my home. My wife also divorced me. It was just a small mistake. Hong Yaxing was speechless. Raise your fist to teach this scumbag a lesson. In Hong Yaxing's hand was caught by Zhang Minxi on the side. Now is not the time to do such a thing. Don't forget what we're here for. Let's talk about it. Zhang Minxi immediately began to question Liu Hungin. And before Liu Hungin could say anything, a voice of displeasure rang out from behind. What's going on? The source turned out to be the boy deceived by Jiang Minhe. He is now a staff member at the Sing Horse Farm. What are you doing to our VIPs? Then came another jumble of footsteps. A group of thugs had appeared behind him. Meantime, Pu Guangxian still took advantage of the night to come to the Green Horse Farm, where even the headmaster is blocked. He felt even more hateful. Then Pu Guangxian opened the door with a bang. Showed the police officer's ID and assistant. I'm a police officer. And what surprised him was, it was empty. but anyone with a discerning eye can see it. This is a gambling hall, actually playing gambling games at school. It's crazy, isn't it? But another letter was investigated. Pu Guangxian is ready to leave. Got a clue anyway. Come back next time. And at this very moment, one of the consoles rang out. The sound of a jingle bell. Pu Guangxian glanced back. I happened to see a small door closing on the side. Pu Guangxian directly slammed the door open with his body. I didn't expect there to be a management room hidden inside. A table on the table attracted the protagonist of Pu Guangxian, Tao Lan. Pu Guangxian was dumbfounded. Look at these crazy guys. And at this very moment, there seemed to be footsteps. Gu Guangxian hurriedly leaned to the door and watched the starting point. And what he didn't know was, there was already a state behind him that raised his fist at him. At the same time, towering on the other side, the game came to an end. The final was Lingcheng School against Qingma School. The audience was enthusiastic. I'm looking forward to this competition. Ma Minghuan on the roof of the building. I also looked down with interest. Then, a man in black came over and reminded young Master Minghuan. You can't be here now. Didn't you just see that? Of course, Ma Minghuan knew that he was talking about Tenchimaru. But Ma Minghuan did not panic at all. He also asked the man in black if he were afraid of that little guy. And at this very moment, the man in black suddenly called. After a while, the man in black's eyes widened instantly. On the other side, festive revolutionary teenagers on their way back. Small talking. Li Xuanyu accosted Tian Kamaru next to him. Thank you for your help today. Do you want to join us in the Xixing Revolutionary Youth? And when everyone looked at Tenekamaru, only to find out the Tianqi pill in the middle has disappeared for some time. At the same time, the man in black on the other side shouted a whistle, while struggling to protect Ma Minghuan. This was the last time he visited the prison. Ma Minghuan's father specially instructed him. It's Minghuan, this kid is very smart. I will watch my own things and do them. But there is one thing that must be noted. He must not be allowed to meet Tenekamaru. Do you know how much Tianqi Maru hates Ma Minghuan? Since Master Inchuan was shot and killed by Ma Minghuan, Tenchimaru has been living in the shadow of this matter. There was a time when the Interstellar Corporation, in order to cultivate the Tenchi pill, specially bring the Tianqi pill, went to see a top martial arts actor filming. And just as the top actor raised the prop gun, Tianqi Maru was suddenly stunned, as if he was stunned. The plane disappeared from the chair. And when I look at the screen again, Amikimaru has already lifted the actor, the hand that got the giant gun, repeating like crazy not to shoot. After going back, Akimaru saw the agent from the car. People keep apologizing to others. Akimaru is like a child who has made a mistake. Sit there, wait for the agent to get back into the car. The blame that Amikamaru imagined did not happen. Instead, the agent also touched Tenekamaru's head. He knew everything about Tenekamaru. He could quite understand Tenekamaru's reaction at the time. At this moment, Tenekamaru's eyes were full of tears. I'm sorry. It's me who was too cowardly. The agent comforted that it was not cowardice. It's a catastrophe that you can't unravel in your heart. Akamaru clenched his fists, trembling. I heard that the guy who killed my master was discharged from the hospital. I don't know what I'm going to do. And the agent chuckled, interrupted Amikimaru's words. Akamaru, you are a valuable talent. I won't give up on you. If you have the chance, I hope you understand thoroughly. Don't worry about the consequences. So since there is revenge, don't take the touching route of forgiving the enemy. I'll bet on everything RSY will protect you. Show off your heroic nature. Meanwhile, Tenchi Maru jumped high in the audience. The road that Tenchi Maru has traveled and the gangsters all take off. That's how a path was made. As long as it is someone who dares to stop him. It will be like clearing an obstacle by Tianqi Pill. Clear the horse farm in an instant. It was a mess by Tianqi Maru. Surprisingly, Kim Se-hyun also helped Tianqi Maru defeat a gangster. Tenchimaru, go do what you have to do. probably to make up for the fault. Jin sure. Hyun also wants to do something that he didn't dare to do before. Choosing Tianchi Maru's eyes gestured. Then Ascension jumped directly onto the 8-horned dragon's railing. Just like that, I stepped on this narrow railing. Jumped onto the high platform. The thugs were surprised at the same time. I also hurried to the second floor to hunt down Tenchi Maru. Such a big change has happened. The boss of Chima School hurriedly looked at Pai Hanyu, if it is spoken in Pai Korean. But Pai Hanyu just put on an indifferent expression. I don't want to be out of the question. He had no choice but to order the game to continue. Let both sides play at the same time. This will also maximize the popularity of the online network. At this time, Huang Mao stood up with his chin covered, ready to seek revenge on Kim Se-hyun. And Lee Jun was protected in front of Kim Se-hyun. But I don't know where another thug came from. Press Lee Jun's head. Look at the chaos. Kim Se-hyun was stupid. But what Pai-han only cares about is the game on the field. How this matchup is done. He actually gave me the most dish-looking arrangement. Are you a discarded card? And the gangster pointed behind Pai Hanyu. With the appearance of that person, Pai Hanyu's eyes instantly glared at the boss. How could Gu Jinya be here?